The main character looked at the white sign. Rising from the ground, he thought that time and disasters, like a huge blade, cuts. Moving through the ruins, he noticed that times of disaster were cutting between old and new civilizations. Having stepped on the wreckage, the guy noted that now human civilization survives in this wasteland. He looked at the high wall and thought that huge fortress walls had been built, but order continued to collapse. The main character said with a serious look that the man said that before the disaster there was a lot of human technology. He asked why everything had disappeared now. Exhaling smoke, the stranger replied that they were in the hands of a few, and humanity's firearms were more powerful than he thought. Many workers stood in front of a huge wall. The main character asked if there was a weapon behind the wall and why not destroy it. Closing his eyes, the man asked how the interested parties behind the wall could refuse this natural class barrier. The plot tells us that when disaster strikes, survival is a must. The military walked through the settlement. The main character covered his face with a cap and hood. The military man asked if he wanted to go to Mount Jing, in which case he should ask Ren Zaiasu. As he walked past the military, he thought that this crowd of mercenaries lacked real combat experience. He wondered if they were heading into the wilds to die. A red light was visible from the forest. The main character was taken aback by this. He looked at the lava clot and saw a message that the breath of death had been detected. The monster began to crawl out of the magma. A crowd of demons ran towards the main character. A huge spider appeared and an inscription said that the breath of death had been discovered. A blue aura emanated from the wolf. There were drops of blood on the ground. Frowning, the protagonist wondered what, for them outside the walls, is their first weapon in the face of danger. A crowd of monsters stood in front of him. A message appeared asking if he wished to unlock his bonds. The main character was furious. There was a powerful energy in the area. He cried out that he wanted to unlock the shackles. It was raining heavily. The rat's corpse lay under the trap. Sitting in the bushes, the main character thought that it was bad luck and acid rain began to fall before the arrival of the prey. He noted in his mind that if he didn't bring the loot today, Yuan and he would die of hunger. As he continued to lie down, he emphasized the fact that even a sparrow would do. He saw the wings of a bird in the sky. Watching her closely, the main character thought that this was great and that this was really a sparrow. He looked at the bird. Her eyes glowed red. He jumped up sharply. He dodged the huge bird. The main character reached for the frying pan. Grabbing it, he prepared for battle. The bird jumped up from the ground. She flew towards the main character. Frowning, he noted in his thoughts that he was fast. He hit the bird with a frying pan. The sparrow fell to the ground. The main character jumped on the bird. He grabbed her by the throat. He broke the bird's neck. Sighing, he said that after waiting all night, he finally got something. Throwing the loot onto his shoulder, he said that it was still early, so he would just go to Lao Wang's store to sell the bird and estimated that he could exchange it for a couple of days of rations. He was suddenly taken aback. Falling to the ground, he mentally asked why now. Closing his eyes, the main character thought that usually this happened at midnight, but this time earlier. A blue aura enveloped his body. He noted and thought that this had been happening regularly since the day he escaped from the wolves, and people in the city said that it was just a headache, but he knew that. The hero felt that he was falling into the abyss. He fell in a dark space. He emphasized that he knew that this sensation was not pain, but pure chaos. As he fell into the abyss, he wondered what was happening. Looking at his hand, the main character wondered if he was conscious this time. He looked at the bright light. Squinting, he wondered what it was. He saw the outline of a palace in front of him. The main character stood on a white floor in a dark space. He approached the palace gates. He opened the doors. The main character began to examine the dark walls with golden patterns. The walls were enveloped in dark energy. He continued to look around with a serious face. As he approached the table, he wondered where he was. Frowning, he looked at the streams of mana. His gaze fell on the table. He asked what was on it. He narrowed his eyes in pain. Red lightning struck in the sky. The bald man was hiding behind a tree. He watched the main character, who was unconscious. Opening his eyes, the main character wondered if he had come to his senses so quickly this time. Taken aback, he noticed in his thoughts that the rain was getting worse and he needed to get away from there. The man took the sword and walked behind him. Swinging his hand, he ordered the prey to be given to him. The main character looked back. He hit him in the face with a frying pan. Holding his face, the guy wondered how this happened and why he became a victim. He noticed that the main character is strong and his movements are very fast. Xiao looked at the screen, on which he saw that his task was to transfer the loot to a stranger. He was dumbfounded by this. Turning around, he looked at the bald guy. The guy sat on the ground and cried. The main character stood over him. Holding the bird in his hands, Xiao asked if the stranger needed the sparrow. The surprised guy started shouting that he wanted him. The main character gave him the sparrow. The man smiled at this. Xiao looked at the screen and saw that the task was completed. A white sheet of paper was flying towards a table in a dark room. He was heading towards the printing machine on the table. A piece of paper flew into the car. The machine began to print on paper that the task was to transfer the loot to a stranger, and for completing the task, he was rewarded with a basic profile skill which allows him to study the abilities of other people. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about the skill acquisition profile and whether he could use this to learn other people's skills. The guy cried and said that Zio was a good person. The main character looked at him out of the corner of his eye. He snatched the sparrow and declared that he would never get it even if he wanted it. The guy looked after Zio as he ran away. The enraged stranger screamed that this world was definitely heading into the abyss. Sunlight was breaking through the clouds. Zio walked through the dense forest. The main character covered his head from the sun. Beads of sweat ran down his face. He approached the dark gate. Many birds flew over the fortress. Cloudy skies enveloped the settlement. The main character walked among a crowd of people. Many passers-by looked at him with dissatisfaction. They whispered that Zio was back with his prey. Zio looked at them with a dissatisfied face. He grabbed his sword. A man with an angry face walked towards him. The main character narrowed his eyes. A grin appeared on the man's face. The guy grabbed him by the shoulder. With a serious look, he asked the stranger not to contact the main character. They looked after Zio. The guys looked at him and said that he was completely sick. Steam was coming from the high wall. The main character was heading towards a high wall. He approached a small hut. Having placed the bird on the table, Zio asked how much they would give for it. The merchant extended his hand. With a dumbfounded look, he asked to be more careful. Taking the sparrow, he said that this glass was very expensive. The main character frowned at his words. He looked at the empty shelves. The merchant began to weigh the sparrow. Smiling, he said that everything was correct and he weighed 3 jin 6 liang. Zio watched intently as the merchant cleared accounts. He said with a serious face that market prices are good now and sparrows cost 200 per jin, so the total is 700. The main character said with an embittered look that this was too little. The salesman adjusted his glasses. Shifting the scores, he stated that the maximum was 800 and there really wasn't enough meat in the fence, but everything had a price and they had to live by the rules. Zio grabbed the abacus and declared that it was almost winter, and there were few sparrows these days and below 900 was out of the question. Crossing his arms, the merchant began to quickly shake his head. The main character grabbed the bird and began to leave. The seller asked where he was going. Zio replied that he would go to Old Lai and ask his price. The merchant stood in front of him with a smile on his face and offered to negotiate, asking how much he wanted to sell it for. The main character said that first he would find out the price and then they would return to this issue. Smiling, the seller asked if Zio wanted 900 and then agreed, adding that he did not want to delay payment for Yuan's tuition. He noted in his mind that today someone from the fence came to buy game and he couldn't let Old Lai take advantage of it. Zio, with a straight face, clarified what the merchant said at the end. He began to tremble and asked what the price of the main character was. Smiling, Zio replied that he wanted 1,200 for the sparrow. Veins appeared on the merchant's face. The main character asked whether he agreed or not, noting that if not, then he would go to Old Li. The seller began counting out the bills. He continued to count them with a puzzled look. Having given the money, he said that this was all there was. Having taken the money, Zio said that there was nothing wrong with it and the merchant would return it tomorrow. The main character looked up. He pointed his finger at the jacket and asked him to take it out, noting that it would be just right for Yuan. The merchant reached for his jacket with his cane. Putting it on the counter, he asked if Zio would like to buy it for himself, noting that he knew the price. For him it would cost 490. He noticed that he doesn't carry jackets very often, so if he takes one jacket now, he might end up dead in the winter. The main character replied that he was not cold. Zio's gaze fell on the medicines and he asked why anti-inflammatory medicines. The seller replied that one capsule is 210. This medicine is taken for 3 days in a row and he will give 3 capsules for him for 620 and will also give a dose of iodine as a gift. Looking at the cut on his hands, the main character asked to forget about it, adding that in winter there is usually no inflammation. After giving the jacket, the merchant asked the next time Zio catches a sparrow not to kill it, noting that there are noble people behind the wall who want to keep it for fun. The main character replied that it is possible to live, but it will be more expensive. Zio headed towards the houses. He entered the hut. His brother was sitting at the table. He said with surprise that Zio had returned. Having sat down at the table, the main character asked how things were going with his homework. The brother replied that everything was fine. He just thinks that listening to a school teacher is not as useful as following the main character on a hunt. Looking at Zio, he asked when he could watch him hunt. Looking up, the main character replied that he could be killed at any moment while hunting. He asked if he would rather go to school and study physics and chemistry than hunt. He emphasized the fact that knowledge is the most important thing and in this market town, no matter what chaos happens, no one will bother the teaching staff. Having stood up, Xiao thought that it was a pity that training was so expensive, otherwise he himself would have gladly gone to listen. Turning around, he said that he had saved some of the giblets before selling the sparrow so that they could be used to make soup. His brother saw the wound on his hand and reported it. After putting the offal into the cauldron, Xiao replied that it was just a scratch. His boiler began to steam. He put the giblets on a plate. He handed the plate to his brother and asked him to eat these giblets. Pushing the plate away, he replied that he would not and that the main character should eat, noting that he needed to recover. Xiao replied that he was not hungry. Yuan began to cry and said that he would not eat, adding that it was not some kind of scratch at all and he heard that 2 days ago someone died from an infection. Putting the plate on the table, the main character said that tears are useless and his brother understands that he cannot shed tears in this world, and this world has not believed in tears for a long time. He pointed his finger towards the street and asked Yuan to look at the people around them. He asked what would happen if someone came at night and stabbed them to death because Yuan didn't eat enough. Xiao stated that he sent him to school because he had the ability for it, and if he studied well, he would not have to go into the wasteland early in the morning to earn a living like him. Yuan sat down at the table. He started eating the offal. The main character patted him on the head and said that usually when they go out, Yuan is damn smart and cunning, but as soon as they get home, he acts like a crybaby. Xiao asked him to try on the new jacket when he finished eating. Looking at the main character, Yuan asked where his jacket was. Smiling, Xiao said that he wanted to rest. The frying pan was empty. Lying on the bed, the main character thought about the palace that he saw today. He frowned. Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. He began to look around. He saw the dark palace again. The main character noted in his thoughts that the palace had appeared again. He entered it. Xiao began to examine the palace from the inside. He extended his hand towards the dark stream of mana. His hand began to sink into energy. He wondered if it was all in his head. The main character saw a typewriter on the table. He took a white sheet of paper. He read the sheet on which was written about the task he completed today. Xiao looked at the car with interest. Looking at it, he noted in his thoughts that it was written about justice, decency, honesty, trust, friendship, and goodwill. Taken aback, he wondered if they were telling him that he needed to be a good person in a world where morality was a luxury. Looking at the table, he declared that nothing would come of it. A lonely girl walked through the settlement. She pulled back the curtain. The stranger entered the protagonist's hut. Yuan put the blade to her throat. Yuan pointed his blade at the frightened girl. Looking at her, he paused, then asked that she was Xiaoyu's sister. Xiaoyu smiled, tilted her head and replied that Yuan was still awake. He looked at her displeasingly and then stepped aside. Then the girl approached him and, smiling, asked where Xiaosu was. She heard that he was wounded. Approaching the dim fire, Yuan sheathed his blade and replied that the sparrow had wounded him in the arm. Hearing this, the girl nervously folded her hands and looked ahead. She saw the guy lying on the bed, and then she lowered her head. Yuan walked over to the table, put his hands on it, and then raised his head and said that she was 8 years older than his brother, so she didn't need to get so attached to him. Xiaoyu, blushing, shouted that he was a little tomboy. She thought of them as brothers. After these words, she stepped aside with her head down. Yuan looked at the walls of the room with displeasure, and then suddenly the girl said that okay, she will go home, let Yuan tell his brother that she came by when he wakes up. She began to leave the house, and he watched this event. The girl moved away. Gradually her silhouette began to blur, after which Yuan climbed over the bench, and then he left the house and sat on his knees. He took out his knife and looked around, and then suddenly he noticed something. Someone told him not to constantly bully his sister, it's not easy for her anyway. Turning around, Yuan saw the protagonist in front of him. When he saw him, he said that his sister was unclean. He saw her smoking the other day. Cigarettes are only given out in factories outside the walls. Maybe she got them from some savage. He thinks that she became close to him because Xiao could always hit his prey when hunting. Hearing this, the protagonist frowned with displeasure and looked at his brother, and then, lowering his head, he asked who was clean. Getting out of bed, he added that if someone wants to survive in this world, he will not be able to remain pure. All this is imposed by life, you just need to keep your distance from it and not bully. Yuan, looking at his older brother, replied that everything was clear to him now. The protagonist sat down next to him, and he continued to say why he couldn't sleep, couldn't he? With his hands on the floor, Xiao replied that he had something to think about. Looking around, he added that perhaps he also has some abilities. Hearing this, his brother said what he wanted to tell him. Xiao did not listen to Yuan and, interrupting him, replied that he was not quite sure yet, he needs to try it to be sure. After which he carefully examined the sky. He remembered how he was hiding with Yuan in the forest in green capes. He thought that in the city they say that some people have special abilities, but before he did not believe in it, and only after meeting Liu Yuan did he believe a little in this. That day, Yuan closed his eyes and crossed his arms and said that he hoped he could hit the prey. Seeing this, Xiao thought that his ability was this. A second later, the bird began to fall from the sky and he thought it was luck. Looking at the dead crow, he continued to think that, however, making a wish would have the opposite effect, and there would always be some minor illnesses and disasters. Suddenly, Ewan extended his hand upward and pointed his finger at the sky, saying that there were falling stars. Many stars were falling from the sky. Zio frightenedly grabbed Ewan's hands and shouted that he should not make a wish because suddenly it would come true again. Zio was sitting with his hands behind his head when suddenly his brother asked what he thought, why shooting stars fly so fast, that if someone is late to make a wish, to which the protagonist replied that what should he think? They fly quickly because he doesn't want to hear any of their wishes. We are transported the next day to a small building. A man with glasses appears in front of us, with children sitting next to him. He says that they will talk about technology in the era of civilization. Opening the book, he adds that they know what the term technology means. Ewan, covering his mouth with his palm, yawns and replies that he doesn't know what the teacher is saying, so then he should be silent and listen carefully. Zio watches this process through the window, and the teacher continues to say that he will use this example to explain to them what technology is. After looking at the book, he turns to the board. Zio, standing on his toes, carefully looks out the window and listens to the teacher. How suddenly he closes the book. And, looking at the class, he says that they have had enough for today, they need to go home and eat. Afterwards, he narrows his eyes and looks to the side, his gaze is drawn to an empty small window. Suddenly the protagonist turned to the side, the teacher told him that from this day on he could. Zio entered the classroom and bowed, and the man in front of him added that he could stand and listen to the lesson at the door, but he was not allowed to enter the classroom, to which the protagonist responded well. He raised his head and, smiling widely, added that he was very grateful. A plate of soup appears in front of us, with steam coming out of it. The teacher brings it to his lips. Suddenly Zio appears in front of him, holding out a cigarette for him and shouting that he is grateful that he was allowed to stand at the door and listen to the lesson. The man, taking the cigarette in his hands, examined it carefully, and Zio, contentedly placing his hands on his belt, said that he allowed him to listen to the lesson at the door, so he had to show his gratitude, since he had not paid for the training. The teacher struck a match, and then he slowly brought it to the cigarette and set it on fire. Raising his head, he released a large cloud of steam. Looking at his student, he said that in their turbulent times, there were not many students who listened as intently as he did to why he enjoyed attending class so much. The protagonist, looking around, answered, placing his hand on his chin, that learning something new would never be a bad thing, and teachers also enjoy the greatest respect in this hectic world. Then he put his hand forward and pointed his finger at a small bed of vegetables and said that no one would dare steal, for example, the vegetables in their yard right here. He was right. Hearing this, the teacher began to cough, taking in bad smoke. Looking at this, Zio said that he had been worried about one question for a long time. The teacher looked to the side in surprise and told him to ask. Zio imagined a huge city under a purple dome in his head and said that the teacher said that before the disaster, many technologies were available to humanity. Squinting his eyes, he added that why did it all disappear? His interlocutor, releasing another cloud of smoke, replied that this was due to the lack of offspring. Looking ahead, he added that in the post-disaster period, humanity was lucky to survive. How could it worry about learning? Hearing this, Zio asked that it is always possible to retain some information, to which the teacher narrowed his eyes and answered yes. And then he looked at the high walls and added that only this information is in the hands of a few. Zio turned to the wall, looked at her dissatisfiedly, and then said that the information was behind her. After taking a few steps and clenching his fist, he asked that in that case, why don't they destroy the wall? Spreading his hands to the sides, he added that most animals are afraid to attack people while they live together. Even without this wall, wolves will not dare to take a step. Not to mention the fact that the destruction of the wall would allow a lot of technology to be released so that civilization could be restored. Hearing this, the teacher pressed himself tightly to the cigarette and inhaled the smoke. And then, exhaling, he said that as long as there is danger in the wasteland, the renegades will live near the wall of the shelter. He imagined in his head men working tirelessly, and added that there would be a lot of cheap labor at the wall, and the consortium behind the wall would not allow it to collapse. The bare-chested man looked at the wall and wiped the sweat from his face, at which time the teacher continued to talk about how the interested parties behind the wall could give up this single-class barrier. After a second, he put out the cigarette and thought that he should save half to smoke next time. Then, putting it in his pocket, he said that they should stop talking and go to class, after which he thought that this guy quickly turned away so that he could hide the cigarette. Then, walking forward, he added that he would go to change his clothes smelled of smoke, and it would be bad if the students smelled it. For his sake, he said that everything was fine, that he had just inhaled this smoke, and he didn't even tell him to step aside. Hearing this, the teacher looked in front of him with displeasure. Suddenly, the protagonist looked in front of him in surprise and saw a task that said that the pursuit of knowledge is never easy, but what he is taught is what he will teach in the future. We are taken to the classroom. The teacher slowly walks to the blackboard. Zio goes inside and stands at the entrance while the other students inspect him carefully. The teacher, closing his eyes and clearing his throat, said okay, today they will take survival lessons. He, looking ahead, continued to say that they should not think that danger is far away, now their parents are protecting them, but when they become adults, they will have to learn to protect themselves on their own. Hearing this, the students looked in front of them with excitement and began to listen carefully, and the teacher continued to say that next they would talk about what to do if they encountered a wolf pack in the wild. He pointed his finger forward and added to tell him what he should do when he encounters wolves in the wild. Zio, seeing Pa pointing at him, was very surprised. And then, lowering his head on his hand, he began to think, saying that if they meet wolves in the wild, they should try to choose a hill. Hearing this, the teacher smiled contentedly, and the protagonist continued to say that with a good open view where there would be a tailwind. Extending his finger forward, Zio winked and added that such a place would be a wonderful cemetery according to Feng Shui. Hearing this, the master turned pale and stared ahead. There was complete silence in the class for several seconds, and then Zio, looking in front of him in surprise, thought that it was strange why the task was not completed. He didn't seem to teach anything bad. Suddenly the teacher put his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. The protagonist, seeing this, bowed his head, and then, putting his hand forward, he imagined 3 huge wolves in his head and said that, probably, the teacher had never seen a wolf, let alone a pack. Even with a lone wolf there was practically no chance of survival, so it was better to immediately find a good place for yourself for the grave. Hearing this, the mentor looked ahead anxiously, and then he said that from now on he could sit in class and listen to lessons, and he would teach survival lessons. Zio, hearing this, smiled widely and asked what he would teach, and then thanked him. Suddenly, a system message appeared in front of his face with the message that the reward for completing the task of the first force appeared. Purple energy appeared around him and his clothes disappeared. Looking at his arms, he thought that he really felt an increase in muscle strength. Clenching his fist and furrowing his eyebrows, he continued to reflect that it seemed to him that the palace was not a figment of his imagination, it had a special power. Putting his hand to his chin, he squinted his eyes and imagined a muscular guy in his head, and then thought that if the strength value of an adult man is 3, before he had 2.5, but if he adds 1. Having looked menacingly in front of him, he continued to think that this is not more than that of an average adult. Smiling maliciously, he thought that in this way his chances of survival in the wild would become even higher. Suddenly, Yuan appeared behind him, and his voice scared the protagonist. Yuan, looking at his brother, said that what he meant was that the teacher allowed him to attend classes at school and invited him to be a teacher. Throwing his hands down, he added that maybe he wanted to make him a successor. Zio, smiling, raised his hand and said that he didn't think so, most likely he just didn't have enough cigarettes. Hearing this, Yuan turned pale and asked if he was serious, to which the protagonist went down to his younger brother and, with a wink, replied that it would be nice to be a teacher. When he gets old, he will transfer this position to him. Then he turned around and, spreading his arms, added that, in the end, wild nature was dearer to him. Yuan gritted his teeth in displeasure and lowered his head, and then thought that this always happens. He, looking displeasedly at his brother, continued to think that if he gets something good, he immediately passes it on to him. Zio, taking a few steps to the side, said that it is good to be a teacher, but this is not for him. His brother must study hard and develop every day in order to become a worthy and smart person in the future. He understands this. Having not heard the answer, the protagonist and the task did not turn around, and then, extending his hand to his brother, he asked what he was doing, let him not lag behind, to which Yuan, running up, said that he was coming. Zio looked down and smiled. We are taken to the soldiers. They walk in an even column past the heroes. One of the fighters, with his hands behind his head, said that he just wanted to take a few days off, and now he was asked to go to Mount Sing. Zio, looking at the squad with displeasure, thought that these people were mercenaries. Passing by, another fighter looked at his comrade and said exactly what. But first they need to go to Quan Fuguyu and try to find someone who can show them the way. Frowning his brows, the protagonist thought that they were going to Mount Jing. This group of mercenaries from behind the wall lacked combat experience. Isn't it just suicide to rush into the wasteland like this? Then he walked past the girl. Suddenly he turned around and looked behind him. Looking at the leaving group, he thought that this girl, she gave off the feeling of a wild animal from the wasteland. Suddenly, Yuan, standing behind his brother, asked that he thought Fugui would recommend him as a guide. Everyone in the market town knew that he was very familiar with the wilderness. The protagonist, looking ahead, replied that usually you can go to the Jing mountain area on your own 2 feet and get out of their feet first. Whoever wants to let him go, but he won't go. There is something strange in this group, so they should better avoid there. We are transported to the evening. Zio enters the tent. He is greeted by a concerned Yuan asking if his wounds are okay, to which Zio replies with a smile that everything is fine. His brother, frowning with dissatisfaction, shouted at him not to lie to him. Last time he already tried to hold on through force. Zio, going deeper into the tent, pulled his hands up and told him not to worry, he was not going to play with his life. Suddenly they heard someone's footsteps and a voice asking if this guy really escaped from the wolves alive. Another voice replied that of course, how could he lie? Hearing outside voices, Yuan and Zio turned around worriedly, and then they suddenly fell to the ground, grabbing their weapons. They walked forward slowly. Zio walked to the door and looked out a little through the crack. He saw the guy with the gun looking at Fugui, saying that he meant that he was sick in the head. The man in front of him, rubbing his hands with a smile, replied that everything was fine. He just said casually, "It won't hurt. He is not seriously ill. They are already in place." The protagonist, frowning with dissatisfaction, thought that this Fugui really decided to bring him together with these people. A man in a red vest walked out to class in different directions and loudly told Zio to go out because he had guests. Yuan looked in front of him displeasedly and asked what he should do, to which the protagonist, turning around, replied that he would go out and let Yuan stay in the house. Zio took a few steps forward and out of the tent, extending his hand forward. Then he jumped up to Fugui and, grabbing his hands, shouted with a smile that he congratulated him on the safety of his father and son. Everyone outside looked puzzled at the guy who appeared in front of them. A fighter with an orange bandage around his neck asked what kind of father and son. He meant capital and interest. A second later, he opened his mouth in displeasure and shouted that no, this schizo is definitely sick. What kind of nonsense is this? He grabbed Fugui by the collar and, pointing his finger at Zio, shouted that yes, he was definitely sick, and he told him that everything was fine. At least he knew what would happen to him because of his lies. Afterwards, the squad began to move away, and Fugui, stretching out his hands towards them, shouted that they would allow him to explain because Zio may be sick, but this is not at all the case. Tears flowed from Fugui's eyes. He turned to the protagonist and asked him why he wanted him dead. And then he ran to the detachment, saying that they would allow him to explain. The detachment commander shouted that he was giving him time until dawn to find a suitable person for this job. Suddenly the girl with the sniper rifle stopped, and then, turning back, she looked at Zio for several seconds. After a while she turned around and continued on her way. The protagonist noticed this and frowned. And then a bundle of paper and a system message appeared in front of him, saying that the necessary skills would be learned in a random order. He, looking in front of him in surprise, thought what random study meant. A bundle of paper appeared in front of him, which began to open, and a system message that the target's firearm skill had been accidentally copied, whether it needed to be learned. Seeing this, Zio opened his eyes wide and thought that he should learn this. A huge number of system windows appeared in front of the protagonist. In one of them a download appeared in text stating that knowledge of firearms maintenance and care of firearms, regular maintenance to prevent mold, corrosion and rust, and to ensure for functionality, you need to check the magazine, chamber, external deformation, operability, accessories, and cartridges. Looking at the system messages, Zio thought that these were all firearms skills, which meant that he could really copy someone's abilities. After he closed his eyes, a system message appeared in front of him that he had achieved success in training. He had mastered advanced skill in using firearms. Opening his eyes, he looked in front of him in surprise, saying that unless what he received was a basic level scroll, why did he learn advanced firearms mastery? After that, he went to a large system message and, poking his finger at it, received information that there are two types of skill copy scrolls. A basic level scroll allows him to learn any skill up to an advanced level. A master scroll allows him to learn other people's master skills as soon as he will reach an advanced level in one of his own skills, and also has a chance to learn the target's supernatural abilities. After seeing this, he thought that he can even learn other people's supernatural abilities. This is generally normal. An image of a girl appeared in front of him in the system message, and he asked that he could find out the firearms proficiency level of that girl. He looked in front of him in surprise and thought that she was fluent in firearms, but why was she serving in a private army? Something is really wrong with this group. He then narrowed his eyes and scratched the back of his head in puzzlement. Suddenly he turned around, hearing his brother's screams. Yuan grabbed him by the cape and asked why he was looking at the back of this girl all this time. Suddenly someone came out of the tent and asked whose back it was. Turning around, they saw Zio coming towards them. Looking at her, Zio opened his mouth in shock and asked what she was doing here. The girl straightened her hair with a smile and said that she had swapped with a family of 3 who lived here before, and in the future she would move here and live next door to them. Hearing this, Yuan clung to his brother and asked in a whisper that he was still a virgin. Because Zio spent a lot of money on this, she used to live in a stone brick house. Hearing this, Zio annoyedly grabbed his younger brother by the hair and shouted that he was already old enough. So it's time for him to talk about this aspect of your education. To which Yuan said that it's good if he doesn't know something, just let him will ask. Zio waved to Zioyu with a smile after these words, and then they headed towards the tent, and the protagonist added that he really had something to do with something, and not now they were barely staying afloat, so he shouldn't try to connect them with his sister. Suddenly he saw something in front of him. Yuan stopped and extended his finger forward, saying that he should just look at those 2 potatoes hidden under the chair and what looked like 3 pills. Looking under the table, Yuan added that it was to treat his arm injury. Bending down, Zio grabbed the bottle of pills and looked at it and said that it was indeed an anti-inflammatory drug. Looking ahead, he added that whether his brother remembered how last year he encountered wolves and was injured, someone secretly planted them some pills to keep him alive, right? Picking up the bottle of pills, he added that the place where the pills were planted was exactly the same as now he was trying to find this person. Yuan, looking at his brother, said that his sister could not do this, he only told her about his injury this time. Zio narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Suddenly, behind the tent, someone grabbed Zioyu's hand and pulled out a cigarette for her, saying that she moved here and he brought her a cigarette, to which Zioyu replied that she would no longer do such things. Yuan and Zio turned to the exit in fear as they heard a man's voice laugh and then shout that she would eat and drink if she didn't do such things, who would give her a cigarette. The protagonist grabbed his dagger. Meanwhile, the guy tore Zioyu's clothes and she raised her head and screamed for him to let her go. Zio, gritting his teeth, jumped out of the tent like lightning. Looking ahead with dissatisfaction, he saw a system message that he had a new task to help. Squinting his eyes, he thought that even without this task he would have helped. Then, grabbing his dagger, he made a quick dash forward. The man in front of him looked ahead in fear, and then, smiling, he thought that the little guy with the bone knife wanted to stab him. Then he took out a huge machete and, smiling, thought that he had real iron here. Suddenly, in a second, Zio's machete cut him into 2 pieces. The man looked at his broken blade in fear and shouted that how was this possible. The protagonist then let go of his dagger, and, grabbing the scoundrel's hand, he hit him in the stomach with all his might. Then, literally in a second, he went behind his back and began to break his arm. And then at great speed he hit his face on the floor. Blood flowed from the man's face. He clenched his teeth in displeasure and thought about how old he was and how he could be so strong. Zio then looked at the frightened Zioyu and asked who he was, to which she replied that he was a foreman at a coal mine. She imagined in her head how several men were killing a guy, and then said that last night a man was stabbed alive in the market town, and he took the lead because he heard that this man had a habit of saving money, and so it turned out that he owed the casino money, and so he decided to do this. Zio looked displeasedly at the foreman, and then he picked up the broken machete tip from the floor. Raising his attacker's hand, he grabbed the dagger and looked at him menacingly. Suddenly a system message appeared in front of him that he had a new task: he must leave the enemy alive. A second later, the protagonist cut the attacker's side, and he screamed in pain. The foreman, cringing in pain, pulled his hand towards the cut, and meanwhile Zio, rising to his feet, said that he had about 3 minutes left. Looking down, he added that if he went to the clinic in the market town and got stitches, he might be able to survive. The foreman, gritting his teeth, slowly began to rise to his feet, and then, leaving bloody footprints on the floor, he ran towards the trading city. A system message appeared in front of the protagonist that the task had been completed. The reward was a basic scroll of copying skills. Since he now lacks weapons, he begins to complete a side task. Looking at these system windows, he thought that the first task should be to rescue Zioyu. He can't believe that he finished the second one. How did the damn palace make a decision? Afterwards, Yuan approached him and asked that he would simply let him go if he recovered and took revenge on him. He was not a good person. To which the protagonist, smiling, replied that he really still thought that the clinic in their trading city would heal his wounds. Yuan smiled and exhaled, answering that seeing him so ruthless made him feel relieved. Zio then pulled his hand towards the broken blade. Picking it up from the floor, he looked around. He saw Zioyu standing nearby with his head down. Then suddenly she raised her eyes when she heard Zio ask her if she could quit smoking. The girl, looking worriedly ahead, nodded her head several times. Zio began to walk forward, saying that these cigarettes are not very addictive, but as he knows, they add poppy seeds. Strike the floor with your blade. He added that Van also said that their share was very small. Stopping, he added that she could quit if she wanted. Then he grabbed his head and, closing his eyes, added that he wanted to clarify something. Although he was very handsome, it was impossible between them. Zioyu looked at him, puzzled, and then she said that she just treats him like a brother. The protagonist scratched the back of his head with a smile and, laughing, said that this was it. It turned out awkward. A second later, he grabbed his younger brother and, running to the side, shouted that this is what his stupid talk was leading to. Zioyu, watching this, covered her mouth with a smile and laughed. Suddenly a dark space appears in front of us, around which there are many bookshelves. In the center there is a table with a typewriter. Characters are quickly typed on the keyboard, and a message appears on the sheet that a side quest has been opened. The protagonist, smiling, thought that the side quest was a little interesting. A hand lifted a piece of paper over the table. The main character held a piece of paper in front of him. When he began to read the contents, he thought that the task was related to weapons and decided that it would be nice to get a new one. On the parchment it was written that since he lacked weapons, a side quest was opened, which was that he must receive 100 sincere thanks in order to unlock the weapon, and that also thanks could be used to exchange for items. Zio pursed his lips and looked down when he became indignant at the need to collect thanks, and sincere ones at that. The guy's attention was caught by another sheet of paper in the typewriter. It was written on the parchment that one thank you had been received from Zioyu, and that the unlocking of the weapon was 1/100th. Then the main character thought that the palace was quite accurate in its judgment, so he was glad that he saved not an insensitive person. The demon inside the guy rubbed his hands as he thought that it was a pity that instead of gratitude one couldn't collect negative emotions. Otherwise he would have tried so that in just a few minutes the whole city would be filled with negativity in his direction. Yuan was sitting at a table with a candle burning on it. Zio sat on the bed and asked the boy to thank him. Yuan opened his mouth slightly, sweat appeared on his face. He asked his brother what was wrong with him, since he asked so suddenly that the boy was already a little scared. Zio bared his sharp teeth and appeared behind the boy as he told him to speak up and not be afraid. Long dark hair covered his eyes as Yuan thanked the boy for always taking care of him. The main character smiled, clenched his fist in front of him and thought that he did not expect it to be so easy when a system notification appeared that he had received gratitude from the boy. Zio put his elbow on the table, rested his chin on his hand, and asked his brother to say thank you again. Sweat appeared on the boy's face as he weakly thanked the main character. Zio raised his hands to the place where the system alert should have appeared and did not understand why he did not receive anything this time. He pointed his finger at the boy and told him that he had not thanked him sincerely, and asked him to be sincere next time, and then added that sincerely meant it was from the bottom of his heart, and asked his brother to do it again. Yuan, sitting at the table, exclaimed words of gratitude, and Zio, standing next to him, told him that he was putting little feeling into it and ordered him to repeat it. The boy folded his palms in front of him and drawled out the word thank you. The main character crossed his arms over his chest, shook his head and replied that this was still wrong, and that first of all he should experience emotions. Suddenly Zio stretched his hand forward, smiled broadly and said that it worked this time and that he needed to do it again. Tears flowed down the boy's cheeks. He did not answer. A cartoon appeared with Zio and his brother with the caption that 2,000 years had passed. Yuan put his head on the table and asked the main character sitting on the floor if this was his ability, and then said that his abilities had a bad effect on his voice, and Zio at that moment was thinking that after half a night of work, he only got one sincere thanks. The guy grabbed his head with both hands and said that he needed to come up with something else. 2 coins fell onto the wooden table. The main character put his hands on the table and looked up. He took the coin in his hand and looked at it. It turned out that there was a heart on it. On the back was an inscription that she was grateful to him for being with her all her life and for giving her the courage to be who she was, and that she was grateful for what he shared with her as her destiny, and for the flowers that bloom and fall, and the promise that she will cherish them all. Zio raised his hand with the coin to his face as the melody enveloped him. The guy looked back, where there was some movement. He turned around and saw a large metal device behind him. The main character came up and began to examine it while he was thinking about what it was for. Zio saw 2 narrow holes. He looked down and thought about trying to throw a coin there. The guy raised his hand to the slot and placed a coin there. At the bottom of the device there was a shelf into which a black jar fell. The main character took it in his hand, looked at it and thought that it was medicine. That's what it said on the jar, and Zio continued to look at it and wonder if it was possible to tell what the medicine was for. Suddenly the guy opened his mouth and eyes wide. He found himself at home in front of the table at which Yuan was sitting. The boy opened his mouth wide and turned to his brother, asking what kind of magic he had done and why a small jar suddenly appeared in his hand. The main character was trying to open the medicine bottle while he was thinking that since there was only one word written on this medicine bottle, could it be a panacea? He used his fingers to remove the black contents from the jar and decided that it was worth a try anyway. Zio sat down, closed his eyes and brought his fingers with the ointment to the wound. He applied medicine to the cut. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that this was reckless because this substance could be poison. Suddenly, the main character's eyes widened when he realized that the wound no longer hurt. Zio grinned as he held the jar in his hand and thought that the anti-inflammatory medicine needs to be taken for 3 days in a row, but this cream works in one go, and that one anti-inflammatory medicine costs 200, which means that the cost of the ointment, if rounded up, is 100 millions. It was then that the guy decided that he had to figure out how to get as many thanks as possible. A crowd of children stopped at the entrance to the building early the next morning. 2 pairs of shoes stopped at a wooden fence. The man with glasses worriedly asked the guys in front of him what happened to them. Zio and Yuan stood with black eyes and their mouths slightly open when the youngest began to talk about what his brother wanted to do. The main character smiled broadly, pinched his brother's cheek, and replied that they were fine, they just didn't sleep well. The man with glasses opened his mouth and asked him if he had thought about what he would say today, because today was his first day as a teacher, to which the guy replied not to worry. The man in the tattered cloak touched his hand to the wooden table while he thought about how they need to find a way to collect a whole bunch of thank you coins, but he doesn't know how to do it. Zio spread his arms out to his sides as the crowd of children sitting in front of him greeted their new teacher. The main character came up with an incredible idea. His hand, wrapped in black tape, reached forward when the guy asked them about how they think it is difficult for teachers to give lessons. The guy closed his eyes and said that everyone can sit in the classroom, but the teacher stands all day. The children began to chatter when they were asked if they should thank the teacher and responded positively. The gray-haired man adjusted his glasses and nodded. In his heart, Zio smiled broadly when in reality he seriously said that from now on, instead of greeting, the children would thank the teacher, but he thought that he had cleverly come up with the idea that the students would thank him. The main character extended his hand in front of him when the children bowed their heads and told the students to try to do it all together because now is the beginning of the lesson. The guy looked up and thought about why nothing was happening, and how none of these little brats sincerely thanked the teacher. He touched the back of his head with his hand, closed his eyes and agreed that 9 times out of 10 life doesn't go according to plan, so he decided to come up with something else. The stone wall near the treetops was shrouded in fog. Zio stood at the board and drew an animal's face on it while he talked about how today they would talk about basic survival skills in the wild. One student began to yawn, and the other opened his mouth and looked forward. Another student gritted his teeth and touched his face with his hand while Zio was talking about how rabbits in the wild do not attack people, and that they are about the height of a person's shin, and have great strength, and the boy was thinking that this guy is too talks a lot and that he still hasn't finished the lesson. The main character smiled while he talked about how the children should be more careful because it is very difficult to survive in the wasteland. One student raised his hand and turned to the teacher, saying that if he did not finish the lesson, it would get dark outside and it would no longer be safe to return home. Zio nodded as his hand with the chalk froze at the blackboard. He closed his eyes and raised his hand as he said that safety comes first, and then ended the lesson. A crowd of people ran out of the building into the street, shouting thanks to the teacher. Coins began to fall onto the wooden table. The main character beamed and smiled when he thought that the effort was paying off. He was touched that due to such a long lesson, the students were grateful to him. Yuan was walking next to Zio when he asked him not to delay his lessons so much in the future. The main character closed his eyes and replied that he was ready to give his life for education, and asked what was wrong with being delayed a little. Yuan clenched his teeth and said that he could not continue like this because he would destroy the youth of their country. Zio grabbed his younger brother by the head and asked him what he might know because the guy received the coins, which means that the student's gratitude was sincere. The boy opened his eyes wide, pointed his finger forward and told his brother to look there. There was a crowd of people ahead. One man smiled widely while the main character was thinking that isn't it old man Liu, and that he went to be a guide. A man with glasses approached the guys and addressed Zio. He adjusted his glasses, opened his mouth and told him that he was a heartless little wolf to whom he recommended such a good job, but he did not agree. The main character opened his mouth, looked away and asked how he knew it would be a good job. The man with glasses grinned and replied that there are poor and noble people behind the walls of the shelter, but the poor will not be able to get out of there, and that these people who have free access to the territory of the shelter must be noble people. There was a high stone wall behind the guy when Zio realized that it was blocking not only the people outside, but also the people inside. He opened his eyes wide and looked to the side as he thought about how those inside the walls have a hard time getting out, but those outside are desperately trying to get inside by any means necessary. The man with glasses smiled and touched Zio as he said that he had heard from the staff that they were looking for a good guide from the trading city to take him beyond the wall so that they could use his services, and asked the guy about when else would he have it was such a wonderful opportunity. The main character looked to the side and remained silent when Yuan asked him why he didn't talk to those guys from the group again, because he was much better than that old man Liu. Zio turned his back to the bespectacled man and the boy and told him to get it over with and that it was time for them to go home. Near the door there was a wooden sign with hieroglyphs. Yuan pointed his finger to the side and tugged at his brother's cloak as he turned to him and asked if Sister Zioi was there. A girl with long hair spoke to a man through the window and said that her earrings were worth a lot of money, so could he give her more, and she was told that she didn't really need to sell things, because she could just become. At this point, he was interrupted by Zio, who put money in Zioi's hand and said that she didn't need to sell anything, because it was money for 3 anti-inflammatory pills. The girl's hand clenched the money as the guy replied that he was going to buy the medicine anyway, so she could take it, and that he didn't reject her kindness, but they shouldn't be so polite to each other in the future. The main character hit himself on the chest with his fist and said that if it weren't for the medicine that she gave them, he probably would have died, and that she didn't need to worry, because now, as long as he had meat, he would make sure that she had soup. Yuan touched his brother and told him in his ear that he had pronounced it wrong, because they usually eat meat together. But he said that while he eats meat, she will eat soup, and then the boy added that they don't have meat at home now. Standing behind him, Yuan nodded as Xiao looked determinedly and asked to be allowed to say differently. The protagonist pointed his finger at Xiao and exclaimed that in the future, if he has a full bowl of soup, then she will always have a bowl to wash it. The girl smiled, closed her eyes and replied that from now on she would wash the dishes and laundry for him. The man knelt down and began to beg the doctor to help his family. A man in a white coat stood next to the wounded guy while the man at his feet talked about how their family could not survive without him. The man looked down and asked what was the point of visiting a doctor if they couldn't afford it. Xiao and Yuan stood and watched as the door slammed shut in front of the kneeling girl. The main character opened his mouth, turned to his brother and said that he should remember this, because in front of him is their reality. Drops of rain began to hit the roofs when a voice said that acid rain was coming and that they should go home quickly. The girl and two guys ran in different directions, trying to hide from the rain. Yuan turned his head to Xiao and said that it is very easy for doctors to receive gratitude, because they all thanked the old doctor when he was still here. The main character lowered his hand when his brother said that it was a pity that he didn't know anything about medicine. The guy asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Xiao's eyes widened when he thought that even if he didn't know how to heal, he could learn. A piece of paper appeared above the typewriter when the main character added that if he became a doctor, he would be able to earn money and receive gratitude, and thus solve two problems at once. The door that led into the building was illuminated by the sun. Xiao sat against the wall of the house with a sign and thought that he didn't know what time the clinic usually opened, but it wouldn't hurt to come early. The clock struck 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the guy wondered if it was time for him to show up. The door opened slightly. The man in the robe came out, stretching and yawning. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and screamed. He stood on one leg next to the guy sitting on the ground and asked him what he was doing here, squatting, and Xiao told him to mind his own business and not pay attention to him. The man in the robe touched the door and said that if he wanted to see a doctor, he had to bring money, and that without it he could sit here all day. A piece of paper appeared in front of the main character, and he laughed when a system notification appeared that the target's skill would be learned at random. The guy's hand squeezed the sheet. An alert popped up asking if he wanted to learn the target's skill called Deception, which was randomly selected. The paper disappeared from Xiao's hand. He opened his eyes and mouth wide and thought that he was here to learn medicine, and that there was no point in learning Deception, and also that this random skill was too random. The main character turned his head and gritted his teeth as he thought about how this guy was so disgusting that he had a skill in Deception. The man in the robe was holding something in his hands when he turned his head and looked towards the guy. Sweat appeared on his face. He opened his eyes wide when he remembered that he knew Xiao, and thought that it was not for nothing that he seemed familiar to him, and that he was a well-known cruel guy in the city. The man was scared when he did not understand what he wants from him, because he didn't contact him. The main character pointed his finger at the system window in front of him and wondered what level of medicine this doctor had. In response, a message came with the words that from the information about the target it is known that he does not have any medical skills. Xiao clenched his fist and gritted his teeth as he protested that how could he be a doctor without medical skills. The guy threw a frying pan at the head of a man in a white coat and shouted at him that he had been making money from fraud all these years. The man began to cry and told the guy not to talk nonsense and that he was not deceiving anyone. Xiao turned around and walked away from the man in the white coat, holding the frying pan and touching his face with his hand, thinking that he would have to think again about how he could become a doctor without studying medicine. He looked at his hand and realized that the wound was almost healed. The guy remembered the metal device and smiled when he realized that he could heal cuts. The main character entered the house and asked Sister Xiaoyu what she was doing here. The girl was sitting on the bed and holding a black thing in her hands when she said that she saw that the clothes he was wearing were torn, and therefore came to sew them up for him. Yuan was carrying a plate in his hands as he passed by Xiao when he asked what he had in his hands, and he replied that it was Sister Xiaoyu who had prepared the porridge for them. The main character pinched his younger brother's neck and asked him if he had said thank you to the girl, to which Yuan replied that he had not said so yet. The boy bowed and thanked Xiaoyu, and the girl jumped up and told Xiao not to hit his brother, to which the boy replied that he could be spoiled with him, but he couldn't be like that with others. The girl sat down by the fire and put food on a plate while she told the main character standing next to him that it was time to eat because they were still growing. The guy opened his eyes wide and beamed when he thought that they had never been told that they were still growing. The girl handed Xiao the soup and told him to take the food and sit at the table. The guys bring the plates to their mouths with both hands. The main character looked at the sewn item and said that his sister knew how to sew very well, and then asked why she didn't come and help them when they opened a clinic for treating cuts. Things were lying on the table when a voice asked why he suddenly wanted to open such a clinic. The moon was shining above the house and the stars were shining when he replied that she would know about it when the time came. Xiao lay next to his brother with his hands behind his head. He closed his eyes. The guy opened the door saying that it was time to look at what he had received over the past few days. There were 3 coins in his hand when he said that he had exchanged his gratitude coins for a bottle of black medicine yesterday, and that he now had 3 left. The main character sat down on the table, smiled, and said that 1 gratitude is equal to 1 jar of black medicine, and 1 jar is enough for 3 people, and then added that in this case 1 and 3 is the right decision. He held the bottle in his hand while he thought that the more black bottles he bought, the more gratitude coins he would receive, and that he might be able to unlock his weapon faster. He turned his face to the wall when he decided it was time to sleep. The boy stood next to the girl, waving to his brother and asking him to be careful. Zio smiled and thought that those who take risks will definitely get what they deserve. While the pick was breaking the ground, he thought that tall trees are always the first to be blown by a strong wind. The man who was dripping with sweat turned his head to the side when the main character was thinking about what needs to be done so that people don't think that he wants to deceive them. The man opened his mouth and asked Zio what he was doing here, and then assumed that he was cutting the grass here. The guy crouched down and tried to pull out the plant while he thought that since he already had the medicine, he should cut a few blades of grass. He turned his head and grinned as he explained that it was to give the appearance of being a herbalist and not to come under suspicion. Zio approached the man with the herb and said that it was not a weed, but a medicinal herb, and when he asked again, the guy replied that if you add the herbs in different proportions and boil them, they can be used to heal wounds, and then he asked the man what he thinks about how the main character recovered from his previous injuries. The man opened his eyes wide and assumed that the guy endured everything by willpower. Several people stood at the entrance to the house. Zio sat by the fire and looked at the crowd outside. He opened his mouth and smiled. Men on the street stood and discussed among themselves. Birds were flying over the roof of the house. The main character gritted his teeth and looked away irritably when he thought about why no one was asking anything. The guy went out into the street and pointed his finger at someone from the crowd. The man pointed to himself and asked again, to which he was told to come over. He turned to look at the crowd as Zio stood in front of him. The main character hugged the man and told him to ask him what he was doing. The man opened his mouth and asked him a question. Zio smiled sweetly. He pointed to the dishes on the fire and replied that he was making an herbal medicine that not only had anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties, but also quickly healed wounds, and that he had previously hidden this from everyone. There was grass in the water when the guy exclaimed that today he finally realized his mistake and decided to share it with them. The men began to discuss among themselves that everyone knew that he simply endured everything out of character, and that no one would believe that he could treat anyone. When Zio exclaimed that he was going to open a clinic for treating cuts and called them to his place if someone will get hurt. When people turned away and began to leave, the main character thought that this was not normal, that no one cared about him. A man suddenly approached the guy. Zio saw his bandaged hand. He grabbed it and asked the man if he had injured his hand while working, and if he wanted to get excellent medicine. He was told that he didn't need anything. The main character put the man against the wall. Holding a can in his hand, told him to just think of it as an advertisement, and said that this time he would cure him for free. The guy waved to the man running away from him. When he entered the house, Ewan asked him why he was giving out medicine for free. Zio gritted his teeth and replied that he should not ask, and that next time it would be better to die than to repeat this, but thought that the beginning is always difficult, and that he should control himself because those who achieve great things achievements do not pay attention to little things. Birds flew over the stone wall the next morning. When Zio left the house, someone was waiting for him on the street. The main character opened his eyes wide and asked the man what he was doing here so early, because he hasn't been going out to catch sparrows lately. Old man Wang with glasses smiled widely and asked the guy if he had cured Tedu from the eastern part of the city yesterday. The main character closed his eyes when he learned the man's name. The guy crossed his arms and replied that he worked without intermediaries when Wang asked him if he still had the medicine and suggested that Zio give it to him and he would sell it. The man with glasses beamed, smiled widely and replied that he could sell him some then, and the guy said that he didn't seem to be injured. Wang raised his hand in front of him and said that yesterday Tedu felt that something was wrong, and wanted to know what kind of ointment the main character gave him, and decided to taste it. At that moment sweat appeared on Zio's face, and he asked if this black medicine could be taken orally. The man's glasses flashed when he said that Tedu took this black ointment and tumbled with his wife all night, and then asked the main character how much of this medicine he had, and where he got it. Zio closed his eyes and replied that he inherited it. The guy looked at the man with glasses, grinned and asked why he, a bachelor, needed this ointment. Van smiled and replied that the guy should not worry about it, and the main character put his hand in front of him and said that the price of introduction was 600. They put money in his hand and thanked him when a system notification appeared that he had received gratitude from a man with glasses. Zio looked after the smiling man indifferently. There was fog at the gate to the building. Van held a black jar in his hands and smiled. He handed the medicine to the man in the black suit, saying that he had brought this thing. An overhead view of the wooden shacks, Zio standing in front of the sign on his house. On the sign in front of the hero there is an inscription that this is a clinic for the treatment of cuts. The hero looks at it with pleasure and is glad that it is finally opening. 3 pairs of male legs, blood dripping on the ground, someone complaining that he can't do it anymore and that he's in damn pain and can't run anymore. 3 wounded villagers, one is bleeding from his arm, another is holding his shoulder, and the third is holding his leg. The man in the center, in a purple shirt, says that they need to hurry. The hero notices men passing by who are heading towards the charlatan's clinic. A man in a white jacket happily notes that they are already near the clinic. Zio's eyes begin to shine when he realizes that these are his first clients. A task window appears that says that the hero needs to save 3 patients. Zio thinks that he did not expect the first patient so soon. Zio puts his hand on his head, sighing and asking for an apology. He runs up with a sharp jerk towards the men, who have not even had time to notice him yet, grabs them from behind, jumping on them. The hero throws the wounded near his hut, tying them up. A man in a purple shirt, lying on the ground, asks the hero what he wants. MC stands with a serious face against the sky and says that the doctor at the clinic they were going to see is a charlatan, and he is trying to save their lives. Zioyu leaves the house, looking at what is happening. The hero shouts to her that they have patients to treat. The lady approaches the lying men, asking what happened and whether they got involved in a group fight. A man in purple, holding his stomach, explains with pain in his voice that the boiler at the factory exploded and that they were lucky to escape with minor injuries and were able to run to them on their own. But someone died on the spot. An exploded boiler, mountains of corpses lying on the ground, smoke coming from everywhere. The hero thinks that in their times, if someone gets hurt, then no one will run to save someone for free. The gloomy face of the hero is close up. He continues his thought, thinking that most likely people will wait for your death and take away what belonged to you. The hero with a satisfied face holds the purple man and looks at his sister, telling her that she first needs to disinfect the needles and sew up the wounds of the men. The sister asks what it means to sew, to which the hero calmly replies that it is like sewing up clothes and it is not difficult. With worry on her face, Zioyu straightens her hair and says that she is ready to do it. The needle warms up in a woman's hand over a candle. The sister inserts a hot needle into the man's arm. The man screams in a frenzy of pain. His whole face is distorted. He turns to Zioyu and shouts that he can understand that she heated the needle to sterilize it, but couldn't she have waited for the needle to cool down before stitching? MC replies with a happy face that everyone makes mistakes sometime. Their nurse is not entirely familiar with the process on her first day and will get better with time. MC sticks his fingers into the medicine, about to take some from the jar, and says it's time for the medicine. The hero with a predatory face turns to the men, saying that his medicine is very valuable, but he will not charge them much and that it will cost them the same as in the clinic, namely 600. Zio hugs the man, holding his medicated fingers over his shoulder. He says that for his work the man gets 2,000 or 3,000 a month, so he should be able to pay 600 for his life. The man, clearly afraid of the hero, says that I agree, the hero just needs to go easy on him. One of the patients stands up from his seat with a sharp movement, preparing to run. He runs out of the shack, attracting the attention of his colleague and hero, who says that escaping from his clinic is not so easy. The man in the gray shirt is also about to give up, but the hero grabs him by the shoulder, saying that the patient has escaped and Sister Zioyu needs to sew up the wound of the man in gray first. Zio runs out of his blade at great speed, catching up with the escapee. Zioyu, folding his arms on his chest, asks the man in gray if he also wants to run away, and if he also wants to run, then she will sew him up later, to which the man, looking down glance, replied that no, he would not run and let his sister stitch it up. An escaped man leans on some shack, breathing heavily. MC grabs the man who thought he had gotten away and says that it's good that he runs fast. The man turns around in horror, and his brain begins to work at increased speed, trying to comprehend what is happening. The hero asks how far the man is going. With a dissatisfied face, Zio towers over the man and says that it is time for them to go get treatment. The hero carries a man on his shoulder, where 2 people are already lying calmly, resting on a mattress. He says that they have returned. Zioyu sews up the hand of the man who was just brought in. He sighs, enduring the pain. The 3 of them lie on the mattress. The escapee notices that nothing hurts anymore and it seems that the medicine is really working. The task window reports that the task is completed and the hero's reward is 1 point each of strength and dexterity. A task window pops up in front of the hero, where it is written that his new task is to cure 10 patients. The hero thinks that this turns out to be a chain of tasks. Night falls and the crescent moon glows brightly above the shack. A view of a shack with a light on inside and someone shouting that something terrible has happened and that wolves have broken into the town. Zioyu and Yun wake up and try to understand what happened. The brother asks MC if the wolves will come to the trading city. Close up of the hero's serious face, He says that wolves are smarter than you might think, so they won't risk coming to the city. The wolves surround the plant, and the hero says that they were most likely attracted by the bloody smell in the place where the boiler exploded. MC says with a straight face that after all, they have a wall standing behind them to support them. Ewan looks at his brother blankly. The view moves away and the younger brother asks how Zio survived when he met the wolves and says that he never told him that. The hero closes his eyes, thinking how to answer him. But they are distracted by a loud scream that scares them both. Someone shouts that they need to gather everyone and that no one lags behind. The hero quickly raises his hand to the burning incense in his home, while someone's voices say that the enemy has been discovered outside. MC extinguishes the candle and he and his brother stand in pitch darkness. Close up of MC's tense face. Ewan asks what is bothering his brother. The hero's back. He gloomily asks what will happen if one day the wall collapses. The sister, screaming, asks if the wall can even collapse, to which the hero replies that he doesn't know, but notes that there is nothing eternal in this world. The gates open and the wind rushes out of them in a furious stream. A crowd of armed people in camouflage uniforms, armed with rifles, emerges from the gate. Close-up of soldiers passing by shacks. The brothers peek around the corner of the door of their shack. Ewan asks if the soldiers have weapons on their backs, to which the brother replies that the younger one should not ask too many questions. Offended and dissatisfied, the younger one asks if he still has marital status in their house. Without looking back, the hero with a serious face replies that the younger one should not think about it too much, and that his place in the family is simply to live. Two soldiers walk behind each other. The one in front stretches his back, asking if they can't just go back if only a few people died in the factory, and complains that they will now have to kill wolves all night. The second soldier walking behind, shouting, replies that he should shut up, because this is a task from above and he needs to stop complaining. But the one walking in front, carefree, answers, asking what his colleague is afraid of, because the officials do not hear them, and they, most likely, are still in bed with women. A close-up view of the weapon that is hanging on the soldier's back. MC thinks that his study skill is very useful and he knows everything about their weapons, and that once he can get his hands on the weapon, he will immediately be able to use it. View of the ever-retreating soldiers walking among the shacks. The hero, coming out of the corner, tells his brother that he is going to Sister Zio this evening and that he will return when Zio returns. Ewan shouts at his brother's back, asking where he is going. But with a sharp movement, the hero runs away from his shack without answering his brother. The quack doctor pushes, trembling all over, and thinks that something is not working. He sits with his pants down near some stone, sighing heavily. The hero runs at great speed through the shacks. He runs past the charlatan who is sitting behind a tree with a newspaper in his hands, and he notices him. Close up of the charlatan's tense face, he thinks what the hero is doing here at such a time. Zio runs to the factory, from which smoke is pouring out. Close up of the hero running, he thinks that the factory manager was armed with a gun, but he was still attacked by the wolves, and that perhaps he did not expect the wolves to come and did not have time to get his weapon. The hero's face is even closer up. He thinks that it seems to him that the pistol should still be at the factory. A view of the plant, the sky above which has turned red and is obscured by rising smoke. MC stops abruptly, noticing something, and sweat starts pouring down his cheek. The soldiers stand, holding their weapons at the ready, opposite the wolves. A mountain of bodies lies between them, and someone shouts that they need to be vigilant. Wolves are close up, their eyes glow blue, and drool flows profusely from their mouths. The soldiers, who are starting to sweat, can see that they have just fired a clip. From the smoke that comes from their weapons, MC notices that the wolves are not at all afraid of bullets. People standing behind the soldiers shout at them to get down to business. A man in a business suit grabs a soldier by the shoulders and shouts for him to shoot. A shot is fired, the bullet hits the paw of one of the wolves, and a trace of pain appears on his face. The wolves look at the reader and begin to walk towards the soldiers. Immediately, many wolves jump up and attack the soldiers from above. The man who just fired the shot screams in horror. You can see how the wolf cuts the soldier's head. A huge stream of blood flies through the shadows. MC, meanwhile, begins to bypass the firefight, moving through the courtyards of the plant. Around one of the corners he sees a battle going on. Blood is spraying from someone, and the hero thinks that a private army is fighting the wolves and all the personnel have been recalled, so the side of the factory in which he is now must be safe. The hero stands with his back to the concrete slab and carefully looks out of it. There are several bodies lying behind the slab, and there is blood all over the floor. He looks at the lying body and thinks that, judging by the appearance of the bodies, the wolves killed everyone in one fell swoop, and in his thoughts he rejoices that he escaped them. Zio, with determination in his eyes, looks up and thinks that he needs to get inside and check. He looks at the tall factory building and begins to move towards it, the legs of a hero preparing to jump. MC starts jumping on boxes to climb up to the fire escape and clings to it. He begins to climb up the fire escape. He jumps onto the roof and sits down, leaning his hands on it. Standing on the roof, Zio looks around, peering into the windows on the roof to see what is below. Close up of the hero, thoughtful face, he thinks that he needs to hurry. He looks back at what is happening below, where people are fighting, and then puts on his hood. Drawing out his bone dagger, he slashes downward with the blunt end. He breaks the window below him and falls among the shards of glass, lands down on his haunches, resting his hands on the floor. Looking around and shaking off the glass shards, Zio thinks that he is finally inside. He calmly removes the hood from his head, standing among the dead bodies. The hero's back, he looks at the bodies lying on the floor here and there, and thinks that it looks like there was a battle here. But for some reason all the bodies are directed in one direction, and notices that in a critical situation, people run either to safe places or to places where weapons are stored. Few of the stairs leading down, it is covered in blood. Zio goes down the stairs, walking around the corpses, and notices some red light from below. A close-up of his face, he thinks that this is most likely a shelter in case of emergencies. A stone door with 3 red lamps on top. Under the door of the shelter lie torn bodies, some of which are leaning against the door. Zio touches the door and, not understanding himself, asks if the door is locked. He knocks on the door with his hand. He leans against the door, trying to hear something. Someone presses a button with their hand and the door begins to open slightly, which MC notices, thinking that someone is opening the door. Rushing under the door, Zio notices a man in a business suit holding a gun in his hand. He asks if a man has come here to save him. Suddenly, the man in businesslike looks changes when he realizes that the person who came here is not from the army. Zio slides in front of the man, looking at him with anger in his eyes. The man points a gun at MC, bares his teeth and shouts that it means a little thief has come to him, who took advantage of the explosion, and adds that he knows that the one who came is Zio from the trading city. The hero stands up and examines the man and realizes that it is Wang Dingyang, and asks himself if he is not the manager of the factory. Wang, with a sharp movement, keeping Zio in sight, closes the door of the shelter. Zio looks at the door as it closes and realizes that Wang wants to trap him there. He, at this time, takes the pistol in both hands and with an evil grin looks at the hero, who is looking at him with an equally evil face. MC realizes that the manager has a weapon in his hands and tightly grips his blade in his hands. The pistol is on safety. The hero notices this and a smile spreads on his face. He, in a questioning pose, raises his hands and stands at full height opposite Wang and says that isn't Wang Dingyang in front of him. The hero begins to walk towards the manager and asks why he is here alone, to which he receives a short answer that the hero cannot come closer. The hero's face becomes so angry that the veins on his forehead begin to bulge. He shouts that the manager is crazy, and that he was the first to run into the shelter, after which he closed the door, not letting the rest of the people in. Wang, holding the gun tightly, shouts that a poor man like Zio shouldn't be asked so many questions, and continues, shouting that Zio needs to take him back to the city so he can save his life. The hero, with an evil smile, asks if the manager wants to save his life, and continues, saying that he will be afraid that he will tell the truth about how he abandoned everyone in order to survive himself. The manager begins to have a drop of sweat running down his cheek, and he doesn't stop grinning, asking how the hero knows this. Zio, with a playful face, raises his finger up and declares that no one knows his son better than his father, to which Wang is lost, not understanding what the hero is leading to. Wang, no longer grinning, but just angry, shouting, doesn't the hero think that he doesn't dare to kill him? View from above, of Wang and Zio standing opposite each other. The manager shouts that he will shoot the hero and will continue to wait for the army to arrive, and that he is a man from behind the wall, and that means that the army must come to the rescue. The hero jumps and makes a dash towards the manager and with a dissatisfied face asks if the manager doesn't know that his weapon is on safety. The manager frantically realizes the MC's words and looks back at his gun. The hero cuts the manager's hand with a sharp blow and the other snatches the pistol from his hand. He sharply pushes the manager towards the wall with his blow, presents the blade of his blade to the area of the manager's heart. Blood begins to flow from the latter's mouth, and he stands, frantically looking at the blade, which is stained with his blood flowing down the blade. Van, with a look full of pleading, with blood flowing from his mouth, says that he asks the hero to let him go and that he can tell him where his property is hidden. The hero, with a serious face, says that Van must speak first and then he will let him go. Van, with one eye on the blade that is moving away from him, thinks that MC is still young and that he can deceive him by simply stalling for time until the private army comes to his aid. The hero holds the blade in front of Vaughn, asking if he wants to stall for time, and continues by saying that his lungs have long been pierced by the bone knife, and even if he returns, how long does he think he will last, and states that there is no reason for the hero did not make his fate easier. With a sharp blow, MC pierces the manager's chest, causing him to scream. He sharply removes the knife from the manager's chest, shaking it off from the blood. He sits down opposite the manager's body, searching it. 2 clips in Zio's hand, he thinks that the fact that the manager had 2 extra clips was just right for him. The hero passes by the bodies, heading towards the exit, and thinks that he must get out of there as soon as possible, and that perhaps the army to rescue Wang Dingyang is already on the way. Exhaling from fatigue, Xiao enters his shack. Yuan stands opposite his brother, with his arms extended towards him, and joyfully says that he has finally returned and asks if he is injured, to which Xiao replies that everything is fine and asks if anything happened in the city while he was gone and whether the military returned. Yuan grabs and examines his brother's hand, saying that some of them returned with some wounded, to which the brother is indignant, saying that he shouldn't be touched and that everything is really fine with him. Xiao sits down at the table and pours himself some water from the kettle. The younger one tells him that they also brought the corpses of their teammates and wild wolves and that the remaining people are said to have continued on their way to the factory. Xiao takes a sip from his glass, thinking that it seems that guns still have a deterrent effect on wolves and that against a private army with guns, the wolves' chances of winning are still too low. Soldiers enter the settlement in cars. They get out of the car, shouting that everyone needs to get out. People come out and look at the soldiers, wondering what is happening. The soldier shouts, holding a weapon in his hands, that everyone who says who left the city today will be given a big reward. Xiao and his brother look out of the shack, leaning on its door with their hand. Close up of Xiao's face, he thinks why the military came to them and that he disguised the wound before leaving as if the manager was injured by a wolf, and that an ordinary person would not be able to distinguish the wounds, and thinks that maybe the military found out that Wang's gun was missing, which means they suspected something. The hero's memories of how he leaves the factory, holding a pistol in his hand. The soldiers rudely question the people, and Xiao realizes that they are looking for a gun. Someone from the crowd raises his hand and shouts that he knows who came out in the middle of the night. The quack doctor shouts that it was Xiao and that he saw it with his own eyes. He turns and points his finger in the hero's direction, shouting that it is him. The hero's eyes are close up, sweat begins to flow down his cheeks. The soldier points in the hero's direction, instructing his subordinates to search Xiao. Old man Wang rushes out of his seat, waving his arms and shouting that Xiao is the same guy that Boss Luo asked to keep an eye on over the wall, and that they can't treat him like that. The head military man asks what old man Wang means, to which he replies that they can ask Boss Luo themselves why he is being looked after, but he has no right to speak. The military man remembers a man with a red shirt and rings on his fingers, realizing who Boss Luo is. He raises his head to look at old man Wang and shouts that even if Xiao is one of Boss Luo's men, then this is a serious matter and that the culprit must be found. After which he will personally go in the evening to make amends to Boss Luo and explain everything. The soldiers grab MC, they run their hands around, looking for something under his clothes, which displeases Xiao. The military tries to enter the brothers' shack and Yuan, clutching a knife, shouts that they cannot enter. But the older brother looks around, shouting to him that he needs to let the military through. The younger one has a confused face and is trembling. The charlatan smiles, looking at what is happening and grins. The soldiers enter the shack and begin to search for something in it. The younger one, looking from behind the door, watches as the soldiers throw things around in search of something. He clenches his palms and prays that they won't find anything. One of the soldiers begins to lift MC's frying pan, but the chief military man, clearing his throat, asks if they found anything. To which the soldiers look back at their boss, unanimously saying that no. One of them lifts the frying pan, not noticing a pistol in its shadow, and they say that this house is so empty that even if a pistol was hidden there, they would found it a long time ago. The main military man says that it is time for them to leave and the soldiers head out. The view from under the frying pan, under which the pistol lies, of the departing soldiers. Yuan sighs, the tension and anxiety disappearing. The soldiers stop searching the hero, and he stands with his hands raised, with a dissatisfied face. Xiao looks back at the quack doctor with a displeased face, causing him to jump up. Old man Wang comes up to Xiao and tugs on his shoulder, saying that it seems to him that he shouldn't have interfered and it looks like everything is fine with them, to which MC responds with gratitude. The old man smiles, laughingly saying that if it weren't for Boss Luo's admiration for Xiao, he would not have dared to stand up for him. MC looks up at the old man, asking what Boss Luo is doing and asking how he knows him. The old man, leaning close to the hero, says that Boss Luo is a representative of the consortium beyond the 113th wall and that he is simply delighted with his medicine. Xiao suddenly realizes that Wang sent his black medicine right beyond the wall. Holding the hero's shoulder, the old man continues, saying that Boss Luo said that from now on, if he delivers the portion on time every month, then he will guarantee that there will be no problems in the future outside the walls. Xiao looks around, asking if Wang could talk to Boss Luo and get them behind the wall. The old man wrinkles his face with displeasure, saying that they are all polluted people and how can they get behind the wall, and asks, saying that who will collect herbs for Boss Luo in the field if MC gets behind the wall. Wang sighs, saying that he also wants to get inside, and Xiao understands that if this Boss Luo still wants to benefit from him, then he would not let him go beyond the wall. Yuan, holding his head, approaches his brother, addressing him. He grabs him by the jacket with a trembling hand, sweat streaming down it. Xiao looks back at his brother, who has already simply fallen down. He looks down in horror and screams his brother's name, realizing what happened. The hero sits on the bed, touching his hand to his brother lying next to him. Xiao frowned and looked at him, telling him not to be so stupid. He might die from this fever. He thought that his brother had made a wish again to save him and would get hit back. Yuan opened his eyes and said, "But what if something happened to him?" The girl squeezes water out of a towel. She placed it on the boy's head. He turned his head, looking at her, and asked for forgiveness for causing her problems. She touched the towel on the boy's head and said with a smile that the two of them were just big kids. But if they weren't more mature than other kids, they wouldn't be alive now. He added that basically his brother is amazing. The hero looks thoughtfully at his brother, whom the girl is caring for. Xiaoyu and the boy turned around as the boy got out of bed and told them not to worry. He would lead them all to a good life. A doorway, a faint light inside the hut, a basket hanging on the wall. Yuan asked if it was really him. It was so cheesy. The sun illuminates the entrance to the house. The guy bent down, moved the fabric hanging over the doorway with his hand, and held a bucket in his other hand. He raised his head with a question. They called out to him and congratulated him. A man with glasses stands in front of him, holding a box in his hands, smiling, and asked if he hadn't heard that Tong was scared to death last night and ran away with the money, and now he is the only doctor in the city. The man extended his hand to him, said that the manager behind the wall had allocated Xiao Tong house, and he could move there today. He added that he had prepared a small gift for the brothers. The guy was surprised. The man put a box in his hands and said, "They are growing, so let them eat this to support their bodies." Xiao asked what it was. He opened the box. There was a nest on a white cloth. The man explained that this was a swallow's nest, which he had kept for many years. It was an excellent tonic. The guy took it with 2 fingers, looked to the side, said that he heard Teacher Zhang say that swallows' nests are held together by liquid, and that he thought that ordinary water should not be so viscous, so most likely the swallow uses for this your saliva. The man raised an eyebrow, sweat running down his face, looking puzzled. Xiao, with a sly smile, hands the nest to the man. He put his hands forward, loudly said that he should not give it to him and not be so disgusting. He added that there is also a bloodbird's nest, and asked what her nest is made of. Then, as he thinks, the hero suggested that it was from sputum with blood, and admitted that he was just joking. Let him not pay attention. The man put his hand on the guy's shoulder, suggested without further ado that he get straight to the point, said that Xiao had not gone to buy herbs for the last few days, so that black medicine should soon run out. He asked if this was so. The guy looked at him thoughtfully. The man shuddered. Xiao said, "Didn't he buy it recently?" He pushed the hero away with his hand. The hero smiled. He said loudly that the guy knew that he bought it for the big man behind the wall. Xiao turned away. Picking his nose, the man raised his fist, asked him not to pretend to be stupid, because without him sending the medicine, the hero would not have been able to get the clinic for almost nothing. The hero has a small black cylindrical box in his hand. He offered 12 for it. The man snatched the box from his hand, putting money in another, shouted that it was sold, in a notification of gratitude from Wank. Van leaves, waves his hand at the guy. The hero thought that he was quite interesting and sincerely thanks him. The man advised him to pack his things and move. Many have already had their eyes on that brick house. The hero with his younger brother and girl approach a brick house. They stand in front of the door. On the left there is a wooden table with an inscription. They entered and looked at the wall where the red tapestry hung. The boy pointed his finger up and asked his brother to look at the banner hanging in the center. There is an inscription embroidered on the banner with golden threads. Xiao squinted and read, "Skillful hands bring it back to life." He frowned. A screen appeared with a quest chain and a question asking if he wanted to continue rescuing 10 patients. He agreed. He turned around. Behind him a man put his hand on the shoulder of a woman in a pink jacket. They need a doctor. The guy turned to them, folded his hands, smiling broadly, and asked what injuries they had. He allowed himself to tell them that it was the right decision to come to him. The man put his hand on the woman's stomach, said that this is wonderful. His wife is 4 months pregnant. This morning her stomach suddenly hurt a little. He was afraid that something had happened, so he came for advice. The guy, smiling, hesitantly asked for advice. He was petrified when he realized she was pregnant. He closed his eyes, hand on his chin, frowned, thought this was a little difficult. The couple became nervous when the guy asked who to save, the mother or the child. The man clarified, to save. They closed their eyes, knitting their eyebrows, misunderstanding and fear on their faces. They fell upside down. Xiao scratched the back of his head, apologized with a smile, said that he knew nothing about gynecology, and it would be dishonest for him to continue to deceive them. He put his hands on the shoulders of the couple standing opposite him, said that they could borrow a few books from Mr. Zhang at school, and should not take any pills. He remembered that pregnant women should not take medicine. If they still don't understand something, they can ask Teacher Zhang. They looked at each other in bewilderment. The guy waves his hand, wishing all the best. The man looked around awkwardly. The woman admitted that she felt Zio was a little better than the previous doctor, who was afraid that she would not buy his medicine when she was sick last time, and in the end she did not feel better even after taking it. They bowed, thanking him. The guy looked up in surprise. On the glowing screens both thanks were from the woman. He closed his eyes, lowered his head, did not expect that with a little hint he would earn 2 thanks just like that. He goes back into the house and decided that from today he will treat what he knows, and what he doesn't know, he doesn't know. The boy takes away a basin of water. Zio examines the hand of the man lying on the bed. He told him to be patient, called his sister. 9 out of 10 patients were saved. The girl sews up a wound on her hand. He shouts that it hurts a lot. The guy bowed to the man and the elderly woman, wished them all the best, let them come again. They stuttered and answered, okay. He thought, is it normal to say something like that to a doctor? They bowed. Zio waved his hand, told the man when he returned, let him tell his mother to drink more boiled water. He received thanks from the man and a reward of 1 strength. The task of the next stage to save 20 patients. Zio stands with his back against the dark blue background, thought that the difficulty had increased again, and asked the palace for his current strength and agility scores. A guy in a room with blue walls with gold ornaments, on the screen strength 5.5 and agility 4.1. He thought, not bad. Ewan holds a box of surgical instruments and said to his brother, why don't he treat all these patients? It's also money. The guy raised his hands, put the bottle on the top shelf, asked what he would do if he didn't know how to treat them. Complicating their illness would be even worse. He held his hand on the shelf, looked back, added that the previous doctor also did not know how to treat, but still treated patients. Palm on the cabinet, looking at his brother standing opposite. He said that they cannot follow his example. What happened to him now? No one helped him when he was in trouble, so it is important to have at least a drop of humanity. Ewan looked up, frowned, and objected that if something happened to them, then there would be no one to help them. Now many would only be glad if something happened to them. Zio put his hand on his shoulder. He bowed his head and tried to break free, but his brother held him tightly. Zio leaned towards the boy and said seriously, don't let the sadness of their age become his sadness. Ewan furrowed his eyebrows, a bead of sweat on his face, looking at him. A man looked out from behind the door. The hero turned his head, was surprised, and he turned to the doctor. A man in a blue jacket stands with his shoulders raised, timidly said that he seems to have a big problem, asked to look at it and leave everything a secret. The man began to sweat. Ewan looked displeasedly at his brother, who, barely holding back a smile, asked what was wrong with him and added that he would not treat him if his baby was no longer standing. He asked not to talk nonsense. He entered the room and closed the door behind him. He turned around, narrow eyes, a grin, said that he would demonstrate, just don't let them be scared. Menacing look of the guy, silent. The man raised his head, his cheeks puffed out. Zio covered his mouth with his hand, and the man standing opposite spat out something. There is a large glowing bubble in front of the hero. He was surprised, that's all. The bubble burst. A whirlwind of light. The guy covered his head with his hand. Ewan was scared. The flow of air knocked Ewan off her feet. Zio covered himself with his hands and resisted. The boy is sitting on the floor and calls out to his brother standing in front. The clouds of smoke dissipate. The man leaned over and put his hands forward to protect himself. Zio thought the power was not very strong, but it is definitely not something that can be done with an ordinary saliva bubble. He looked at him and said that he thought that he was not sick, but simply had some kind of supernatural powers. A drop of sweat on the man's cheek, leaned forward slightly, asked in surprise, is it the same as turning into a train out of thin air or something like that? Has unusual abilities awakened in him? Zio answered in the affirmative. He bowed low, thanked the doctor and said that he would return to his parents and tell them. The guy received thanks from him. Night, home of the hero. The brothers are lying on the bed. Zio is on his back. He puts his hands behind his head. He thinks that people with abilities are starting to appear in small trading cities. Will these times really change dramatically soon? He closed his eyes, smiled, thought, the world is becoming more and more dangerous. It's good that he has a palace. Today he has collected a lot more thanks. He hopes to unlock the weapon as soon as possible. Someone grabbed the stone fence with his hand. There was a rustling sound. The guy sat down on the bed and became wary. A group of men climbs over the fence. They jumped to the ground. A shadow fell on them and they looked up. In front of them, Zio with glowing red eyes crossed his arms over his chest and said hello. They were scared and screamed. The guy kicked the man below the belt. He fell to the ground. Others stand nearby, looking at the hero. The victim raised his head and shouted, why did they get up? Let them attack. They raised their fists and went at the hero. Zio looks at them with a stern look. A month in the sky, a house behind a stone fence. They fell to their knees in front of him, touching their heads to the ground, asking for mercy and to spare their lives. He raised his head, looked down, and asked who sent them here. Soldiers in camouflage with bulletproof vests and weapons. One of them knocks on the door with persistent requests to open it. Zio turned his head, gritted his teeth, and thought about who else was brought here, that everyone couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. The guy opened the door slightly. The man said that there was a search order. The soldiers are perplexed and silent. The guy asked what it was. Zio stands at the door with a banner around his neck, smiling, asking if he can find out why they are all gathered here so late. The soldiers laugh. They say he uses the banner for protection. He is crazy. The hero in profile, eyes closed, smiling. He thought that they would not continue the search after seeing the banner. The man pointed his finger forward and ordered a search. He pushed the hero aside. Soldiers entered the house. Zio asked if they didn't conduct a search last time. He shouted back that the last time was the last time, and this time was this time. The hero looks at his back with irritation. Men are sitting against the wall, trying to get into the house. The soldier unties their hands. The main one shouts, "What a bunch of losers." They were sent here to look for weapons, and not only did they not find it, they were also captured. He looked back at Zio, who turned his head to the side, humming a song. The man said with a serious face that his name was Wang Qinjiang, and if Zio wanted to express his dissatisfaction through Boss Luo, let him say his name. The guy smiled nervously and said, "Oh well, did they do anything?" He wondered if this person might have something to do with Wang Dingyang. The soldiers leave the house. No firearms were found. The guy thought, and if this is so, will he let him go so easily? There were soldiers lined up behind Qinjiang. He looked at Zio and said, "Until they catch the one who stole the firearms, he will continue to check," then warned him to be careful, gave the order to leave. The man put his hand on the hero's shoulder and said that if he had been born behind the wall. The guy looked around. Songyang removed his hand and, leaving, said, then he would become an excellent soldier, not like this heap of garbage. The car's headlights are on. The soldiers are leaving. Zio is standing outside the house, thinking that fortunately he hid his gun on the mountain when he was collecting herbs 2 days ago. He closed his eyes and exhaled. This murder had really caused him a lot of trouble. The hero's stone house, early the next morning. The brothers were in bed, opened their eyes, woke up from exclamations. Everyone looked. The group returned. They left the house. Yuan asked if they weren't only away for a week. Why did they come back so soon? Zio guessed a week or so. People are getting out of a military SUV. In front is a soldier with a bandaged hand. The boy said they were all clean and healthy before leaving. Now, one is dirtier than the other. Zio thought that in such a time they would not have reached the foot of Jing Mountain. The only danger that could stand in their way was wolves. The wounded are passing by the hero. He thought that the wolves came here just at the time of their departure. What did they encounter then? He looked to the side and noticed that, judging by the extent of the damage, only his clothes. Among the soldiers, there was a girl with long dark hair and a cap and hood, her hands in the pockets of her jacket. He thought she was completely comfortable with weapons and seemed to really be much better than the rest. Yuan, standing next to the guy, looked to the side and asked if they were going to Old Man Wang. The jeep is at the fruit stand, he replied. Most likely, after all, his recommended guide seemed to have returned back. Something must have happened to him along the way. A girl with long white hair with braids and dark glasses, a short top and a skirt and a robe, took off her hood, indignantly said what kind of guide he found for them. They drove around for 3 days and didn't even find the right direction. Van asked in fear, and then what? Where is he now? The guy watches their conversation from afar. She replied that she doesn't know. Something bit him in the river. When they found him, he was already cold. Zio thought the river is outside the city. He had never heard of anything like that. The girl pursed her lips and looked at Wang, who said that he told her right away that if she wanted to get to the mountain, she had to find Zio. And she didn't believe him then. But now the guy doesn't have time to work as her guide. He still has to work for Boss Luo. She asked if he had a relationship with Boss Luo. She frowned. There were wavy lines from her head, and asked if he was talking about that boy who was not okay with his head. The man replied that yes, it was him. The heroes are standing opposite each other. She asked, only he can transport people across the mountain. Van answered, right. The man waves his hand at her. The girl and the soldier get into the car. She shouted, we need to go back behind the wall. Van thought with relief, finally leaves. He turned his head and noticed Zio. The guy goes into the house. The man puts his hand forward, runs after him, saying that this time he helped him get rid of the group, and they should thank him for that. The guy looked at him angrily. The man asked with a smile if he still held a grudge, and added that it was very kind of him to recommend Zio in the first place. Wang spread his hands. Zio, standing opposite, asked what about him going himself. He would draw him a map of the route, and he would take them there. Most likely, this would allow the man to get behind the wall. He objected that he did not have such skills, and then what will happen to his son if he goes there? Wang arched his eyebrow. The guy angrily said that the man has a son, and he has a brother and sister, and if he dares to recommend him to them again, he will send Yuan and Zio to eat and drink at his expense. The man assured that he does it for his own good, and if he were 20 years younger, he would do it. Yuan stands between them, confused. The hero asked for his own good, and answered that he thanks his entire family. Wang said that then he thanks all 8 generations of Zio's ancestors. The man stands with his teeth clenched. The guy turned away, looked up with a grin, and saw that he had received thanks from Van. They turned their heads when they heard the man screaming loudly, for which he was being arrested. The soldiers lead a man in a blue jacket by the arms. He asks to leave him alone. His mouth was slightly open. The hero looked to the side, asked what they wanted. Van replied that he didn't know. The guy wondered if someone else had discovered this man's ability to spit bubbles. The soldier pointed the machine gun at the civilians and ordered them to retreat. Frightened, Old Man Wang asked what was going on there, noting that although this child was a little mischievous, he had not made any big mistakes. The soldier pointed a gun at the merchant and ordered him to get off the road. Van fell on the main character. Xiao wondered why they captured Zhang Beijing. Frowning, he wondered if this had anything to do with superpowers. Lowering his head, the merchant declared that it was all over and the boy was finished. The main character asked why he said that. Xiao's face was surprised. Van reported that he heard that last night this guy demonstrated his superpowers and his rat friends reported on him. He noticed that everyone behind the walls was checking people with superpowers, fearing that they might pose a threat. He looked at Xiao and asked him to ask what he would do if someone was a threat to him. Frowning, the main character replied that he would kill this man. Turning around, Van noted that everything is not as simple as he thinks, and he heard that a mental hospital for people with superpowers was organized inside. He imagined doctors standing over a man in an operating room. Wang emphasized that they use various tools to study them. He approached the main character and said that if he or Yuan had any superpowers, he should not let outsiders know about them. Looking at the merchant's back, Xiao accepted his words. The main character turned sharply at the cries that someone was being killed. The guy was chopping people with an axe, shouting that they had betrayed Beijing with their cheap tongues. Holding an axe in his hands, the man asked why he should feel sorry for them. The guy stabbed him in the back. The stranger, with the last of his strength, stabbed the axe into the guy's head. The woman watched the bloody battle. She lay down on her husband's corpse and began to cry. She asked how she could continue to live if Beijing and he were not in this world. The stunned protagonist watched as the woman cut her throat. Looking at the many corpses, Wang said that, alas, Beijing was an only child in the family, and if something happened to him, his parents would not be able to survive, and it was no one's fault that he began to boast of strength. A crowd of people started shouting that if his father really had a backbone, he could break through the wall and there was no point in killing the informer. Turning around, the merchant said that they were very tactless. Frowning, Xiao cried out that this is a very vile world. He stood against the wall next to Zhang. Looking down, the main character stated that today he would like to tell his students about how to confront people. Holding a cigarette in his hands, the teacher replied that for many years, he taught them to resist the natural environment because he did not want them to consider their own kind as imaginary enemies. Looking away, he noticed that he already knew what happened today. Frowning, Zhang said that the misfortune of others should not concern them. He suggested we talk about it. Xiao thought about it. He looked into the classroom. Taken aback, the main character wondered what they were doing. A crowd of children stood around Yuan. Xiao asked in his mind whether his superpower had been revealed. The girl stood over Yuan with a dissatisfied look and asked him to talk to Xiao so that he would not delay classes, otherwise she would complain about him to teacher Zhang. The protagonist's brother replied that if his word decided anything, he would have stopped stalling a long time ago. The children asked if Xiao was obsessed with learning and if he wanted to take control of this school. Taken aback, the main character thought that he thought they liked long classes, but they really didn't like his long classes. Rising from the table, Yuan cried out that his brother taught him everything he needed to save his life, and she was generally ungrateful. Yuan asked how dare she even say that. The girl replied that if he didn't want to talk about it, he could just forget about it. The guy looked at the enraged Yuan with interest. Looking at the guy, he asked why he was looking at him all the time. The guy replied that he could see that he was a little upset and asked him to tell him something. He said that yesterday he had a dream that his father found him a stepmother, but she treated him badly. Yuan replied with a serious look that this is normal and dreams are usually the complete opposite of reality. The guy replied that he knew this and asked Yuan not to be upset, noting that he did not think that the students did this on purpose. Placing his hand on the guy's shoulder, Brother Xiao said that it was possible that his father could find him a stepfather. Taken aback, the main character began to think that they were of the same breed. Raising his fist to his mouth, he told the children that classes were starting. Standing opposite them, he asked if they knew which parts of the human body were most vulnerable. He said with interest that he would then start with what they were most familiar with, the neck. Xiao noticed that there are about 20 cartilages in a person's neck, located next to the trachea, and damage to any of them can instantly incapacitate an opponent. He said that time was up and everyone could go. Children ran out of the school shouting gratitude. Sighing, the main character thought that these little brats really cannot understand his good intentions, and he hopes that they will never have to use this knowledge in their lives. Someone called out to Xiao. He frowned at this. Van looked into the office and ordered him to pack his things. He revealed that someone had just sent him a handwritten message saying that Boss Law had agreed to let him accompany the group. He suggested that this time the main character would have to make a foray into the Jing Mountains. Xiao was taken aback by this, then walked towards him with his arm outstretched and told him to get ready, noting that the group was leaving soon. Looking away, the protagonist asked in his thoughts whether this group was able to defeat Boss Luo. He wondered if Boss Luo received enough benefits in return or if he was originally associated with this Jing Mountain. He suggested that in any case, this group seemed to have very important and hidden plans for this trip. Xiao started to walk away from there. The merchant asked where he was going. He replied that he was going to see Teacher Zhang to discuss something. He reflected that it seemed like he had no choice but to go with them. The main character came up behind the school and said that he needed to go to Mount Jing. Sitting at the table, the teacher asked if he had to leave. Xiao replied that it was so. Frowning, he said that Zhang had seen the end of Beijing, adding that his life and the teacher's life were in the hands of this group of people from behind the walls. The main character emphasized the fact that if he refuses now, he is afraid that in the future it will be difficult for him to live in a trading city. Looking at Xiao, the teacher said that during his absence, Yuan would live at the school. The main character bowed and thanked Teacher Zhang. Looking after Xiao, he asked to take care of himself. The bright sky enveloped his hut. Yuan asked if the protagonist could not go to Mount Jing. While packing his things, he asked him not to worry, noting that he would return. Yuan's face was sad. Xiao handed the money to Xiaoyu and asked her to take it and remember to buy some cigarettes for the teacher during his stay. Closing his eyes, he thought about what if Sister Xiaoyu had any thoughts about money. She could just take them and leave, at least without hurting Yuan. He noted with an angry face in his mind that it was a little unpleasant to think about, but it was probably the right choice at the moment. He noticed that in the end, in this wasteland, even relatives can turn against each other for the sake of profit. Smiling, Xiaoyu replied that she understood what he meant, noting that she would take care of the rest and Xiao could go in peace and return healthy. The main character looked at the door to the exit. A blue projection appeared in front of him with the task of refusing to go with his peers to Jing Mountain. Taken aback, he asked in his thoughts what was the matter and whether the palace wanted him to go there. He wondered if it would really be that dangerous. He left the hut. Crossing her arms, Xinyu stated that he should already know who they are, so he should get ready, after which they will leave. Xiao began to pretend to be sick and said that Dad's father's name was grandfather and Dad's mother's name was grandmother. Taken aback, Xinyu asked if this man was really that sick in the head. Smirking, the soldier asked to stop pretending, noting that they had already dealt with each other. Frowning, Xiao asked in his mind if it was Wang Qinjiang. He guessed that this time pretending wouldn't work, and as long as this guy was around, he was afraid that he would have to go even if he didn't want to. Crossing his arms and turning his head away, the protagonist declared that he would not go. A white stream of energy flew through the palace. A message appeared that the task was completed, and the reward was a basic skill copy scroll that learns the abilities of others. The joyful protagonist asked in his thoughts whether the task was completed. Embittered, Qinjiang asked why he decided that. Xiao walked past him, saying that he was coming. Approaching Xinyu, he stated that he could go, but he had several conditions. He noted that he wanted 30,000 as a reward. Xinyu replied that this was impossible and offered 10,000. Fingering his fingers, the main character agreed and asked to add 10 bags of salt, 10 packs of cigarettes, 100 kilograms of rice, etc. After interrupting him, Xinyu agreed to 30,000. Pointing his finger at Qinjiang, Xiao noticed that he had one more condition, that if he went, Qinjiang would not be able to go. He grinned and said that the main character was funny. Xiao thought that this guy had searched him twice because of Wang Dingyang's matter, and if he went to the mountain with them, he might get into trouble. Xinyu looked at Yang, who nodded. Standing in front of them, Xinyu agreed. Bet Songyang is not going with them. She asked if they could go now. Smiling, he asked to wait, noting that now they were all members of the team, and he still didn't know everyone's names. Xinyu replied that they were not teammates with the refugees, and he was just a guide and should not be too overconfident. All team members looked at him and introduced themselves. The girl with a serious face said that her name was Yang Xiaojin. They asked if he was ready now. Smiling, the main character replied that he was now ready. He waved from the truck to his brother and Xiaoyu. Yuan folded his palms, and Xiaoyu asked him not to worry with a smile, noting that he would return safe and sound. A convoy of cars moved through the wasteland. The main character thought about what Teacher Zhang said earlier, that the remaining traces of asphalt on the roads were left before the disaster. Looking around, he thought about what the roads were like in those days. His face was filled with interest. The main character noticed in his thoughts that, nevertheless, recently all the vegetation has noticeably blossomed and even the cabbage in Teacher Zhang's house has become taller than ever. Looking at the dense forest, he noted that this was not bad and that perhaps soon one potato would be enough to feed a family of 3. With his hand on his stomach, Xiao said that for some reason this group doesn't say anything about snack breaks. He was suddenly surprised. Moving aside a piece of cloth, he saw boxes of cookies. The main character began to drool. The evening sky enveloped the area. The cars continued to drive through the night forest. The guy climbed out of the window and started waving his hand. He suggested setting up camp there, resting and refreshing himself. He called people with him to share food and water for everyone. They walked to the back of the truck. They were dumbfounded. They saw Zio eating cookies. Spreading his hands, the soldier asked what the main character was doing. Holding his stomach, he replied that he did nothing. Yang and Zinyu watched from the car window. The guy asked what kind of pig Zio was and how he was able to eat 5 packs of cookies. Yang watched him with a serious look. People began to carry him away, and the main character shouted for them to let him go and leave him with the cookies. Pointing his finger, the guy asked Zinyu to go back and get another guide. Zinyu looked at the guy and stated that Wang Fugri said that only he could lead them through Jing Mountain. Yang continued to watch him closely. Zinyu replied that they could do whatever they wanted with him, but this should not interfere with their journey, and when they returned from behind wall 112, they could do whatever they wanted with him. They began to take the main character away. Zio kicked a stone. Turning around, he began to eavesdrop on the soldiers' conversation. They were discussing that they say that the protagonist is the only one who can guide them to Mount Jing, but he doesn't even know how to prepare a tent. The guy noted that they would see how long Zio could last before he died there like the previous guide. Frowning, the main character asked what was wrong with him eating some cookies. The angry guys stood in front of him and shouted, asking if he had eaten a little. The angry soldier said he was warning him that he is just an ordinary tramp and should not try to break a stone with an egg. Looking at the guy, Zio asked if he knew that the egg would break if it hit a stone. The soldier asked if the egg would break. Closing his eyes, the main character replied that this was not true. The military man asked what would break in this case. As he left him, he replied that the chicken's heart would be broken. He suddenly turned around. Looking at Yang in the car, Zio wondered if she was just looking at him. Yang adjusted her cap with her hand, a slight smile on her face. The stranger began to shout that he had found traces of the beast. The soldiers near the fire were surprised by what they heard. The guy fell to the ground. Stunned, Zio noted in his thoughts that usually few animals could survive on the outskirts of the forest. He asked about what kind of animal could be there. Examining the tracks, the soldier asked if he had seen any tracks the last time he passed there. The main character pushed the soldier away. The guy asked what he was looking at. Examining the tracks, Zio wondered if the tracks of a deer spooked them. Turning around, he saw traces of the fire. Looking around, Zio noticed in his thoughts that in nature, not cleaning up food waste is a bad habit. Passing through the crowd, he asked to be allowed to look. Putting his finger to his chin, he said that these were the paw prints of a bear, which was attracted by the food scraps they left last time. The angry stranger asked who Zio was fooling and whether he thought he had never seen what a bear's claws looked like. The main character replied that it could be a wild boar. He began to move forward. The frightened soldiers asked if he was going into the forest. Turning around, he replied that they were not giving him cookies, so he would go and find something to eat himself. The guy said that he could tell that their last guide died somewhere there, so he shouldn't die like him and not waste their time. Walking into the forest, Zio replied that then he would just go and see how he died there. Moving through the forest, the main character noticed in his thoughts that from what he heard, the previous guide simply went down to the river to wash himself. As a result, something in the river bit him on the face and he died instantly. He began sharpening the stick and emphasized the fact that he had to be careful in his actions. He began to examine his spear. Putting his sword behind his back, Zio reasoned that there was usually a source of water near the habitats of large animals, and the tracks of a large deer should lead him to the river where the guide had previously been bitten. He approached the river bank. He began to scan the shore. The main character with a calm face thought that if you only look at the water, there is nothing special in it, and the guide must have been attacked by some fish hiding under the water. He noted that he fears that he, like most city residents, does not know that there are many freshwater fish that are carnivores. Turning around, he saw an anthill. He assumed he could catch a fish. He started walking towards him. Zio stabbed the pile of dirt multiple times with his knife. He picked up a piece of earth with a stick. The main character grabbed a big ant. Approaching the river, he noticed in his thoughts that the queen of white ants was an excellent bait that should be used to advantage. He threw an ant with a piece of dirt into the water. Zio prepared to strike with his spear. A huge fish began to swim around the bait. He was taken aback by this. The huge fish began to swallow the queen ant. Zio pierced the fish with a spear. He began to pull her by the rope. He wrapped it around his hand. The main character pulled the catch ashore. He was surprised by this. Standing in front of the fish, he became wary. Running into the forest, Zio thought about getting out of there and the smell of blood brought something creepy. The soldiers smelled a pleasant smell. Frowning, the guy asked them to stop, noting that it was just a fish. The entire camp watched Zio fry the fish. He saw a window about the task that he needed to share his joy with others. Looking up, he was surprised. He looked back with a dissatisfied face. The main character approached the guys with the fish. They said they didn't mind him treating them. Leaving them, Zio asked what he was talking about, noting that he just decided to show her off and share his joy with them. The main character saw a message that the task was completed and he received a unit of agility. The stunned soldier looked at him. Turning around, he said that he could, however, share half the fish with them for 3 bottles of water. A crowd of soldiers rushed at the fish. Yang looked after him. She sat down next to the main character. Looking at him, she began to talk about fish. Zio frowned at this. She pointed the gun at the main character. A notification appeared in front of him with the characteristics of the pistol. Taken aback, he thought that if she wanted to eat, she could just tell him, adding that she had perfect skill with weapons, and because of this, he began to get nervous. He stated that he would only give 2 pieces to eat. Standing up with Xinyu, Yang noted that he should give 2 pieces each. Xinyu handed over a bar of chocolate and said that she was not going to eat his food just like that and he could eat a couple of pieces too. Zio stuffed a whole chocolate bar into his mouth. Stretching out his hand, he declared that she owed him another piece. Stunned, Xinyu asked him to wait, noting that she would bring it to him. Yang began to pepper the fish. Zio looked at her and wondered if all the girls behind the wall were as beautiful as her. Yang started stuffing the fish into her mouth. The stunned main character screamed that this was his fish and she should be restrained because she was a girl. Forest, sun over the mountains. The hero opened his eyes and woke up. Near the tent, he sat down and adjusted his hood. He looked to the side. A man is sleeping in a tent. The soldier sitting on the bench with a weapon yawned. The guy frowned and looked thoughtfully towards the forest. I approached a certain place, there was nothing on the ground. I was very surprised. In the background, the hero is standing in front of the fish bones. He crouched down and pulled out a bone from behind his back. The guy thought that last night he had thrown the remains of fish bones here, and now they had all disappeared. He looked up and thought maybe they were dragged away by ants. After all, mutant ants are the size of a finger. If there is a nest nearby, they can easily drag all these bones. The guy returns from the forest. The soldier puts the box down. The rest collect their things. The man with the beard turned around and noticed the guy. He pointed his finger to the side and told Zio that he would go in the first car and show the right road. The guy looks at him and asked him to tell everyone to stay as far away from the river as possible. Zio turned away from the man. He gritted his teeth and asked gloomily, "They are far from this river and there are only a few fish in it. Why should they be afraid?" The man at the truck waves to the hero walking forward. Everyone back to their cars, you can go. Wheels of a military vehicle. The guy looks out of the car window. The driver shouted in fear, ahead. The car convoy stopped. Zio frowned, surprised. There was a deer in front of the jeep. He wondered where this huge deer came from here. Malxian takes aim. Jun jumped out of the car. The soldiers pointed their weapons at the deer standing in front of them. Zhu shouted into the radio not to shoot, no sudden movements, no need to provoke him. Cheng lowered the gun and told the guy in the black glasses not to worry so much. He was a herbivore and not to be scared. There were no large predators here. The deer lowered its antlers. He rushed forward furiously. The driver screamed in fright and turned the steering wheel. I pressed the gas pedal. One of the cars drove off to the side. The soldiers were lying on the ground and a deer hit another car. The guy opened his mouth, looks at the deer striking the jeep. The animal threw the car up. The jeep flies to the ground, the deer runs away, and the soldiers shoot at it. They run to the man by the truck. The hero gets out of the jeep. The guy looks to the side thoughtfully. It's strange to him that Jan didn't shoot. She always looks like she's staying away. The girl looks ahead thoughtfully, her hands in her sweater pockets, behind Jun with a gun by the car. The soldiers help the guy at the overturned car. The man in the robe calls Zio. Isn't he a doctor from the trading city? Let him help. The hero goes to the victim. A man with a bruise on his forehead raised his hand to his ear and clenched his teeth. The guy looks down and thought, it's just a scratch, no big deal. He closed his eyes, put one palm on top of the other, raising one finger, and said that the pain would go away, get better faster, get better sooner. The man with the beard raised his fist and was indignant. Who even treats like that? What kind of doctor is he? Confusion on the faces of the men. The guy folded his palms and answered, a healer. The man in the robe pushed Zio away and shouted at him to leave. He was only in the way. The guy turned his head and heard the man ask if the car could still be repaired. A guy with a black bandage on his head is following Zhu. The junior lieutenant replied that it is broken to such an extent that it can hardly be repaired, but there may still be people sitting in the back of the remaining cars. He added that this guy, Zia and Cheng will sit in the back of the car. They will have to be patient a little. Zia and the guy with the headband nervously replied, okay. Smoke from a damaged jeep. People are walking towards the truck. Everyone is in their car, moving on. Zia jumps into the back of the truck. The guy standing next to him complained why they didn't tell this tramp to ride around in the back of the car, all because he's a conductor. Zia screamed, clutching his throat and rolling his eyes. He fell next to the car. The soldiers ran towards them, asking what was the matter. Zhu inspects the body with a pistol and said loudly that there is nothing unusual there. He sat up and checked the guy's neck for a pulse. He froze in surprise and said that he was no longer breathing. Zio frowned, a drop of sweat on his cheek, looking ahead. A man in a black robe runs towards the truck and asks what happened and how he died. The guy with the black bandage on his head said in fear that he didn't know. He had just climbed into the car when he screamed behind him and fell dead. He didn't see anything. Trees with a green crown. Someone paid attention to the trees, shouted, "It seems that there is someone in the forest." They look around tensely. Zhu looked back. The man with the beard was begging him to come back. It was too strange. Zhu looks to the side, gritted his teeth, said sternly, "No way." This time they took an order that cannot be cancelled, so either they all die or it will be completed. Xinyu approached them and shouted to stop arguing. They needed to get out of here immediately. She looked to the side and said that Zio would lift Xia into the back and ride in it himself. The hero raised Xia's head, pulled back his hood, and there was a bee sting on his neck. The man with a beard pointed his finger into the back of the car and told the guy sitting there to get into the front car. Zio examined the wound, wondering if bee venom could kill an adult in a few seconds. He looked back gloomily. The man asked what he was waiting for. He needed to load the body into the back. The guy replied. Now, he thought that this wilderness was becoming more and more dangerous. A black bag with a body in the back. Zio took a bite of the cookie and asked what he couldn't do at home. He needed it all. He sits in front of the bag, eats cookies, takes a new pack out of the box, said that in the end, he lost his life. And because of his death he was forced to sit back in the back, added that if he doesn't finish all the cookies in the car today, they won't call Zio. The men in the car looked back with displeasure. A guy with a beard asked who this guy was talking to. Another suggested that he was really sick in the head. He pulled back the collar of his sweater and asked displeasedly, "It's almost winter now, so why is it getting hotter as we move north?" The hero is eating cookies, turned his head, thought, the temperature rises even at such a great distance. Cars are driving towards volcanoes. He thought that there are several active volcanoes in the vicinity of Mount Jing, and they are very active. Radiator grill on a jeep. The evening of the next day, the car stopped. The soldiers got out, looking at the volcanoes in the distance. They raised their heads. A man in a robe pointed his finger up, noticed that something was written there. It is written on the stone that it is better not to enter alive. They can't understand what this means. Zhu looked back at Zio, frowned, and asked who carved it. The hero in profile, looking up, replied that he didn't know. These words weren't there when he was here last year. The man in the robe pointed his finger at Zio, shouted why he came here. He should not come to such a place. Even if he was hunting here, he was indignant about who he even was, and was clearly hiding his identity. Zio grinned evilly and replied that yes, there was something he couldn't tell them, actually. There is a dragon next to him. He winked, extended his hand forward with a thumbs-up gesture, and said that he is a descendant of dragons. The men and the singer were perplexed. There was a pause. Zhu pointed a gun at him, said that there was too much suspicion in his direction, so you need to tell it like it is. He asked if it was he who came here and cut out these words. The hero closed his eyes, raised his hands, and replied that the inscription was so high that with his height he would not be able to reach it, of course, if he could not put the stone on the ground. The man with the beard shouted angrily that he never answered what he did here in the past. Zhu scratched his head and said that last year he encountered a pack of wolves, and the wolves drove him here. The man was indignant, shouted what nonsense, how could a child survive an attack by wolves, asked, well, what made the wolves leave him alive? Zio frowned, looked to the side, and replied that at that time he was not the target of the wolves, he just happened to be there. The hero runs away, saying that he was in a hurry to hide in the forest. A pack of white wolves with glowing eyes, he didn't expect them to catch up with him. As for how he survived, the guy looked back at the wolves. They stopped chasing him as soon as he entered the Howling Wind Canyon. Zhu and the group members opened their mouths in surprise. Sunset, a whirlwind of wind among the rocks, the man asked. Even the wolves stopped chasing him when he came to this place. In this place there is something worse than a pack of wolves. The guy raised his hand, eyes closed, replied that he was hiding inside for 2 days, and when they left, he just came out, so he doesn't know what's next. He opened his eyes. One of the soldiers remarked, they know about people with superpowers. The guy in the blue sweater spread his arms and said, maybe this inscription was left by one of them. A swollen vein on his temple. Zhu ordered him to remain silent. This is a military secret. The bald guy in the blue jacket frowned, objected. Who is he pretending to be? How long can he be an officer? He thinks they will be left behind. Even if this mission is not completed, does he really think Ma Xin will let them go when they return? Zio looks to the side, wondering how this private army can be so disorganized that the soldiers dare to contradict their officers of their own accord. Now he is even more sure that they have a different purpose for the trip. Truck with boxes. The heroes looked around and asked what the sound was. Apparently, it seemed like someone in the back of the car. Bending down, they walk along the truck with weapons. Zhu stepped to the side, pointing his gun at the black-furred creature sitting in the back. Zhu and the soldiers shoot at him. They froze in surprise. There was blood. There was a shot mouse among the boxes. He said, everything is fine. It's just a mouse that came to steal food. Zhu shouted Zio's name with rage. The guy approached him and asked what it was. Standing in a stupor, Zhu asked where Zia's body was. There is nothing in the back except boxes and a mouse. The man with the beard pointed his finger at Zio and asked if he hadn't been sitting in the back all this time, where was the body? The guy looked at him gloomily and replied that he did not know when the body disappeared. He thought, how could a normal adult man weighing about 90 kilograms disappear without a single sound? A man with a beard turned to the junior lieutenant and said that they should return. It's too dangerous here. With a stern look, Zhu looks up and remains silent. They are standing by the car. He asked everyone to come here. He said that they need to discuss everything before deciding what to do next. Everyone gathered around Zhu. He said that words were left at the entrance to this gorge. It is better not to enter alive. He suggested that in the depths of the gorge there could be dangers that even a person with superpowers would find difficult to cope with. Looking ahead, serious face, on the other hand, there are also hidden dangers lurking in the forest. Zia's mysterious death, the inexplicable disappearance of his body, and all these incidents remain unanswered. Glasses on her head, Xinyu looked at him and said, in fact, although the forest is dangerous, it doesn't seem like their entire army will die in it, but it's hard to say what dangers await them in the gorge. Zhu lowered his eyes and thought. The girl pursed her lips and looked at him silently. He was surprised when she asked if he was worried about the situation after returning behind the wall, and told him not to be afraid. She would find a way to help him transfer from the private army when they returned. He looked away, clenched his teeth, and said that this was not what he was thinking, but he agreed with her opinion. Zio stands behind them, looked back. Zhu noticed that it was too dangerous ahead. The guy jumped on the hood of the car, looking at the animal sitting on the top of the rock. Zhu summed up, today they will all rest here, and tomorrow they will return behind the wall. The man in the robe sighed with relief. This is great. Zio frowned and opened his mouth in amazement. A white wolf with glowing eyes bared his teeth. The guy turned and shouted, there are wolves here, quickly into the gorge. Xinyu looks up in surprise. The guy in the robe shouted, has he gone crazy, wants to die. Zio jumped into the back of the truck. He looked back and angrily shouted at them to run into the gorge or die right now. He grabbed the dead mouse. A pack of wolves is heading towards the gorge. The wolf attacked one of the soldiers, the others ran away. The predator jumped into the back. The hero with the mouse in his hands looked back. The guy jumped down, the wolf behind him. A man in a robe points his finger forward, pushing away a guy who is trying to get into the car, shouting to let them go quickly. Zio bent down, his hand on the wheel of the truck. The wolf pounced on the soldier by the jeep. The wolf eats its prey. The hero looked at them and ran past. The car overtook him and turns around. The jeep drove up to the hero. The car stopped next to him. Jan opened the door, extended her hand, and asked her to climb in. The girl's pistol is pointed at the driver's seat. The hero looks at her. He thought, she didn't seem to be around. Maybe she was leaving to reconnoiter the situation, and in order to save him, she actually threatens the driver with a pistol. Frowning, he wondered how a car could outrun a wolf on this terrible road in this wilderness. Yang pulled out another gun and pointed it at him. He was scared. Sweat was running down his face. The girl screamed for him to get into the car. The wheels of the cars hit the gas. They leave the pack in cars. Wolves in blood, glowing eyes. The predators turned and went into the forest. The soldiers got out of the cars, looking back in surprise. They really weren't trying to enter the gorge. They were saved. The man with the beard, embarrassed, looked to the side and said that it seemed that the tramp had not lied to them earlier. The guy was holding a rat by the tail. The man pointed his finger at him and asked what he was doing with it. Zio took it in his hands, closed his eyes, answered to eat it, or he thinks that he just took it to wear it. The men look at the dead rodent with disgust. The hero said that the food was in the back of the truck, and he stayed there. What else will they eat? This mouse ate his cookies, and he will eat hers. That's fair. The girl stuck a knife into the mouse lying in the guy's hands. Yang raised her index finger and said that she wanted to share, and in exchange she could lend him this knife. Huge spider legs above Zio's head. He asked with a sly smile, how about giving it to him? Blood splashes. The girl shot at a huge spider next to the hero. He dropped the mouse. The spider fell to the ground. The guy clenched his teeth and looked up. The heroes look up. Many spiders are descending towards them from the mountain. A spider with glowing red eyes opened its mouth. The guy shouted what it was. He looks up and shouts to everyone to run away. A blue screen appeared in front of him with a task. He needed to help at least 10 people escape from the gorge. Zio shouted with rage that he should not interfere with his help. Dark silhouettes stood near the vehicles and shouted about what it was and that they needed to run. The insect flew over 3 cars. When the beetle was near the car with the cargo, someone started shouting for people to get into their cars. The insect flew further. It noticed a man running along a car without a body. The monster readied its chalicery while the man continued to run and call for help. The man turned around, sweat appearing on his face. An insect with glowing eyes knocked the man to the ground. Many monsters with red eyes descended into the gorge and chased the fleeing people. Someone tripped over a stone and fell. The man was trembling, sweat appeared on his face. A monster with red eyes was preparing to attack him when he stuck his hand out in front of him. Red liquid splashed to the side. Zio cut off the monster's head with a knife. The main character opened his mouth and looked away. A man lay on the ground with empty eyes and foam at the mouth. Zio grabbed his clothes. The guy threw the man on his back and ran away from the horde of monsters while he asked him to wake up because he needed him to drive the car. The main character ran to the car. When Zio threw the man into the car, he hit his head on the steering wheel. The man grabbed his head with his hands and clenched his teeth, and the guy asked him if he had woken up and said that if he had woken up, he should get behind the wheel as soon as possible. Zio turned his head to the side, sweat appearing on his face. A girl in a white cap pointed a gun in his direction. She shot at the monster who was trying to attack the main character. Smoke came from the gun as the guy looked disdainfully in Young's direction. The girl opened the car doors and told Zio to get in. Ian and the main character climbed into the car and closed the doors. They looked into each other's eyes. A man turned in their direction, holding his head with both hands. His eyes widened as the guys in the back seats yelled at him to go and not wait. A monster with red eyes appeared in front of the man. Zio stuck a stick into him, and Young fired a firearm. The man gritted his teeth and changed gear. The monsters were chasing the car, rushing forward. The main character looked out the window and looked back when he thought that they had finally broken away from them. The guy turned his head to Yang when she said that she had just seen him running with the driver on his shoulders and that he was strong. The man with the earring in his ear turned his head, opened his mouth wide and asked the guy if he saved him, and then thanked him and said that if it weren't for Zio, he most likely would not have survived. The main character looked up, where a system notification appeared stating that he had received the 74th gratitude coin from the driver. The car was driving along the gorge when the guy replied that he didn't have to thank him, and that he only saved him because he needed a driver. And the man replied that everything was fine, because in any case he was grateful to him, and that he regrets what happened before and promised that he will repay him for everything. A system alert appeared about another gratitude coin received from the driver, and Zio smiled widely and was surprised that he sincerely thanked him twice. The main character looked at the man and asked him to thank him again, and sweat appeared on the driver's face. Yang looked away and exclaimed that there was clearly something wrong with the guy. Zio looked back carefully. He sat down next to the girl, who crossed her arms over her chest, coughed, replied that he was just joking to diffuse the atmosphere, and suggested getting out of the gorge before these insects caught up with them, and also reminded them that they needed to meet the cars that had gone ahead. The guy looked to the side and thought that he still knew her too little, and that his identity as a person with superpowers should not be revealed, and for this it was better to keep a low profile and quietly earn gratitude. A system notification appeared above Zio that the task had been successfully completed and that a unit of power had been received. Then the guy thought that if more than 10 people were saved, then the task was considered completed. Over the narrow gorge, stars sparkled in the night sky while the main character thought that the decisions of this palace were strange. Sweat appeared on the man's face when he saw many bones among the stones and shouted about it, and the main character looked to the side and said that those insects most likely did it. Zio remembered one monster and thought that insects have human faces on their shells because they eat people, and that they seem to eat their souls. The car passed the skull, kicking up dust. The car drove out of a narrow gorge. A crescent moon was shining over the mountains when the car approached two more cars. The main character was looking at the standing people when someone said that there were only 11 people left. Sweat appeared on the man's face as he said that they had lost a lot. The man opened his mouth wide and began to shout that he said that they needed to turn back, but they still went into the gorge, and that it was not for nothing that it was written on that stone that it was better not to enter alive. The man wondered why they didn't listen right away. People stood opposite each other and did not understand what was the point of talking about this now, and that if someone wanted to return, then let them leave, because the wolves were probably already waiting for them. Someone said that they had no choice but to go into the gorge and that they were lucky to survive. The man covered his face with his gloved hand, clenched his teeth and muttered that they were taking a break, and that it was useless to argue, because now the most important thing was to work together and get out alive. The girl with glasses on her head opened her mouth and asked him what kind of mission he came to these mountains with. The main character stood and looked decisively forward. Zhu opened his eyes and sweat appeared on his face. The man clenched his fist in front of him, looked at the lieutenant and asked him what the purpose of his visit to the mountain was. Behind the lieutenant stood Zio as he asked the man who asked the question who they were so that he could tell them his purpose and reminded them not to forget that they were just strangers in the company. The main character sat on the hood of the car and thought that he had heard that the group was just trying to get to the other wall and decided to go along with these privateers, and that it was not unusual that ordinary soldiers did not want to talk about it. The man in the cap looked to the side and asked how to be one. People turned towards the lieutenant and began to tell him to tell them what their mission was, because so many of their brothers had already died along this path. Zio looked at Zinnia and decided that she was also not simple, since one word of hers provoked a conflict between ordinary soldiers. A girl in a black jacket approached the guy. Young stood in front of Zio and said that she was hungry, and the main character gritted his teeth and asked her why she was telling him this, because she was not his girlfriend. She extended her hand to the guy and asked that in this case he would return her knife to her. Young pointed a gun at the guy, and he sat her on a stone and said with a smile that he would bring her something to eat, and then asked if there was something she didn't eat, to which the girl answered in the negative. She remembered opening the car doors, said that she had thrown the previous mouse into the trunk, and told Zio to use it for cooking. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he, smiling, thought that the mouse that he threw away to escape the swarm was actually picked up by Young. That is, she stole food from the swarm of insects, and out loud he agreed with the girl's proposal. Over the fire, a hand held a stick with an animal leg. Cheng opened his mouth wide and told the man opposite that now they were all in the same boat, and that if he did not tell them, then perhaps they would all die because of this, to which Zhu replied that he had told them everything that knows. The man's nose smelled some kind of aroma. People stood in a semicircle near a piece of meat that was being cooked over a fire. Zio stood holding a rat in his hand, from which a piece had been cut off, and thought that everything else was useless. The main character swung his hand and threw the remains into the sky when a man shouted at him asking why he threw it away. Zio turned to him and asked if he was going to eat it, and then said that if he wanted, he should go and get it, to which the man bared his sharp teeth and shouted that he was not going to eat something so disgusting. Zio was shown in profile as he added that it was because he had not eaten anything even more disgusting, and that he had heard it said before that many rich people behind the wall like to eat birds' nests, and also that he did not know where does the swallow have so much saliva. Perhaps it has tuberculosis. Sweat appeared on the man's face because he did not understand anything. Zio added that it is not surprising that there is an idiom about a sick swallow circling in circles, which describes swallows that spit. The men covered their mouths and opened their eyes wide as they listened intently to Zio. There were many sticks lying in the burning fire. The main character looked at Young and thought that he still had a basic skill copy scroll that he did not use when he completed the quest to refuse a trip to the mountains. He closed his eyes and decided that the girl must have other excellent skills besides firearms. The guy found himself in the palace and asked him to give him a list of all Young's skills, when a system notification popped up saying that there was no display permission. Zio looked up, opened his mouth slightly, and said that he had studied her skill before and that he should have permission to view others. Once again, the notification that there was no display permission appeared, and the guy thought that this palace had become more legible, and that he could not believe that there was no loophole left. The main character, standing with his back, put his hand on his belt and asked about the level of her combat skills, to which he was told that it was advanced. When Zio asked about his fighting skills and whether they were stronger, a system notification popped up stating that he was at a medium or normal level. This realization knocked the guy face down to the ground. He grabbed his head with his hand, clenched his teeth and cursed that he was not as good as Young. Zio turned his head to the side, looked at the girl and decided that it was because his fighting skills were a reflection of his accumulated life experience gained from fighting people, rather than the result of professional training, and that based on his intuition, she should have powerful fighting skills. The protagonist clenched his fist as he thought about the fact that she couldn't defeat him in a real fight, and that advanced fighting skills were useful anyway, so it was worth learning them first. The guy pursed his lips and looked to the side as he decided to use the skill copy scroll. A system notification appeared congratulating the target for randomly selecting the advanced skill of jumping rope and asking if he would like to learn the skill. Zio raised his hands to the notification window, showed his sharp teeth and shouted about why this particular skill was chosen, and why this skill was even considered an advanced skill, and how it worked. For example, would he be able to do a backflip while he was jump rope? Young opened her mouth slightly and looked to the side when she asked when the meat would be ready, and then added that if the meat was overcooked, it would not taste good. The main character handed the girl the meat on a stick, laughed and said that it was already ready, and that in the wasteland food needs to be fried longer and water needs to be boiled for more than 10 minutes before drinking. The men's stomachs began to growl. Zhu spread his arms out to his sides and opened his palms, asking the people around him if anyone on their team had any food left, to which he was answered in the negative. The guy took a bite of the piece of meat he was holding in his hand and thought that now they were all silent, and none of them admitted that they were hiding food, and then added that he did not understand how you could share something that saves a person's life with just anyone, and decided that there was nothing wrong with it. Lieutenant Zhu, with Cheng and Jun standing behind him, pointed his finger at the main character and said that no one knew more about survival in the wild than him, so he could help everyone find food and cook it. Zio looked ahead seriously as a system alert popped up telling him that he had a new task, which was to help his team find food. The guy stood up with a piece of meat in his hand. He pointed his finger at the man in the cap and said that he saw him steal food from the truck before entering the gorge, and that it should be in his bag. At that moment, a system notification appeared saying that the task was completed and that the reward is a basic skill copy scroll. Zio smiled and looked away as he thought about how it was said to find food anyway, but there was no mention of where to look, so everything was fair, and then he added that he liked the way the palace graded tasks more and more. Zhu extended his hand in front of him with his palm open and ordered the man in the cap to take out the food. Cheng opened his eyes and mouth wide and screamed, asking what they were doing when he went for food, and then he himself answered that they went for clothes, a tent, and the star went for his cosmetic bag, after which the man asked again about that. Why should he share food with them now? Zhu frowned and exclaimed that he was doing this for the benefit of the entire team. Cheng pulled out a weapon and pointed it in front of him as he asked the lieutenant if he still thought he had any power now. Zhu opened his eyes wide and became angry when the barrel of a gun was pointed in his direction, and Cheng suggested that he try to touch him. There were other people standing near the two when the guy in the cap shouted that he should not try to take the food from him. Zhu looked at the gun, gritted his teeth and asked him to share with them now, and as soon as it becomes light, they can find food for everyone. Cheng, with a bandage on his face, opened his mouth and said that it was still unknown whether they would get out of here alive or not. A man in uniform rushed past a man in a cap. Zhu kicked the attacker in the stomach. The man with a pistol in his hand flew away from the lieutenant. Cheng fell to the ground and pointed the gun forward. Zhu stood not far from the man lying on the ground with a firearm and looked at him. The shadow of his cap fell on his eyes and sweat appeared on his face. A man in a bandana appeared behind the lieutenant and clenched his fist. He had a knife in his other hand when the guy attacked the man, who had his back to him. Zhu looked back with wide eyes. Zio and Yang looked carefully in the same direction. A dark silhouette, similar to a lieutenant, grabbed the hand in which the guy was holding a knife. The main character opened his mouth and was surprised, thinking that this was a superpower. A dark silhouette stuck a knife in the stomach of a guy in a bandana. Cheng put his weapon in front of him and fired. A black shadow with white eyes appeared in front of the lieutenant. Bullets were flying into the dark silhouette. They stopped in front of him and fell. The bullets landed on the ground and bounced off. Xinyu, Jun and the other people gaped in surprise while Zio thought about the fact that he suspected that there were people with superpowers in the group, but before that he only thought about Yang. The main character opened his eyes and mouth wide when he thought that no one would have thought that Zhu would hide it so well, and that it was a pity that there was no skill copy scroll yet, because he had to copy his skill when there will be an opportunity for him. Zio closed his mouth and looked to the side. A girl in a hood with ears was sitting next to him. The guy asked her if she was interested, and Yang continued eating meat and replied that she was interested. The main character looked away and thought that she absolutely didn't care about what was happening. Zhu stood between two black shadows. The silhouettes disappeared, and a guy in a bandana was sitting on the ground next to the lieutenant. Zhu parted his mouth and looked away as he said that he was just trying to find a way out of their situation and that he didn't want to offend anyone. The lieutenant looked towards the fire where Zio and Yang were sitting and said that Wang had previously told him that the main character was a doctor, so he asked him to examine the wound. Zio looked to the side and sighed. A guy was sitting on the ground in front of him and was pulling out a knife when the main character said that his injury was quite serious. The guy in the bandana closed one eye and asked how long he had left to live, to which he was answered 10, and he asked again whether it was in minutes. Zio sat down next to him and continued the countdown. The guy in the bandana felt bad. Zhu looked forward seriously and said that he had avoided vital places and internal organs, so there was no need to scare the person, and then added that he had heard that Zio had medicine for wounds, and also that he would not believe that he took them with him when he went into the wasteland. The main character looked away while the guy lay crying next to him and replied that he was hired as their guide, not their personal doctor, and then asked about who would pay for his medicine, since it was very expensive. Lieutenant Zhu covered his face with his hand and said that he lost money on the way. The wounded guy gritted his teeth and replied that he had money with him. The main character sat down next to him and asked him where his money was, in his right or left pocket, and the guy pointed to his pants and said that they were there. The people behind Zio began to shout that he was a charlatan, because a cut cannot be treated without stitches. When he looked down and warned that he immediately wanted to say that he did not know how to stitch wounds, so it was only up to God whether the wound would heal after the medicine or not. While the main character was licking his lips and counting the money, Xinyu approached him and said that she had a sewing kit, but she felt bad at the sight of blood, and on the other hand, Zhu approached the guy and replied that he would sew it up. There was a voice that exclaimed that he should stop counting the money, because first of all he needed to save the man. The guy in the bandana thanked the main character when he said that he would not take too much money from him, and that 12 should be enough. A system notification popped up that he had received a thank you from a guy named Lei as Zio thought that he was one step closer to unlocking the weapon. Gloved hands stitched the wound using a needle and thread. Lieutenant Zhu frowned. He said that now he was not going to hide this from them, and said that in fact, in this mountainous region there were remnants of a civilization that existed before the disaster. While he was stitching up the wound of the guy who was being held by the hands, the man added that they were sent by the higher authorities to map out a route to the ruins in these mountains so that the main group could come and explore later. Then the lieutenant discovered that this mountainous region contained mysterious powers that could develop animals and, possibly, help them, superhumans, so he decided to move on. Lei clenched the rag between his teeth, sweat running down his face as Zhu concluded that he had changed his mind about going back behind the wall because he realized it was too dangerous. The lieutenant opened his mouth and said that he did not know what was waiting for him there, so he did not want to take risks. He stood next to the guy in the bandana, looked at him and said that after his superpowers were revealed, there was no way for him to go back beyond the wall, and then added that he was going to go deeper into this mountainous region to continue his research. Zhu turned his head and looked behind him as he concluded that they now knew the dangers of this place, so they themselves had to decide whether they wanted to leave or stay. Xiao and Yang stood next to each other and looked in the same direction. Xinyu stood next to the man who gritted his teeth. The girl in the hood with red ears told the lieutenant that she would go with him because it was too dangerous here, and Xiao was surprised at how many words she said at once. The guy with the glasses exchanged glances with the other man as the voice said that the best way to get out alive was to follow the Superman. The men in gray t-shirts raised their hands and said they would go too. Xinyu looked at the main character and asked him if he was coming, and then said that he would go if he joined. Xiao raised his hand, pushed the girl away and replied that he was going with the lieutenant. Zhu looked to the side, opened his mouth and said that in that case they should follow him, and that they would leave at dawn. The lieutenant turned to the people behind him and said that they had all agreed in advance that the entire team would obey him, and that if anyone disobeyed him, they should not expect politeness from him, and then added that there was a dense forest ahead, and that they would have to abandon the car and walk. Zhu turned and addressed the man in dark glasses named Malxian. He told him that he would go first and carry the wounded guy with him. The protagonist's ear grew larger when he listened to the fact that someone persistently began to thank the lieutenant. Xiao pushed the man with glasses and stopped in front of the guy wearing a bandana lying on the ground. He opened his mouth wide, clenched his fist in front of him and exclaimed that he would carry the wounded man, and that he would kill anyone who tried to steal him today. Zhu and Lei opened their mouths and stared ahead with empty eyes, and the wounded guy asked if Xiao had taken the right medicine and why he suddenly became so kind. The midday sun illuminated the forest and mountains. Two people were dragging a guy on a stretcher when the main character asked him if he still needed medicine, and Lei said that he didn't need it and thanked him. A system notification appeared indicating that he had received a coin for thank you. The lieutenant looked carefully at the smiling guy in front and thought that he was clearly one of those people who didn't care about anyone, but why was he suddenly so worried about others? Sweat appeared on the face of the guy in the bandana when he was asked if he was hungry and thirsty, and Lei replied that he was not hungry yet and thanked the guy when an alert appeared that Xiao received another coin for thanking him. Zhu thought about what he was really after. The main character smiled widely and looked at the wounded guy while he thought that Lei was very useful in collecting gratitude coins. A crowd of people moved through the dense forest. Xiao looked to the side and opened his mouth slightly when he thought that the last time he was here was a year ago, and that since then the trees had become much taller and more luxuriant. He decided that this was strange. The guy's profile didn't change when he heard someone asking why he kept touching her. In front of Xinyu stood a guy who smiled while he talked about what was wrong with touching her, especially since he wanted even more. This guy narrowed his eyes, laughed disgustingly and asked what she thought about tonight. The girl in the top and short skirt opened her mouth and told the guy not to come near her. Steam came out of his nose. They put a gun to the back of the guy's head. He raised his hands while Yang stood behind him and Xiao watched it all. The girl turned to the main character and told him that this guy's gun was his. Xiao pointed his finger at himself and asked if she meant him, and Yang confirmed. The main character threw the stretcher with the wounded guy and walked towards the girl when he said that there was no need to ask him twice. His hand removed the firearm from its holster as he exclaimed that he had found it. The guy opened his mouth wide, looked towards Yang and asked her if she knew how severe the charge was for depriving private troops of their weapons, to which the girl replied that if he threatened her again, he would die. Yang looked away when asked about what if she gave the gun to this tramp if he couldn't use it anyway. Xiao held a firearm in his hand and looked at it carefully. The guy who harassed Xinyu ran into the forest when Yang told him to get out. The girl carefully looked to the side and thought that the main character was quite skilled with weapons. Lieutenant Zhu looked away and remained silent. He approached Xiao and asked him if he could find food for everyone. The guy closed his eyes, raised his hand and replied that he was not God or their father, so he could not say that he would find food for all of them, and then asked if Zhu thought that if he now wanted a wild boar to crash into a tree, then it will take it and crash. At that moment, someone crashed into the tree trunk. Xiao, Zhu and Cheng opened their mouths and stared in one direction when the main character thought that this could not be true. A large boar was lying near a trunk under the treetops when people began to come up to it and say that it was really a wild boar, and that Xiao was just a magician, and also that he had a magic mouth because everything he said would appear. Xiao turned away from them and thought that the stupid child Yuan made another wish. The main character remembered the little boy who folded his palms in front of him and closed his eyes. He was wondering how he was doing at Jing Mountain, and then he wished him so that he doesn't go hungry. The man's hand held a knife, cutting the animal. The hero began to look askance at Xiao, who was talking about not leaving food for tomorrow that he couldn't finish today and trying not to mess around with blood for a long time, since it attracts animals very well. The blood from the beast slowly flowed onto the ground in which the ants were located. The main character began to answer that currently ants the size of a thumb do not attack during the day while a person is active. But at night, if the ants can smell a bloody smell near a person, he will be eaten like regular food and just one bite of the formic acid release can cause severe pain. The guy looked at Xiao, saying that he understood everything, calling the main character good. The girl with heavenly hair watched the guys, saying that Xiao was quite sincere. Out of the corner of her eye, the girl began to notice something. The beast was roasted on a fire, and many people were sitting around it. Xiao sat with the meat in his hands and, closing his eyes, began to eat it, and a girl began to sit down next to the guy, looking at him carefully. She began to look at Xiao, who was not at all happy with her, with a smile on her face, and said that it seemed to her that she could have a very good time in the wasteland. Since it looked romantic, the main character began to tell the girl that this was survival and there is nothing romantic about it. The girl began to make eyes at the main character, saying that he was very handsome and charming. The guy did not understand what the girl wanted from him. Xiao began to look carefully at the girl, thinking that she could not get anything from Zhu Xianchu, so she came to him. Zhu waved away the girl who was running after him. Before, Xiao had often seen the girl go to Zhu Xianchu to talk to him, but every time she was met with rebuff since Zhu was an adult with a strong character who knows what he wants. Xiao looked at the girl out of the corner of his eye, realizing that for her he was just a brainless teenager. So perhaps she decided that the main character would go through fire and water for her if he showed sympathy. Xiao understood that in the end he had a weapon and he could well protect the girl. The main character began to look at his frightened sister with anger and tell her not to come closer. The girl began to look at Xiao with a playful smile and say that perhaps they had some kind of misunderstanding earlier, but in reality she is not like that. The girl began to stroke the main character's cheek, who was very surprised by this act. The sister began to tell the guy that she liked him. The guy began to shout angrily at the girl and tell her to shut up. Next to Xiao and the girl there was another person who looked at them in surprise. The main character began to look in surprise at the man sitting next to him, and the girl was equally surprised. Xinyu began to leave Xiao, saying that he was completely sick and the guy deserved to be alone. Since Xiao learned to hunt, he has seen too many women like this, just looking for someone to rely on in this broken world, or someone to use as a tool. The main character looked at Xinyu with disbelief, eating chicken and telling himself that he didn't need such a woman for nothing to waste food on her. One of the guys began to grit his teeth. The hero began to look at Zhu, saying that they had run out of bottled water and food. Since they initially took too little water, the guy began to ask her where they could get more water. Zhu began to approach the sitting Xiao, asking him where he could get more water. The system window began to show the hero to tell his teammates how to find water. Xiao began to look to the side, lost in thought. The main character stood in the middle of the crowd, confidently telling all the people that to find water in the wild, you can rely on rivers or collect resources from leaves. The main character began to look away, telling people that they were lucky because there were several pine trees nearby that had pine juice that could quench their thirst. The system window began to tell the guy that he had completed the task and received part of the power. Xiao clenched his fist, looking at him angrily. The main character's foot began to move on the ground. Xiao climbed the tree from different sides with quick and deft movements. The guy's hand began to reach for one leaf that was on the tree. People looked at Xiao in surprise, not understanding what he was doing. The guy began to look down on the crowd, holding the grass and telling them all that if they did not want to die, they should do as he did. Xiao began to close his eyes and open his mouth to squeeze the grass from which the juice came. People asked the guy if it's really drinkable. Xiao looked at everyone, wiping his mouth and talking about drinking this, whether they like it or not. The main character began to look away with dissatisfaction. Yang and Zhu began to approach Xiao and began to look at the grass. Yang began to bring the pine needles to her mouth. Zio began to look at the girl with a smile on his face, happy that she was doing this. The main character began to look in surprise at the system window, which showed that the target's advanced skill was randomly selected, which was bomb making. Zio was offered to study all this. The guy began to look at Yang, who was taking the pine needles. The main character could not understand what kind of training the girl had gone through and why her skills were so severe. Zio was wondering if the target had the skills of covert killing. The system window began to show the guy that she had analyzed the target and an advanced stealth killing skill had been found. Zio began to look at the girl with a smile, thinking about whether she had the skill of singing children's songs. The system window immediately began to show the advanced skill and say that it had been found. The main character looked at the girl with incomprehension, not understanding what kind of disorder was in her skills. Zio quickly jumped from the tree to the ground. Two guys stood near a tree, telling each other that now they need to climb the tree. Although people have not been monkeys for a long time, the guy replied that it would be great to become a giraffe in the next life. Zio began to look at the guys, telling them that animals also do not live as they seem, and the main character heard that giraffes, although tall enough to protect themselves from external enemies, but they have difficulties in mating, so before courtship male giraffes must drink urine to determine if a female giraffe is on point. The guys were disgusted and couldn't figure out what these little known facts were that Zio had learned to disgust others. The mountains began to thicken, forming clouds. Zio began to look at this with confidence, shouting that acid rain was coming towards them. People began to quickly run away from the downpour, looking for somewhere to hide from it. The main character put on a hood, hiding from the rain and looking down. Some people began to carry the guy on the couch, who was unconscious. Cave. People began to stand in the cave, looking at the rain and rejoicing that they had it nearby. Hands began to set the torch on fire using a lighter. The guy was holding a torch in his hands, next to which there were people. The hero began to point in surprise and fear at the wall, telling him to look at it. There was someone's inscription on the wall, which said that they saw strange dark figures in the forest that disappeared. No one could understand what it meant. Huge red lightning began to appear near the cave, shooting in different directions. People looked at the wall in the cave, asking each other about who carved it. If they lost anyone along the way, everyone began to say that they lost Zuzu's body and nothing more. Sir Zu began to look forward confidently, telling everyone that he had not heard that anyone from their 113th wall had crossed the mountain before, and perhaps someone from the 112th had taken refuge here and left a message. However, everyone understood that if they had a satellite phone with them at that time, they would have transmitted the signal. Zio began to look askance at Yang, telling the guys that he had heard Teacher Jang say that there were telephones behind the walls, but no one knew what satellite telephones were. Yang began to look at the main character, calmly saying that people had captured several satellites created before the disaster, and these satellites make it possible to maintain communication between different walls. One of the guys began to open his mouth wide, waving his arms, saying that this time the senior management did not provide them with satellite phones and they must be trying to explore the area with the help of human lives. And if everyone died, it would mean that in the depths of the mountains there is a danger. Su began to tell the guy not to speculate without the slightest information. Sir began to look at all the people, saying that it was already late and someone should take turns on duty today, and he would be on the first shift, and the rest, not counting the girls, would take turns. Zio looked carefully at the guy, believing that this was the decision really protects from dangers outside, but also for the main character. Internal security was no less important, and in the end he only took a gun today. Yang began to look at the surprised Zio, saying that the first half of the night would be his and the second her. The main character looks at the girl, noticing that he and Yang have no need to quarrel and they still trust each other, and the girl is not weaker than the guy, and if we think that the current situation is dangerous, they can protect each other. Zio smiled, telling Yang that he agreed with her. The girl began to move away from the guy, saying that she had gone. The guy began to ask Yang if he should go with her, but the girl refused. The guy looked at Yang confidently, not understanding why she was so brave and what supported her confidence. Xinyu began to look at the guy with a smile, telling him that he would go with her, since Zio really doesn't understand girls. The main character began to look in surprise, not understanding what was wrong. Crowds of people stood in the cave, still watching the rain. The two men began to smile and grin, saying to each other that it would be a pity if these two girls went missing. The rain didn't stop pouring. Xinyu began to approach the guys, who asked him if there was anything unusual. The girl said that everything was fine and there was nothing there. The three guys began to look at Xinyu and say that this was good and they would also go out to relieve themselves. Zhu began to look at the guys, telling them to go and come back quickly. Without stopping for a smoke break, the heroes said that they would do everything. Zio sat on the top of the cave, looking at all the people. The main character began to look at something. Xinyu looked at Yang with a smile. Xiao understood that Xinyu was behaving like a star who was trying to go to the next wall to expand her fame. The guy could not understand why Yang took such a risk. Xiao heard that the girl had previously given Xinyu some money because she wanted to follow the team to wall 112 to find relatives. The guy couldn't believe it was so simple. The main character looked at the girls with disbelief. He understood that Xinyu and Yang demonstrated a particularly close relationship throughout the journey, and the previous joint eating of fish and helping Yang and Xin created the impression that their relationship was much more than just a worker and an employer. Xiao looked at the two heroines, wondering what they were talking about. Xinyu looked at Yang with a smile, telling the girl that they could leave Jing Mountain together in a couple of days. Xiao began to understand that the girl understood that he had an alliance with Yang, and after the girl could not come to an agreement with the guy, she went to recruit Yang. Xinyu's hand began to offer Yang a wad of money, saying that it was gratitude for the fact that the girl had helped her earlier. Yang began to take the money, and Xinyu asked her if she would continue to help. Yang began to tell the girl that she did not want to help leave the mountain, but she could make sure that Xinyu died with dignity. Xiao began to look slyly at the girls, realizing that these manipulations were causing deja vu in the guy. A fire began to be lit in the cave. The guys looked at the exit, not understanding why they left and never returned. Yang began to look at the time, saying that almost 10 minutes had passed. One of the guys started opening his mouth wide and screaming that there was something wet in the place. The guys ran away from the exit, afraid to find something there. Xiao began to look at the people in surprise, standing next to the exit from the cave. Rain began to drip on the ceiling of the cave. The guys looked with fear at the drops that fell on the floor and realized that this was a false alarm. Xiao began to point his finger at the drops, saying that they could get water directly from here, since the rock formations filter the water even purer than water from a well, and it is probably one of the cleanest sources of water in the wasteland. Zhu began to point his finger at the water and, looking at the people, asked if everyone had heard Xiao. Sir began to tell people to collect some water, since although the pine needles were able to provide some moisture, there was too little of it. The meat was surprised that he did not receive thanks. Hands began to hold the flask, pouring water into it. Zhu began to look at the guys who were pouring water and told them that if he finished, he could take over half the night. The guys began to tell Sir to do just that, but first they had to smoke a couple of cigarettes. Everyone was asleep except Zhu, who was watching everyone. Two guys were sitting on the rocks with their backs to Zhu. The heroes held a cigarette in their mouths and glanced slyly at Sir. The guy's feet began to remove the cigarette. One of the guys began to stand near Xiao and the second near Yang, waving a knife and trying to kill them. The guy's face was confident and crazy. The guy screamed for them all to go to hell. A man wearing gloves with both hands swings a knife at someone. The girl Yang shoots the man in silence. The main character grabs with one hand both hands of a man holding a knife. He instantly turns him onto his back. The junior lieutenant and his comrade pay attention to the noise, asking what is happening and what is the matter. They see Yang and Xiao attacking unknown men. A man in a black cloak and bandage, holding his wound, clenches his teeth in pain. He, closing one eye, begins to shout to his colleague, saying his name Sun Jinjeng, so that he acts. A man among the squad raises his hands, opening his eyes, and says that he has nothing to do with it. Standing in front of the camp, he raises his hands in fear. The girl and the main character look suspiciously at the military man. Xinyu, also continuing to look suspiciously, asks himself what is happening again, and can't these people just calm down for a while? Holding the man's throat with two fingers, Xiao asks himself what they are trying to achieve with this desperate, sneaky attack. Water, weapons, or was it all because of Luo Xinyu? Looking down with dissatisfaction, he thinks that this doesn't matter anymore. The notice says about the task that you need to give the enemy a painful death. Grabbing him by the throat, at the moment the man begins to cough up blood, he thinks that in this wilderness one must always get rid of all potential dangers. This is the law of survival. Sun, covered in sweat, looks at the characters with fear. He looks at the squad, shouting at them that for the record, he had nothing to do with it, and he was part of their plan for a dastardly attack. Ian, looking from under his cap at the man, asks the guy what it means that this is what is happening, and so he was in collusion with them and knew about the vile attack. She, standing next to everyone from the squad, sharply shoots at Sun Junjin. Looking after him, she says that covering up a crime is tantamount to the crime itself. The main character looks towards the girl with a blank face, thinking that it is better not to mess with this girl again. The notification states that the task has been completed and the reward is a master level skill copy scroll. Xiao, with an excited look, looks at the fallen scroll in the cave, asking himself again about the master level skill copy scroll. The main character looks at the sinister lieutenant. The notice again states that the Shadow's supernatural ability has been learned, asking the guy if he wants to learn it. Xiao thinks that he cannot believe it, and this is exactly what he needed, responding to the notification that he wants to study. The main character stands against the background of a purple magical wall. The notification states that the target has been studied. Being in a dark room, releasing burgundy magic from her hands, similar to blood, she asks herself that this haze is a shadow. The hero turns his gaze back. He sees a dark bloody ghost with red eyes in front of him, thinking that this black shadow looks darker and more massive than Zhu Xianchu's, and this is because his appearance is darker and more massive. Seriously looking straight into his eyes, Xiao thinks that he wonders how well this shadow fights. He closes his eyes. The ghost opens from his seat, leaving his remnants of magic on the floor. He begins to circle around the main character. Suddenly, the ghost changes its direction with all speed towards Xiao, who has closed his eyes. He immediately grabs it with his hand, shattering its magic piece by piece. Holding his fist up, smashing the magic, he notes in his head that this is not bad, and this shadow is at least twice as strong and faster than his own body. He looks forward with interest, continuing to think that the density is also very high, so it is not surprising that Zhu Xianchu was able to use his shadow to deflect the shots. Poking his finger at the notification system, he thinks that according to the palace's prompts, the shadow cannot die and the use time is based on spiritual power. Seriously looking at the system and pointing his finger at it, his thoughts suggest that he can continue to use it as long as his spiritual energy is strong. But how can one calculate something as vague as spiritual power? Looking at the notice, he asks the palace what his spiritual power is. The notice states that the guy does not have access to information. He looks at him with an emotionless face, remaining silent. Against the backdrop of a dark room, he says in his head that he will not cooperate with this palace. Looking at his hand, from which burgundy energy is coming out, he asks himself that this is really strange, and why strength and agility are displayed in numbers, but spiritual strength is not, telling himself that he would rather not think about it now, while there is time, and it would be better for him to gain strength, because by training his body, he can improve his strength and agility. Clenching the magic in his fist, making a small smile, Xiao confidently looks forward, telling himself that now with his shadow abilities, he is a real person with superpowers. The lieutenant, looking at the corpses of the men and the guy and girl standing next to them, says that they themselves are to blame for sneaking up on them and being killed in response. Xianchu, tensely, tells them that Sun Zhenjiang was not involved, so he did not deserve to die. Turning away from them, he says with anger against their background that, however, it is too late to talk about anything, adding that in this wilderness there is no right and wrong at all. Yang and Xiao look at the lieutenant with hostility, remaining silent. The girl turns to the hero, asking him that he just pretended to be asleep. The main character, looking thoughtfully at the girl, thinks about it. That life in the trading city has given him the habit of being constantly alert, even when he is sleeping, and not losing his vigilance. And this young Xiaojin was clearly pretending to be asleep herself, but decided to ask him, and he does not understand her. Walking away from Yang, Xiao asks if she figured it out, to which the girl says that she is bored. Two burning volcanoes smoke in the blue sky. The main character looks at the bodies lying in a line in the middle of the cave. He looks emotionlessly at the bloody body on the ground, thinking that he cannot understand how Zuxia's body disappeared earlier. Pursing his lips, he continues to look down, telling himself that these three bodies are lying here and nothing happened, and this is at least strange. The lieutenant and the hero stand at the exit from the cave, looking into the cave, informing them that it is already dawn, and let them prepare to hit the road, although they do not know what dangers lie ahead for them, but they cannot remain in place. Looking ahead, the lieutenant explains that they must find their next campsite before dark. His gaze suddenly shifts to the side, and Xianchu reveals that the two guys who went outside to relieve themselves last night haven't returned, so they're probably going to have something going on. Looking at the military, Xian, Yang, and the protagonist, he says that he hopes that next time they will not go alone, and after all, they have seen what happens to such people. The man in the bandana, looking uncertainly to the side, apologizes to everyone, asking if someone could kindly help him up. Xiao appears in front of the man, to whom he reacted by opening his eyes. He grabs him by the bandages on his stomach. The man begins to scream at the top of his lungs that he is being killed. Hitting him with his hand, the hero asks why he is shouting and let him get up and walk, because the wounds have already healed. Lifting his jacket and exposing his stomach, he touches it, asking again that they have indeed already healed. The man sits, turning to Xiao, who has turned to him that this black medicine of his works very well, thanking the guy, to which he replies that this is an inheritance from his ancestors. The notice reads thanks from Wang Lei. The lieutenant sternly addresses the nodding protagonist, asking if he still has the medicine. Xiao passes by the military man, saying that he is no more, to which the man says that he will pay for it from his own pocket and offers double the price. The guy turns around with a crazy face, asking what he just said, changing his mind, and now saying that then there is still a little medicine left. The main character looks suspiciously at the lieutenant, holding his hand on his chin, asking him what he didn't say earlier, that he had no money, to which the man replies that the three they killed had it, so he borrowed from them. In a funny way, clutching his heart, the main character thinks that he seems to be too inexperienced and did not search the corpses. How could he make such a stupid mistake? And his heart bleeds. Zio, spreading his hands to the sides in front of the lieutenant, tells him that this is not his money, but the main character's money, and let him give him at least half. To which the man says that he is not interested in money, and he will give him all 8,000 or about what he has on him if he gives him the medicine. The characters' hands pass medicine and money to each other. Zio begins to stare at the man while holding the money in his hands. The lieutenant, irritated, puts his hands on his hips, telling the main character not to look, and he really isn't lying, because that's all that happened. The history notice states that it has been discovered that there are 20,000 on the media, and he can purchase them on the initial personal storage. Zio thinks about how he needs to buy it, repeating it several times. Dark magic is creeping towards the door. The notice states that this is a successful initial personal storage purchase. The main character gradually approaches the dark door, thinking that it hurts so much, and he would like to see what storage space he paid 20,000 for. Zio grabbed the door handle. Opening it, he sees a brick wall with a hole in it. Closing the door with all his might, the guy, angry, asks what it is, saying that he paid 20,000 per cubic meter, asking what are the prices for housing in commercial areas. Thinking about the crappy palace that he decided to throw it at money and ruin his youth, adding that when he is refined to the intermediate and advanced level, he thinks that the palace will become a real home. Walking away, attracting the girl's attention, the main character thinks that his heart hurts so much, and he gave 20,000, noting that it was so painful to part with them. The squad is walking through the forest when suddenly someone asks that there is a city in front of them. The main character turns to the lieutenant, walking with his back to the entire squad. That earlier he said that this is the remnant of the civilization that existed before the disaster, and the secrets remaining there can help them, superhumans. Seriously looking away, Zio asks what the secret is. Chu, imagining images of dark heroes in the background, says that he is not sure, but only knows that legends say that supermen have existed for a very long time. But only recently they began to appear more often, and there is even an organization of supermen that kills and controls behind the walls, called thugs. The guy, pursing his lips, looks at the man with suspicion, thinking about the organization, understanding. Zio is surprised by Zoo's answer because he thought that ruins would be waiting for them in the mountains and not a whole city. Both walk slightly ahead of the rest of the group. Zio clarifies what Zoo told him earlier about the remnant of the civilization that existed before the disaster. Zoo looks around at the rest of the group. Zio wonders whether the secrets left in that very city can really help other people. He looks ahead thoughtfully and continues to ponder what the secret is. In response, Zoo tells a legend about superhumans who existed a long time ago, but in the near future they began to appear much more often. He also added that there is an organization of superhumans that kills managers behind the walls. Members of the organization call themselves thugs. Zoo's story made Zio think, because if there is a whole organization of such people, then there are quite a lot of superhumans. He turned his gaze to Zoo and clarified whether the army was engaged in their capture. A member of the organization, of whom only one silhouette is visible, stands on a mountain of corpses. Zoo gives a negative answer because superhumans are much stronger than Zio can even imagine. Zoo continues his speech against the background of an image of a table, behind which 4 silhouettes of thugs are gathered. He says that currently all fortresses are aimed at superhumans and that no one knows exactly how dangerous superhumans are. However, the leadership of the fortress has created a shelter for superhumans and intends to use the power of the thugs for their own purposes. Thus, Zoo revealed the true reason for their departure to explore the mountains. The other members of the group are not far behind the two. Zoo doesn't know what potential Jing Mountain hides, but he knows for sure that Wang Kanjiang, before setting off, found out information about other teams that are also now on their way to Jing Mountain. Zio was wary and, referring to the fact that the fortress wants to use superhumans, asked Zoo because his abilities probably played an important role in their plans. Zoo is angry at the people from the fortress because ordinary people do not regard superhumans as their own. He crushed the ant and told Zio that he couldn't even imagine what a person is capable of in relation to someone whom he does not consider one of his own. Baring his teeth, he ended up saying that he would never return. Liu Bu overheard their dialogue and insisted that they would not reveal Zoo's secrets. Both turned to look at Liu Bu. Zoo clarified that out of the entire group, he is most worried about Liu Bu. Zio pointedly pointed out that if the main cause of Zoo's worries did not return, then he could calmly return back. Liu Bu became wary and looked at the guy angrily. Zoo also did not remain indifferent and asked if Zio was also a Superman. The guy got nervous and asked again. In fact, Zoo did not suspect anything, but pointedly noticed that Zio had awakened a special ability to irritate people. Zio feels very uncomfortable and smiles nervously. At the same time, he asks the palace whether he has a perfect level skill. Smiling mischievously, he reasons that the skill he perfected at a young age, however, it will not be able to compare with Yang's skills. He stopped abruptly. Xiao turned around and, pointing his finger at Yahello, advised the group to beware of puddles, because stumbling upon a leech at this time of year is deadly. Sunlight shines through the foliage of the trees. Zhu noticed something ahead and asked everyone to look ahead. Liu Bu is confused. He does not understand what is in front of him. A girl in a light dress stands in front of them, bowing her head to a tree. Zhu describes seeing a woman in white and wondering why she is rubbing the tree. Xiao compliments him with bewilderment as to why there is a girl in such a place. He suggested not to pay attention and go around, hoping that she would not pursue them. Clouds and mountain peaks can be seen from behind the crowns. The group looks warily at the place where the girl in white just disappeared. She takes an unnaturally large leap towards them and lands on all fours. Yang and Xiao point their guns at her, and Xinyu looks at the girl in bewilderment. The latter makes an aggressive rotational movement with her arms. Yahello and Liu Bu panic. Zhu decisively takes the situation into his own hands and says that they have nowhere to run, because even if there is something that can stop them now, then there is simply no point in further expedition to Mount Jing. He gives the command to follow him. Zhu and Yang warily prepare to flee. Xiao wonders why he suddenly felt so hot. Xiao shouted to Zhu to use his shadow on the girl if something happened and let him and Yang shoot her. They both went to belay Zhu. Zhu agreed and went on the attack. His palm began to exude black mist. He sent his shadow to attack. The shadow runs straight towards the girl in white. She is moments away from capturing the mysterious girl. The shadow grabs the stranger by the throat and presses her into the ground. All that was left of the girl was a white haze, and Xiao, seeing this, decides that Zhu's ability is quite enough. The whole group approaches the girl, who is still hanging by the throat from the hand of Zhu's shadow. The girl with a scary face is perplexed and assumes that the group was sent by the fortress. Zhu says he hasn't seen anything like this outside the walls, but the girl looks shabby. Xiao looks in surprise towards the shabby wood. Near the roots, the tree bark has been stripped off. Xiao notices something under the tree and tells his comrades about it. He opens the box. Xiao takes out a piece of paper from it and wonders what it is. In front of him is a card with a QR code for payment. Xiao thinks maybe it's something left over from the disaster, since the card is plastic and could have remained unharmed for a long time. The pattern on the map is puzzling. He asks his comrades if the pattern looks like a map of the labyrinth. Everyone looks at the map, puzzled. Zhu suggests that this may be a map of a mysterious city in the Jing Mountains. Xiao looks at him, puzzled. Ian draws their attention to the writing on the map. In close-up, on the card there is a request to scan the QR code for payment. Ian reads it out with bewilderment. Xiao is indignant that in order to go through the maze you also have to pay. Zhu puts the card in his chest pocket and suggests moving on. Close up of the team, and a little to the side of Liu Bu with the girl. Zhu says that whatever is hiding on Mount Jing, they will have to take a look at it eventually. Liu Bu asks the others if they should take this shitty doll with them. Xiao, Zhu and Xinyu looked at him puzzled, but one of them suggested taking it anyway, it might come in handy. Liu Bu looks at the girl in white with confusion. A beautiful sunset can be seen from behind the mountain peaks. The group decides to stop in an angular cave for the night. Zhu looks ahead and notices that there is a pine tree growing nearby, and if anyone is hungry, let him pick up some pine cones for a snack. Xiao cuts the tree trunk with a knife and green liquid oozes out. Zhu is puzzled. He approaches Xiao and asks if he can drink it. Xiao looks at him. They were joined by Liu Bu and Xinyu. Liu Bu asks what it is and if it can be drunk. Xiao raises the knife with a cheerful expression and gives a negative answer. He does this to put some poison on his knife. Liu Bu is extremely surprised. He doesn't understand what kind of person Xiao is, that he even puts poison on his knife. Zhu and Xinyu refuse to comment on the situation and stand stone-faced. Liu Bu climbed a tree and left a girl in white sitting near the next one. He tries to reach the bumps. His foot slips off the bark and he screams. Liu Bu falls from the tree screaming. He lands on his butt and wonders why he is doing all this. There is also a girl sitting in the background. Liu Bu gives into emotions and desperately shouts that at the very beginning they had already decided to return to the fortress, but stumbled upon wolves. If it weren't for this situation, they would have already returned there. It's not for nothing that the idiom says that wolves in bay are the most insidious, damn wolves. Xiao, who approaches him, interrupts him and asks whether he even understands what he is saying and what this very idiom means. Liu Bu desperately admits that he doesn't know. Xiao thoughtfully replies that in reality Bei is also a wolf. He continues to speak against the background of a picture of a wolf with a paw in a trap. The explanation talks about a wolf who stepped on a hunter's trap and could not step on his front paw due to his wounds. Two members of the pack approach the wounded wolf to help. Xiao says that another wolf put the wounded man on his back and carried him. One wolf climbs on another. Xiao throws something to Liu Bu, who tries to catch it. Yahello caught and found a lump in his hands. Xiao continues to talk about the loyalty of wolves to their family. He looks at Liu Bu seriously and asks if people are capable of such devotion. Liu Bu looks at Xiao, puzzled. The group lit a fire. Close up of the group sitting in an angular cave near a fire. Zio holds a pine cone in his hand and talks about how all the vegetation has gotten bigger, even these pine cones. Zhu shares his reasoning about the reasons for the size of the plants, while Zio and Yang listen to him. He assumes that it's all about the high oxygen content and notices that despite physical fatigue they are still full of energy, which refers him to thoughts about a constant flow of oxygen. Zio is surprised and thinks that the phenomenon is quite reasonable and has a scientific basis. Yang, Zio, and Zhu are sitting next to the fire. Zio asks about the presence of places like Mount Jing near other fortresses. Zhu looked at him gloomily and answered positively, only there is a note that such objects are controlled by a company called Flame Source. Zio also gloomily asks for the name. He then wonders why he hasn't heard of such a company and whether it belongs to some kind of union. Zhu looks thoughtfully at the fire and, against the background of the emblem of this company, answers Zio, calling the company an independent consortium that controls up to 20 fortresses. He finds it remarkable that they are relatively far from their 113 fortress. Zio justifiably does not know about such a company. Zio responds by asking about knowledge of living conditions in the place controlled by this company. Zhu closes her eyes and waves her naked face negatively. Yang joins the dialogue, commenting on the mystery of the territory controlled by the source of the flame. Zio turned his head towards Yang in surprise. Ian's close-up against the silhouette of a flying dinosaur talks about the rumors. Someone saw huge prehistoric birds in the sky. Yang looked at the main character and said that the Flame Source Company has such power that it has suppressed this place, and perhaps only the main leadership of the Flame Source Company knows what is happening inside. Surprised, Zio wondered if she knew more than Zhu. He wondered in his mind if she belonged to any organization. Sitting on a stone, Zhu asked if the main character had read Journey to the West. He imagined the man lifting up the golden column. He stated that it says that someone could lift a stick weighing more than 6 tons, which could destroy mountains. Looking at Yang and Zio, he noticed that at first he certainly didn't believe it, but now he thinks that perhaps this person really exists. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist thought that he had never read about the Journey to the West, but to argue that more than 6 tons can crush mountains, as is the carrying capacity of agricultural tractors used in trading cities and factories, is 10 tons, so even if there is a slight overload, it can pull 12 tons. The guy started coughing when he tried to eat the cone. He looked at Zio with an angry look. He approached him with a smile and asked him to make another wish or something like that, so that another animal would fall before their feet. Frowning, the main character replied that last time it was an accident. He asked if the guy really thought the main character was capable of this. He noted that if he needs to, then he should speak. The enraged guy cried out that if his wishes were fulfilled, he would have long ago wished that an animal would now appear on his doorstep to eat. There was a noise on the street. Zio and Yang prepared to shoot. They looked at the exit from the cave. Dark streams of mana hovered before them. Many wild animals were walking towards the cave. Holding the gun in front of him, he asked Liu if it was his order. He replied that he just said it in passing. Zio grabbed his hand and asked him to order the animals that they eat vegetarian food today and let them leave. Liu asked if Zio thought it would really work. He ordered him to speak, assuming that it would suddenly work out. The animals looked at him with stone faces. Liu tearfully asked them to leave. Many animals immediately ran away from there. Taken aback, Liu asked if it worked. The stunned protagonist asked how this was even possible. Frowning, Zio suggested that Liu had awakened his luck like Yuan. The night sky was surrounded by forests. Looking at the sky, at the many birds, the main character emphasized that this was not so and that something led the animals there. Surprised, he assumed that the animals were moving together in one direction and did not dare to attack them because they were being pursued by something more terrible. Streams of wind came from the forest. There was a chain on the ground. She suddenly began to rise. The beast was chained. He continued to move through the forest. He walked through thick grass. A powerful wind came from the dark forest. People stood at the exit of the cave. An enraged Zio asked what those sounds were. He continued to stare into the darkness. Looking at the frightened Liu, he asked if the sound had disappeared. The guy suggested hiding somewhere else for a while. Frowning, Zio asked him to wait, noting that animals have a much stronger instinct for danger than humans, and these animals were clearly trying to hide in their shelter, so this cave should be relatively safe. Kneeling down, the main character asked what exactly they were hiding from, and what that sound of chains was. Yang replied that there must be something in the forest that would frighten even them. The main character with a serious face asked if they noticed that. He remembered the many human bones along the rocks. Zio said that they saw human skeletons in the gorge when they passed through it, but it was unusual not to see animal skeletons in the forest. Frowning, he stated that any living creature could die from attack, disease, and old age. He asked how they didn't see a single skeleton. He remembered how the fish bones disappeared in the forest. The main character noticed that, to make sure, he deliberately threw out fish bones in the forest. As a result, they disappeared the next day, and there were no traces left around. Turning around, he said that there is also Zuzia's body, which disappeared without a trace, and all these missing people have one thing in common: they all disappeared into the forest. Frightened, Liu wondered if it was possible that after animals evolved, plants also evolved. Zio replied that it was unclear. Zhu said with a serious face that there was no need to be too nervous and it was good that they realized this earlier. At least they could take precautions in advance. The frightened Lei noticed that there was no danger as long as they stayed away from the forest. Zhu presented their route and reported that it lay in relatively sparsely wooded parts of the ridge and hills. The main character, with a puzzled look, wondered if everything would be so simple. He began to hear powerful gusts of wind in the forest. Zio was dumbfounded by this. A monster with red eyes looked at them. There were chains on his hands. Steam was coming out of his mouth. Yang, with a serious face, began to aim at the beast. Her face was serious. He took the pistol off the safety. They, together with the main character, were preparing to shoot. Zhu screamed loudly so that as soon as he appeared, they would start shooting at him, and he would order his shadow to go around him. The chain flew up above the ground. Frightened, Zio reported that he was approaching. A powerful aura emanated from the forest. Taken aback, the main character assumed that judging by the sound, he was getting further away from them. Standing in the cave, they wondered what was happening. Frowning, Zio noted that this monster was afraid to leave the forest, and the cave is located about 10 meters from the forest and it looks like the animals were hiding there before. Turning around, Zio stated that there was something wrong with the forest, but they were lucky to escape it. Stretching out his hand, Sui said that the danger had passed, so they should rest and he would be the first on duty today, and after midnight the main character and Yang would replace him. They looked at each other. Standing next to Zio, Sui said that he couldn't help it if they didn't trust him, but he was on duty first anyway. Light smoke came from the extinguished fire. The main character and Ian were sitting near a rock. The afternoon sun illuminated the forest. There was an explosion. Zio and Yang suddenly woke up. Coming out of the cave, they asked what was happening. Looking at the smoke in the sky, Zio guessed that the Jing Mountain volcano was erupting. Stunned, Sui suggested that it seemed that the other teams infiltrating Mount Jing had made their move. With a serious face, he suggested that they speed up, noting that they needed to do it before they learned the secret. The main character looked at Suya and asked if he was tired of living. He emphasized the fact that it is unknown what dangers lie ahead for them, apart from this explosion. Frowning, Sui replied that they were already there and there was no turning back, so the only thing they could do was to find the secret of Jing Mountain as early as possible. Smiling, Zio noted that this is true and since they have already taken it, they need to bring it to the end. Yang watched him silently. Black smoke rose from the volcano. The group ran across the field. Lei wiped the sweat from his face and said that it was very hot. They saw a huge beetle. Moving further, Xinyu asked why they thought the animals became bigger but the people did not. Looking at Zio, she noticed that instead, people received superpowers. Turning around, Sui said that from ancient times to the present, human evolution has always been associated with mental abilities. After looking at him, the main character said that teacher Zhang said that there is a gene in the human body that limits muscle development. He introduced the human body and the progress of evolution. He noted that this is because smart people are more attuned to their environment, causing the brain to require more energy, so muscle development must be limited to avoid competition with the brain for resources. Zio emphasized the fact that only humans have genes that limit muscle development, but this is the price they gave for the sake of intelligence. Taken aback, Yang stated that she saw a Superman with a developed physique. She asked what he would say to this. Putting his hand to his chin, the main character suggested that his ancestors had something to do with wild animals. The group was taken aback by this response. Looking at the main character, Xinyu said that teacher Zhang at their school in the trading city is very smart and he must know a lot. Moving towards the mountains, Zio replied that this is true, he knows a lot of things, but he starts making up stupid things in class if he comes across something he doesn't know. He noticed that usually the teacher reads books and so on when he is free. There are such people behind the walls of the fortress, and they are all amazing. He said that in his free time, Zhang grows vegetables in the garden. Surprised, Xinyu asked why things in the trading city were not exactly as she thought. Teacher Zhang sneezed loudly. Sui asked him to wait with a serious face, noting that there was a human body ahead. They walked towards the human remains. While examining the corpse, they wondered how he could suddenly appear there and perhaps it was someone from the King Consortium. The main character was suddenly taken aback. Holding up the iron pendant, Zio asked in his thoughts if this was the badge that the soldiers carried with them. He read on it that it was Suzia. The enraged protagonist said that it was Suzia who died from bee venom, and whose body mysteriously disappeared before they entered the gorge. He asked how Zhu could have ended up there. Taken aback, he wondered if something had brought his body there. Raising his hand to the bones, the main character said that judging by the wounds on his body, some animal had eaten his entrails. Examining the remains, Zio asked what animal could have left such teeth marks, judging by the even bites on the body. The frightened Sui cried out that these were marks of human teeth. Turning around, the main character asked if he was sure. Sui replied that he was almost sure of that. Looking away, he revealed that he was bitten on the hand by his first love when he broke up with her while he was still in school. With a cry, Zio asked how he found the time to talk about such things when they were all scared. Looking at the corpse, Sui asked why there were traces of human teeth on the corpse and whether someone had gone crazy from hunger and eaten their own kind. Frowning, Zio asked what the guys thought, whether it was possible that what was dragging the chain last night was a person. The group was scared by this theory. Grabbing her gun, Young yelled that they were getting out of there and using a 3-man tactical formation in case something sneaked up on them. Turning around, Zio asked what a tactical formation was. Young asked if his teacher taught him this, noting that she thought he knew everything. Pointing her finger at the floor, she asked him to go to her left, adding that everyone controls their own sector of vision and should shoot directly at any strange creature approaching. Smiling, the main character replied that he understood everything. Moving along the gorge, the main character thought that Yang seemed to have taken command. As a matter of course, and no one said anything else. He assumed that everyone understood that Yang is not so simple. She is not only ruthless and not afraid of the changes taking place, but also knows details about the source of Flame Company. The sounds of gunfire were heard from the volcano. Looking up, Sui reported that the firefight was becoming more active, and it seemed that they were getting closer to the secrets of Mount Jing. Looking at the floor, Zio asked what was there. Sui picked up the shell casing from the floor. Examining it, he said that it was from a bullet fired by the King Consortium. The group was surprised by this. Looking at Zio, Sui whispered that it looked like the King Consortium was also there and had already made their move. The wild boar ran towards them. The group was scared. He ran past them. The guys targeted him and shouted that he was limping and they would take advantage of it. Liu said he never thought he would eat meat again. An enraged Sui ordered the boar to be left behind. Taken aback, Liu noted that he himself ran straight into their arms and they did not eat for almost a day. Smirking, the main character said that he envied them that they had brains, but they didn't even really need it. Liu asked what he meant. Raising his hands, Sui asked if it seemed like they would give away their location if they started frying meat there and lighting an open fire. Liu asked if the safest thing to do would be to defect to the king people if they were there. Holding her cap, Yang noted that the king had come for the secret of this place and would not let them go if they found it. Looking at the guys, she said that in this case the safest thing is to kill them as soon as they meet them and never show mercy. She noticed that to be merciful to enemies means to be cruel to yourself. Turning around, Sui asked them to move on, adding that turning back was certain death and moving forward was the only way to survive. Lei and Liu walked past Yang. Sui said that they further avoid meeting the King Consortium fighters based on where the shooting is coming from. Lei stated that he thought they would starve to death before allowing the Kingmen to catch them. Yang looked after them. Smoke rose from the volcano. Looking into the dark forest, Sui said that perhaps in an hour they will know what is hidden in this Jing mountain. He suggested that there was much less shooting. Looking at the main character, he whispered that if they had to fight guerrilla warfare in the future, they would have to abandon the other 3, who would not be able to keep up with the 3 of them. Turning around, Zio looked at the tired group members and agreed with Sui. Turning around sharply, Sui asked where Yang was. Standing in the forest, Liu asked where she was and when she disappeared. Stunned, Zio thought that with Yang's power, it was impossible to disappear without warning unless she herself wanted to leave. They looked at each other and nodded. The sounds of chains were heard in the forest. The frightened members of the group screamed that they heard this sound again. Looking into the forest, Liu screamed that this monster couldn't take Yang away. He saw that the people in front of him had disappeared. Frightened, Liu started screaming loudly and asked where the 2 were. Standing in the forest, he asked why the 2 had disappeared. Lei looked back and said that the sound was getting closer. Liu began to run away from there. He closed his eyes in fear. Lei overtook him. Running after him, he shouted that Lei had just been injured and was already running so fast, and Xinyu was a big star and was running very fast. Liu frowned. He tripped Leia. While escaping from there, Liu asked for forgiveness, noting that someone must be sacrificed in order to survive. The monster rushed at Lei. Stunned, Liu turned around. Blood began to flow from Lei. The monster was sitting on him. Liu and Xinyu continued to run. Closing his eyes, he screamed that he just wanted to come back alive, and there was nothing wrong with that. He looked at Xinyu with an angry look. He extended his hand to her and said that in order to survive, you need to sacrifice something. He couldn't reach her. The soldiers pointed their guns at them and asked who they were. Pointing his finger back, Liu said that a monster was running after them. The military surrounded them and ordered them to sit on their knees and put their hands on their heads. Raising his hand to the headphones, the soldier said that an escaped test subject had been found and he was requesting support. The soldiers began to advance into the forest. The monster rushed at them. The military started shooting at him. The animal avoided being hit by bullets. The soldiers tied their hands with a collar. They picked them up. The soldiers found a girl's doll under Liu's cloak. They began to examine her. The monster continues to advance through the forest. As Xiao walked up the mountain, he thought that when Yang was still around, the group held each other back, forming a short stable team, and now that Yang suddenly disappeared, the team instantly collapsed. Frowning, he noted that he and Sui had unspokenly decided to go it alone, and after all, they couldn't trust each other yet. Looking at the mountainous area, the main character began to think that he was wondering what the secret was for which all the forces were fighting. He mentally noted that he was not going to return empty-handed, so he would go in and look around. The soldiers moved through the forest. As he walked up the mountain, Xiao noted in his mind that people were following him. Looking at their backs, he wondered if they were King Consortium people. They shouted that the experimental object had been found and they were asking for support. Hiding, the main character thought about the experimental object. He wondered if there were still people in these wild places conducting experiments. He wondered if so many people couldn't kill one monster, or if it was too strong. Looking around the treetops, Xiao noted that however, this monster had attracted their attention, so he could take this opportunity to act stealthily. He was hiding behind a stone. While examining the base, the main character asked why they needed a place where there had recently been an explosion. He saw the scientist collecting the blood of the beast. He closely watched the man in the white coat. He began to sneak up on him. While looking around the ruined settlement and scientists, Xiao wondered if the King Consortium was capturing mutant beasts, noting that he feared that these beasts could not escape the fate of being studied. He was suddenly surprised. He saw a man on the roof of a building. Xiao looked at the guy in the white shirt. A man is depicted in a white suit and blue tie, looking down intensely. The main character looks at him, hiding behind a rock, and thinks that perhaps this is the man in charge of this operation. He notes that if on a normal day he saw someone in a white suit roaming the wild lands in a white suit, he would right off would be like a weak-minded person. Xiao stares at him. We see how the main character looks at the roof of a building, on which a man in a white suit points with his finger and says something. The main character thinks that this man now standing on top of the building, on the contrary, does not feel out of place, perhaps because that he is a leader and does not need to go into battle. We see fighters with weapons, an excavator and doctors in masks who are preparing syringes. The main character thinks that the surrounding area is heavily guarded and the number of fighters could reach 1,000. He notes that it looks like the King Consortium intends to find the secret of the mountain that he talked about Zhu, and that in the current state of affairs, he is unlikely to be able to compete for what they are looking for, and there is no point in him taking risks for the sake of a secret unknown to him. Xiao looks at the broken street and thinks about leaving everything as it is. We see a destroyed building. The main character walks along a road littered with rubbish and debris. He walks around the ruins from the city and thinks that it is amazing that there is a huge city here, and although all the buildings are in pieces, the main structure is still intact. Xiao takes a step through the rubble. He walks forward through the ruins. We see his back. He thinks that one can only imagine how beautiful this city used to be. Xiao turns around in surprise. He looks at the surviving sign and reads the title. The main character thinks that Xiao you can sounds a little mysterious. Xiao sees another sign and lists what he has already seen: a beauty salon, fast food, and a health center. The main character looks thoughtfully to the side and remembers a strange doll, a QR code, and a sign with an image. He asks the question that he risked his life, went all the way to find all this. Xiao stares ahead and thinks about waiting. He descends sharply down the rubble. The main character looks at a sign with famous tobacco and alcohol products. He is surprised that there is such a shop here and thinks that in their days there is tobacco and alcohol. Xiao notes that if he can find their source, he can become the richest man in a trading city. He smiles joyfully and slyly, clasping his palms together. Xiao thinks that since they are only interested in mutant animals and secrets, he asks not to blame him for devastating the rest of this place. The main character looks at the shop and notes that, protected by plastic packaging, tobacco and alcohol should be in good condition. He reaches out to the crack and notes that it is broken, so all the cigarettes and alcohol inside have also turned to dust. The main character holds his heart with horror. He thinks that his dream of becoming the richest man has been shattered. Xiao clenched his teeth, frowned, and thought with anger that he really had to leave just like that. He couldn't take the main secret with him, so he had to take at least something. We see another sign. The main character thinks he needs to go and look somewhere else. He looks at the doll in a short skirt and top. He is surprised that they are there too and does not understand what they are needed for. Xiao raised his hand to his chin and looks thoughtfully at the doll. The main character begins to strangle the doll. He wonders if there is air inside and does not understand why it looks like Yang. Xiao applies even more force. The doll's head inflates and increases in size. The doll's head suddenly explodes. The main character wipes his forehead with his hand with relief and assumes that he knows what this is for. He walks down the street and carefully looks around. In the store, Zio stands near the counter with goods and reaches for the top shelf. He picked up a white jar. He reads in surprise that it is old white gold. He does not understand what the hell it is and whether there is gold in it. Zio, surprised, opens the jar and pours out the contents, and pills fall out of it. The main character furiously throws the jar on the floor and thinks that all the people of the old world are liars. He emotionally says that this is some kind of Zio you can, and there is no gold in him. Zio closed his eyes and raised his hand to his chin thoughtfully, noting that he heard Wang say earlier that there were shops selling gold behind the wall. Dollar signs appeared in his eyes. He reasoned that this city is very large, so there should definitely be a store like this there. We see the facades of buildings and the starry sky. The main character notes that in their days gold is a valuable currency, and it does not deteriorate, so if he finds it, he will definitely be rich. A brick building is shown. The main character's brother goes with a flashlight to Zioyu, who is sitting on the mattress, and thanks her for taking care of him all the time lately. The sister replies that it is good that Yuan's temperature has subsided, otherwise she would not have known how she would have explained this is Ziosu. Yuan puts the lamp on the table. His sister asks what his brother is doing now. She hopes he is safe. Yuan says that he thinks he is safe and recommends not to worry. Yuan looks at Zioyu kindly and thinks about how he had a fever the other day because of desire, and his sister could have taken the money and just left him. But she didn't. Instead, she helped him, just like a mother, that he was trying to cure his child. He was very pleased. Zioyu turned to Yuan and sternly said that since he had already recovered from his illness, he would have to attend class tomorrow to make up for his missed homework. Sweat appeared on Yuan's face, and he fearfully replies that she shouldn't do this because his brother is not at home. Zioyu smiles sweetly and says that in any case, she doesn't care because he will do what he is told. We see a brick house against the background of the starry sky. A bright moon is depicted. People are sneaking around in the darkness inside a high fence. Yuan and Zioyu stood up in fear. The sister notes that there is someone outside. Yuan will nervously add that there is more than one person there. Zioyu fearfully takes up the weapon and orders Yuan to stay put while she goes out and takes a look. She trembles, nervously holds the knife in her hands and walks forward. Yuan watches her leave the house. A bald man kicks in the door, and another one stands nearby. They attack the stunned Zioyu. She screams and points the knife at them with her eyes closed. A man with an angry face tries to snatch it. He calls Zioyu names furiously. Two men force her to the ground and hold her by the neck. In fear, she orders them to let go and leave her behind. The third one attacks Yuan with a knife. He swings and hits the bed. Yuan falls to the ground. He lands in a fighting stance. The man, dumbfounded, notes that he is a smart guy. Yuan remembers them and thinks that these three were usually messing around in the market town, but he didn't expect that they would actually attack this house next to the school. He looks at the man sternly and thinks that because of his recent illness, Sister Zioyu must have become their target when she went to buy meat to help him gain some strength. A teacher comes into the house. The criminal points a knife at him and says that he hasn't liked this old man for a long time. The attacker stands in a fighting stance and says that Zhang must have a lot of valuable things. Yuan, standing nearby, nervously asks that they still dare to kill the teacher. The criminal attacks the boy and orders him to give the money in an amicable way without these resistances. Yuan furrowed his eyebrows and thinks that they even dared to touch the school teacher, afraid that no one would find out who committed the murder. We see the roofs of houses in the dusk. The attacker brandishes a weapon and a wound appears on his body. Yuan sharply fired his pistol at him. The other two men are shocked and don't understand where he got the gun from. Yuan continues to shoot criminals. They start running towards the exit while the boy shoots. Two unknown people watch as a man lies on the ground. Yuan furiously pointed a pistol at the lying man, and the others began to scream in horror and run. Yuan shot at them. All three died. They are lying on the ground. Zioyu looks out with the teacher. Yajin says with horror that he knew that Zio was quite a ruthless person, so he understood that Yuan would be like him. He looks at the boy in surprise and says that he couldn't even think that at 13 Yuan would dare to shoot someone. Yuan holds the gun with trembling hands. He is shaking all over in shock. Zioyu holds him by the shoulders in horror and screams his name. She hugs the boy and tells him not to be afraid and that everything will be fine because everything is already over. Jaeon watches his sister hug the boy and asks if Zio left this for him. Sister and Yuan look at the gun. The teacher asks if this is why Yuan went alone into the wilderness to make sure no one found him. Yuan answers positively and says that he didn't think that something would happen right after he picked up a pistol. Yuan fearfully tells the teacher that he and his sister will leave the shopping mall right away so as not to cause him any inconvenience. The teacher sternly says that now that the wolves have returned, the wild lands are not safe. Zhang looks at them and says that the place that Zio has prepared for him may be safe enough, but it cannot hide him from the smell of the wolves. He says that they do not need to run away because he will handle everything. Yuan looks at him incredulously and thinks about what the teacher can do to handle something like this. We see the roof of the house, the moon and stars. People go forward and say that the weapon was actually taken by this Ren child. There are many people in uniform walking. One of them angrily says that this child is the only one in this market town who has the opportunity and courage to touch a weapon. Van smiles and tells the commander that it must be some kind of misunderstanding. The commander stands opposite the old man and says that now he is almost sure that Wang Dingyang was killed by Xiao. The first says that the commander and Wang Dingyang were not on good terms either. He suggests discussing whether Wang Dingyang was killed by Xiao. The commander puts a gun to the old man's head and orders him to get out of here. He asks if he thinks that he is as corrupt as the rest of the inhabitants behind the wall. The commander points his finger and orders everyone to be arrested. He wants to see how Xiao will justify himself when he returns. The teacher stood in the aisle and ordered them to stop. He holds out a piece of paper and asks him to take it to the fortress and tell Fat Man Lo to come to him. Zhang stood in front of the two soldiers and said that he had to give this to him and he would understand, and this was no longer something he could handle. One of the soldiers said with a confused look that this school teacher just called Boss Luo fat. Another soldier put a gun directly to the head of the frightened old man Wang and asked what he was waiting for. Zhuo stood still, holding out a piece of paper while the same soldier said that he thought some kind of card would help him get rid of them. Then he snatched the card from the teacher's hands with an arrogant look. The soldier looked forward with a menacing gaze and simply remained silent. Teacher Zhang stared back straight ahead with a serious look. Then the soldier, looking at Zhang Jinglin's card, thought with great surprise that he was from the 178th fortress. The soldier immediately pointed his finger at the teacher and the people behind him, saying that they should watch them, and the other soldiers obeyed the order. Suddenly the soldier got into the car and with a frightened look pulled the gear lever. The car began to move forward at great speed, leaving only dust behind. Several soldiers approached Yuan and Xiaoyu, and one of them ordered that they need to be searched, while the other said that no one should move. One of the soldiers searched the boy and asked where the gun was hidden, while the other pointed his weapon at him, telling him what he should say. Yuan looked forward sharply with an angry gaze. The two soldiers, greatly frightened, trembled and looked forward. Xiaoyu turned to Mr. Zhang, asking if everything would be okay, and he turned back and said that there was no need to worry and everything would be fine and they wouldn't dare to do anything to them yet. Yuan said that he apologized for the trouble they caused him, and Zhang, turning in his direction, said that they were not to blame, this world was wrong, and he should thank him for saving him recently. Yuan asked him what he did before teaching, and Zhang, standing sideways, said that he was a military man, while he asked why he stopped being a military man. Zhang answered the question that because war cannot save humanity. He then abruptly turned to the side and continued to say that he originally chose Zai Asu as a replacement teacher because he was preparing for his departure from this city, and he plans to return to Sabei. Yuan asked about Sabei and that this was the same northwestern part of the country that was mentioned earlier in the lesson, and received a positive answer from Zhang, who imagined beautiful mountains in his head over which birds flew. He continued to imagine in his head a huge number of mountains over which birds were flying, and said that in the northern part of the country the snow and ice had not yet melted, and among the sand and yellow earth not a trace of greenery was visible. Zhang continued to say that Sabei has endless white spaces, which makes people there seem very lonely, and imagined in his head a small stone structure standing right in the middle of the mountains. Yuan, looking ahead, asked why he suddenly wanted to return to Sabei. Zhang, looking to the side, replied that because the world was starting to change, and he needed to be with those who were waiting for him. Yuan looked at him with great surprise and asked about the people who were waiting for him, and he simply smiled. Zhang leaned forward, holding Yuan by the shoulders, and said that he should not be afraid, and they would not dare to do anything to him. The most they could do was send him back to the 178th fortress. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to a camp with a huge number of tents, in one of which the doe with a cigar in his mouth was looking at the card. Lan sharply asked where this Zhang Jinglin was and said that he should take him there while the soldiers standing next to him obeyed his order. The soldiers, stepping on the ground with their boots, walked forward, and one of them said that they needed to open the door quickly. The car, accompanied by soldiers, approached the huge metal gates, which slowly swung open. Lan was driving in the car, smoking a cigar, and said on the phone that Zhang Jinglin was here, and they asked him if he was sure. The doe, continuing to smoke a cigar, said on the phone that he was not entirely sure yet, but if it was true, should he kill him and why should this old man hide with him? A man in a white coat spoke on the phone and asked about his murders, while he was told that yes, and such an opportunity comes once in a lifetime. The man in the white robe looked to the side, continuing to talk on the phone, asking that if he kills him now, do those fighters from the 178th fortress think to leave him alone? The doe, holding the phone near his ear, said that he could do it, but it would be a little scrit. A man in a white robe, speaking on the phone, asked what he thought. There was an impenetrable wall in this world, and why not just send him back to the 178th fortress, let Sebe continue to guard him. The man in the white robe looked to the side, saying that even if he had to die, he couldn't die at the hands of the king family, let alone them with him. While Lan spoke on the phone that he was the case if he one day, and that he answered him that later it would not be too late to kill him, but for now let someone else have a headache first. Then the man in the white coat asked on the phone what, by the way, if there was a tramp named Ren Zaiasu in his area, and Lan, continuing to smoke a cigar, asked about that medicine seller. The man in the white robe nodded his head, holding his hand in his pocket, not saying that Luo Xinyu is a singer, Ren Zaiasu is a medicine seller, and asked what Nhuyang Zaiajin is, while Lan asked about her on the phone and said that he never haven't heard this name. The man in the white robe said on the phone that there were two more questions. How many years had Luo Xinyu been a singer in the fortress, and whether this Ren Zaiasu had relatives or friends. And Lan, sitting in the car, said that Luo Xinyu had become famous in almost 2 years, and Ren Zaiasu seems to have a brother. Suddenly, the soldier sitting next to him said that this Yang Jinglin was his friend, and Lan asked with a displeased expression what kind of coincidence this was. A man in a white coat said on the phone that there was no need to touch his brother for now, and let him deal with the rest as best he knew, while Lan and the soldier were sitting in the car. The soldier looked away with a dissatisfied expression, clenched his teeth, and simply remained silent. Immediately after this event, the narrative moves to a huge city standing right next to the mountains. A man in a white robe lowered his hand with a walkie-talkie in it. The man in the white robe turned sharply to the side, looking forward. The man in the white robe, sharply behind the block, said that he forgot to introduce himself, and he is King Zhen from the King Family Consortium, Luo Lan's younger brother. King looked towards Liu and Xinyu kneeling in front of him, saying that he was glad to meet them. Xinyu looked straight ahead with great disdain as King called them Mr. Liu Bu and Miss Luo Xinyu. King walked forward and said that they should tell him more about these three people, Zhu Xianchu, Yang Zaiajin, and Ren Zaiasu. King arrogantly looked at Xinyu sitting below and asked if there was something connecting Ren Zaiasu and Yang Zaiajin. They say that the names sound very similar. Liu exclaimed with fear on his face that they were not connected in any way. He then looked at King and said that Zhu Xianchu is a Superman who has the ability to release a shadow from his body that can even stop a bullet. Liu gritted his teeth in fear, saying that he could not say much about Yang Zaiajin, but the one to be most afraid of was Ren Zaiasu. King, looking to the side, asked in surprise why. Xinyu looked to the side with an arrogant look and asked that because he could cultivate anyone. Liu looked forward with great fear on his face, saying that no, and he was just very strong. At that time they were all fleeing in the canyon, and imagined in his head how the soldiers were running from a huge horde of insect monsters. Liu continued to say that he was the only one who ran in the opposite direction, and recalled how he turned back and looked at Xiao running away. Liu recalled turning back with a huge look of fear on his face and saying that he couldn't help but look back at him. Liu stood in the middle of the canyon and looked in the direction in which the streams of black energy were directed. Liu stood still and looked with great surprise at Xiao, who was running with a man on his back along the canyon. Liu recalled saying what the hell and how he could run so fast while carrying someone else, and stretched his hand forward towards the protagonist, who was running at great speed along the canyon, overtaking the car. Liu said that he was able to lift an adult man with one hand and still run fast, and he suspects that he is also a Superman, while Xinyu and King looked in his direction with great contempt. King, lowering his head down, closing his eyes, asked what if there was anything else, and Liu answered that no, and that was all for now. If he remembered something, he would tell him. King, with his hands in his pockets, said what needed to be written down, and Zhu Xianchu was an underdeveloped Superman with risk factor C. Ren Zaiasu was a suspected Superman with increased physical strength and risk factor F, and his subordinate wrote it all down in a notebook. His subordinate then took Liu's hand, who said that they should wait. The subordinate continued to lift Liu, who looked at King and shouted that they had nothing to do with it, and they were all ordinary people who were forced to follow Zhu Xianchu all the way here. King would turn around sharply and say that he knew that this had nothing to do with them. If he had anything to do with it, then he should be nervous now, and Liu would ask what and if he was going to do something with them. King closed his eyes and said that they would go with him and should try not to be too surprised while his subordinates lifted Liu and Xinyu from the ground. At the same moment, a crescent moon shone in the night sky, surrounded by a huge number of stars. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to a huge building, near which people were standing. King walked along with the soldiers and spoke to Zuman, saying that he should lead a group to find Zaiasu, Yang Zaiajin, and Zhu Xianchu, and they should return by 12 o'clock at night, and he would take the order. King stopped near a group of people and said that teams 2, 3, and 4 should follow him, and they immediately followed his order. Liu, looking at King with great fear on his face, asked where they were going. King stood in the middle of the city street and said that now they themselves will soon find out. The narrative of the story then shifts to several soldiers standing near a huge cage. King raised one of his hands up, holding the other in his pocket. Liu stood next to Xinyu and was surrounded by soldiers, saying what the same. In that same cage, with a chain on his arm, lay a gray, scary monster. Liu asked that the teeth marks on Zhu's body were not the same, while everyone else was standing right next to the monster's cage. King would quickly turn around and say that they seemed to know a little about him and had seen the bodies he had bitten. Xinyu looked forward with great fear and asked what this was all about. King, standing right in front of this monster, said that they were a product of the pre-catastrophe period, and they had only recently learned of their existence, and they should be called test subjects. Xinyu looked straight at King and asked about the test subjects, and he said that he must have recently escaped from the walls of some laboratory. King, with his head down, continued to say that they were all surprised how they survived to their days, because this is a living example. Xinyu, looking in his direction, said that this means that they came here for this sample and to find the laboratory that once held these experimental subjects captive. Suddenly, King turned his serious gaze to the side. King, standing still, says he doesn't know if they know that multicellular organisms like humans use cell division as the basis for growth and reproduction. He then went on to say that one would assume that cell division should be endless, but the strange thing is that all human cells stop at an average of 50 divisions, after which irreversible decay sets in, and he imagined several microcells in his head. King looked to the side and said that it is for this reason that a person's life expectancy is limited, he grows old and dies. Xinyu looked away as King continued to say that, well, that doesn't mean it can't be changed. King said he suspected the lab had developed a technology that made cells divide endlessly, increasing the body's metabolic cycle and lifespan, and focused his attention on the metal gate in the brick building. King reloaded his gun and said that, but they didn't expect that by doing this, they would create these monstrous and inhumane creatures, and these human-modified test subjects had completely lost their sanity as human beings. King suddenly left his gun directly into the monster's cage and continued to say that, but their physical strength and agility are far superior to ordinary people, while he looked forward with a menacing gaze. The monster abruptly grabbed the gun with its teeth and crushed it, while King said that they had to use 5 battle groups and sacrifice many of their people to capture at least one object alive. King turned sharply to the side, looking at his subordinate, who was writing something in a notebook, and said that he should write down that his teeth were developed, his pupils were narrow, his habit of moving on all fours, he was no longer human. King closed his eyes and continued to say that it was suspected that he was the product of a genetic change, and it was assumed that this laboratory was a secret experimental facility of the Flame Source Company before the disaster. Xinyu looked to the side with a puzzled look and reasoned that the base was the source of the flame. King looked down as she speculated on whether the King Consortium could take over this technology. The monster, standing on 4 limbs, squeezed its jaw with enormous force, breaking the pistol into small pieces. King looked towards the soldier and said that he should shine a bright light on him, and he obeyed the order. The soldier raised his hand up and made a finger gesture to another soldier standing on top of the building. Then the soldier sharply turned the huge searchlight to the side. A bright light suddenly illuminated the monster in the cage and the people standing next to it. The monster in the cage covered its face with its hand after the light hit it. The monster suddenly began to back away, closer to the shadow, while in its cage. King, tilting his head down a little, asked about photophobia. The soldier standing next to Kin and Xinyu said that there are 2 possible causes of photophobia. The first being the weakness of the individual who was once human and now it is reflected in what it is now, and the second is that it is in a gene edited. The model was based on the nature of the beast. King, turning his head slightly to the side, said that one was enough to study so that they could kill the rest without further losses, and the soldier standing behind him accepted the order. King reasoned with a thoughtful look that if he has photophobia, then why was he recently active during the day, and is he evolving again, or is there something that attracted him and made him go out in broad daylight? King conjured images of Xiao, Zhu, and Yang standing next to each other in his head and wondered if this could have something to do with the 3 of them. A huge number of soldiers stepped with their black boots directly onto the asphalt. Man in a shirt stood in the middle of his subordinates, while through the radio they asked him what they had found, not them. Man in a shirt, using a walkie-talkie, said that there were no leads yet, but an active search was underway, and in response they told him that it was good and they should find them as soon as possible. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to one of the buildings in the destroyed city. Xiao stood near the entrance to a huge building and wondered if all the stores before the disaster were built on such a grand scale. The protagonist focused his attention on the nameplate hanging on the building and reasoned that this was Lu Wang's department store, and if he could open a department store, then there might be a gold store somewhere. Zio entered that same department store and moved slowly around it, wondering what kind of mess it was and whether there could be a gold store here. Suddenly, the protagonist turned sharply back and looked at the shelf with goods. Right on the shelf were toys of characters from Journey to the West, and Zio reasoned that Journey to the West, and wasn't that the name of the book that Zhu Xianchu mentioned earlier. Then the protagonist stretched out his hand to the toys and reasoned that the one with the stick must be the general, after all. Zio walked away from the toys and wondered where the gold store was. The protagonist approached the sign indicating that this was the Chao Su Fuk jewelry store and said that of course, and here it is. Zio immediately rushed towards the jewelry racks, putting his hands forward. The protagonist held a black bracelet in his hand and reasoned that silver turns black when oxidized. Zio immediately threw the bracelet behind his back with a dissatisfied look and reasoned that silver was worth nothing. The protagonist held a huge yellow ingot in his hand and reasoned that here it was, gold. Zio joyfully stood right in front of a rack with a huge number of gold bars and reasoned that he thought there was enough gold here so that Liaoyuan and sister Zioyu could live comfortably for decades, and if they returned to the trading city with this, then the opening of a gold store would be no longer a dream. The protagonist thought and raised his hand to his chin, arguing that there was so much here and how he could carry it all. Zio suddenly realized something and reasoned that he would definitely do just that. The protagonist was holding in his hands several gold jewelry right above the shelf. Zio was doing something with his hands right above the jewelry rack. The protagonist held a ball of gold in his hands and reasoned that if you look for all the gold jewelry in the ball, you can put it all in the palace vault. Zio reasoned that it was already full and needed to be pushed in, and tried to hold the door with his shoulder, which was barely staying closed. The protagonist, holding a bag made from a cloak on his back, walked forward and reasoned that he would wrap the rest in his cloak and carry it away. Suddenly, several soldiers stepped with their black-booted feet directly on the ground. Zio looked forward with great surprise, his eyes wide open. A squad of soldiers with a man in a black shirt headed forward, passing through the department store building. Zio was hiding behind one of the building's walls, watching a squad of soldiers pass by. The protagonist looked out from around the corner with a tense look, wondering where the king fighters suddenly appeared from here. Zio looked ahead with great dissatisfaction and reasoned that there were so many people, and they were alert enough, and whether there was any danger here. A detachment of soldiers led by Man walked through the department store past a rack with characters from Journey to the West. Man looked sharply to the side and was very surprised by what he saw. Man opened his eyes wide in surprise and simply silently looked to the side. The protagonist, peeking around the corner, nodded his head and wondered if they had left. The entrance to the department store building was surrounded by complete silence. Man looked around the corner, looking at the entrance to the department store building, showing the soldier. The soldier asked Manny in a whisper if something had happened. Man, recalling the figures of characters from Journey to the West, said in a whisper that he had already searched this building and its contents were now in places that were not in the right places, as he remembered, and reasoned that he remembered that it was the monk who was riding on a white horse, and next to it stood a monkey. Man looked out from around the corner, standing next to the soldier, and said in a whisper that it looked like someone had been here, and perhaps even still inside, and reinforcements needed to be called to immediately surround the area. Man suddenly made a gesture with his hand, sending the soldiers forward. At the same moment, soldiers lined up on both sides of the entrance to the department store building. The protagonist looked forward with great surprise, his eyes wide open. A huge number of soldiers stood near the entrance to the department store building. Zio turned around with great surprise and looked to the side, reasoning that why the king fighters decided to turn back. The protagonist turned back and leaned against the pillar, reasoning that it looked like Liu Bu and the others had revealed his existence to the king consortium after they were captured, which meant these guys were coming for him. Zio looked sharply down at the bundle from the cloak that contained the gold, and reasoned that it looked like he couldn't take the gold. One of the soldiers made a gesture with his hand and looked forward with a serious look. At the same moment, a detachment of a large number of soldiers armed with machine guns immediately entered the department store building. The detachment was divided into two and dispersed in two different directions. One of the soldiers turned towards Manya standing next to him and said that he should take a look at this. Then the soldier opened the cloak, which contained a huge amount of gold bars, and said that there was a bag of gold, presumably thrown away by the tracking object. Man looked down, saying that he was interested in gold after coming all this way, and the person who could do this was probably the vagabond Ren Zaiasu. Suddenly the soldier sharply raised his head up and saw a silhouette in a cloak in the flight between the stairs. The soldier immediately radioed that the target had run to the second floor, standing next to the stairs. A huge number of soldiers at the same moment ran up the stairs, while the radio transmitted that the target had run to the third floor. Man stood near the stairs, looking at the soldiers who were climbing it and shouting that they should go ahead and not let him leave. Man stood still, raising his head up, reasoning that something was clearly wrong, and Ren Zaiasu foolishly decided to run upstairs. If he continued to run upstairs, he would simply end up surrounded by them on the roof. Man closed his eyes and thought, reasoning that he was very greedy for money, but abandoned it as soon as he found himself in a dangerous situation, and his decisive refusal of gold gives the impression that he is acting more decisively than recklessly. The protagonist slipped between flights of stairs with great speed. Zio ran very quickly straight up the stairs and reasoned that they had noticed him and would probably send someone to cordon off this entire building. The protagonist, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, looked up and reasoned that wherever he ran now, there was a chance of encountering king fighters, with the exception of. Man sharply imagined in his head the image of the roofs of buildings and reasoned that next to this building there was another building a little shorter, 10 meters from each other, and perhaps he would be able to escape by jumping from the building. Man sharply raised his hand with the pistol in it and gave the order to the soldiers that they should continue the pursuit, but they disobeyed the order. Man, sharply waving his hand with a pistol in it in front of his face, said that the external combat group should be sent to detach the neighboring building. Man abruptly jumped down from one staircase to another, holding a pistol in his hand. At the same moment, the protagonist hit the door with great force with his foot. Zio kicked down the door leading to the roof with his foot. The protagonist was right on the roof of the building while a door flew forward right in front of him. Zio turned sharply to the side, looking at the neighboring building, and said what was there. The protagonist rushed with great speed to the edge of the roof of the building. Zio sharply pushed his foot off the edge of the roof of a building and jumped forward, flying to the roof of another. Man ran out of the department store building with great speed and turned his head to the side. Man abruptly stopped in place and looked with great surprise at the silhouette of the protagonist, who was flying past the buildings in the city. Man, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, asks if this Ren Zaiasu can really jump to another building and what level of strength and speed he has achieved. Man abruptly grabbed the walkie-talkie and said that the strength of Ren Zaiasu's target needs to be reevaluated, and repeats that the strength of the target needs to be reevaluated. Zio landed sharply right on the roof of a nearby building, doing a somersault and getting on all fours. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward with great speed, running along the roof of another building. Zio raised his head sharply and looked at the tall building right in front of him with great surprise. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, looked forward and talked about this in surprise. Zio then focused his attention on a very tall, dilapidated building. The protagonist focused his attention even closer to one of the rooms in the very building in which a certain silhouette was visible. In that very room in the tall building, Yang stood watching everything that was happening. Yang sharply adjusted the girl on her head with her hand. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a strange black and red trunk appeared right in her hands. She then stepped on the small step with her black booted foot. Yang stood still and aimed at the scope of her huge black and red rifle. She suddenly exhaled slowly and continued to aim one eye at the scope of her rifle. Yang stood in place, holding her black and red rifle with two hands and aimed at its scope. Zio continued to run along the roof of the building with great surprise, talking about young Xiaojin. The protagonist stopped abruptly on the roof of the building and looked sideways at the street of the destroyed city. Zio suddenly focused his attention directly on King and the people standing next to him who were near the cage, and reasoned that this means that young Xiaojin's goal was to come and kill this young man in a white suit. The protagonist froze abruptly in place, raising his head up and looking at the tall building on the side of him, and reasoned that she was so far from this man in a white suit. Zio looked to the side with a reasonable expression and thought that at such a distance to the target, the sniper needs to calculate many factors, such as wind direction, temperature, humidity, and various external obstacles and cover near the target. Then the protagonist focused his attention on Kin standing near the cage and highlighted his approximate location on the street, reasoning that how can sniping be carried out at such a distance, even if one has to take into account the deflecting force of the rotation of the Earth. King stood still while Xinyu was behind him. Xinyu rose sharply, and the protagonist looked forward and reasoned that the wind had stopped, and now. Zio turned his head sharply towards the tall building standing nearby and reasoned that she had not fired. The protagonist then focused his attention on Xinyu, who suddenly stood up from the ground, and reasoned that when did she free herself from the rope binding her thumbs. Xinyu suddenly rushed forward towards King with great speed, holding a knife in her hand. Xinyu continued to rush forward at great speed, moving her hand with the dagger in it and back a little. King sharply turned his gaze back and looked at the woman in the suit who was deflecting Xinyu's blow. Xinyu threw a punch with her hand, which the woman deflected with her white fan. The woman in the suit would then lash out with her white fan, while Xinyu dodged it. Xinyu jumped back, landing on the ground as the woman in the suit collected her white fan. The woman in the suit suddenly took a blade out of her pocket and threw it forward with great fury. Xinyu landed on the ground with a huge look of fear on her face, holding a knife in her hand and looking at the blade flying towards her. Suddenly, a circle of purple energy appeared on the ground right under Xinyu's hand. Xinyu abruptly fell into a dark space through a circle of purple energy, while a knife flew into her place where she had just been. The woman in the suit watched as a flash of black and purple energy remained in Xinyu's place. The woman in the suit said with surprise on her face that she was a Superman, and King stood next to her, watching everything that was happening. The protagonist watched what happened with great surprise and reasoned that Luo Xinyu was in fact also a Superman. Xiao turned sharply to the side and asked that where did that fragile and quiet Luo Xinyu go, and it must be someone else posing as her. King turned sharply to the side, looking at a tall building in which a bright and yellow light was coming from the window. At the same moment, Yang fired her huge black and red rifle. King turned sharply to the side with a huge fear on his face while someone shouted that there was a sniper there. The bullet rushed with great speed straight towards King, who was standing still. At the same moment, the girl in a business suit jumped sharply to the side, gritting her teeth. She suddenly leaned forward, opening her 2 white fans behind her back. Then the girl in a business suit put 2 white fans right in front of her and tried to deflect the bullet flying at her. The girl in a business suit clenched her teeth in dissatisfaction and fear and simply remained silent. The bullet fired from Yang's rifle slightly damaged the white fan. The bullet, flying forward at great speed, destroyed the white fan into small fragments. At the same moment, the girl in a business suit fell back while the same bullet hit her chest. King stood still and watched as that same bullet flew right through the body of a girl in a business suit. King looked down at the body of the girl, who was falling down and coughing up a huge amount of blood. King, turning to the side, straightening his cloak, said that what a pity. One of the soldiers sharply pulled the pin from the grenade and said that everyone should prepare for a smoke grenade. At the same moment, a smoke grenade fell straight to the ground, releasing a huge amount of smoke, and a certain voice shouted that it needed to be compacted. King stood in place while a huge amount of smoke surrounded him, and voices were heard in the area to look for a sniper position, and it was an abandoned building in the southeast. King abruptly pulled out a bullet from the destroyed asphalt with his hand. King held the bullet in his hand and looked at it with great seriousness and simply remained silent. King turned his gaze sharply to the side and thoughtfully reasoned that, surprisingly, this was an attack by rebels, and this is a group of people about whom there are vague rumors in the circles of the consortium. King walked up to Liu, who was sitting on the asphalt, and said that being her agent and not even knowing that his employer was a Superman, he was still really very stupid. They took Liu by the clothes and lifted him up, and he said that she was just like that before. Suddenly, that same silver bullet was brought right to his eye. King, piercing Liu's eye with a silver bullet, said that he should rest in peace and in their time there was no place for such scum. Liu slumped straight to the ground and screamed loudly as blood flowed from his eye. The protagonist stood still, looking at the tall building right in front of him, and reasoned that so, Yang Xiaojin and Luo Xinyu are working together. As expected, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is, and never thought that they would put on such a show here. Xiao raised his head up and recalled the images of Yang and Xinyu, reasoning that in retrospect, their disguise was not really flawless, and, I remember, before going to Mount Jing, I asked to remove Wang Qinjiang from the squad, and Luo Xinyu glanced at Yang Xiaojin during the decision, but at that moment, neither of them cared about it. The protagonist then mentioned in his head the events of the past, how they sat together near the fire where the meat was cooked, and reasoned that later, when he shared the fish, Yang Xiaojin also called Luo Xinyu. Xiao recalled how Yang pointed her gun directly at Zhu and reasoned that there was also an incident where someone was pestering Luo Xin and Yang Xiaojin quickly intervened. But at the time he thought that she only helped because they both were girls, and who would have thought then that they had known each other for a long time. The protagonist looked ahead with a thoughtful look and reasoned that, but why exactly they wanted to kill King Zhen and why the Superman sacrificed himself to protect him. Yang pulled the bolt of her rifle and a silver bullet flew out. Then she sharply turned the muzzle of her rifle to the side and, holding it with both hands, aimed at the sight. The protagonist stood still and looked at the tall building in front of him with great surprise until a bright light flashed in one of the rooms. Xiao backed away with a huge look of fear on his face as a bullet flew between his legs and hit the roof. The protagonist turned sharply back, looking at the place where the bullet landed, and reasons that she was doing something incomprehensible and did not even try to shoot him, but was simply aiming at the roof. And maybe she did this on purpose to show that they are not at the same time in front of the King Consortium. But was it too much, or was it because he was angry with Luo Xinyu on the road and did not want to help her? Yang, holding a huge rifle in her hands, stood next to Xinyu approaching her. Yang continued to look forward with a serious gaze while Xinyu tilted her head to the side and waved her hand. At that moment, the two of them suddenly jumped into a portal created from dim blue energy. Xiao watched everything that was happening, reasoned that no, and they just left, and don't they want to take him with them. A huge number of soldiers ran down the street, holding machine guns in their hands. Zio looked down from the roof of the building at the huge number of soldiers approaching him and reasoned that this was bad, and so they decided to throw everything at him and calmly leave. And maybe it was convenient to leave, but why involve him in this? The protagonist suddenly pulled out a pistol from behind his back and reasoned that he was careful everywhere, but still ended up in the ass. Man sharply broke down the door leading to the roof with his shoulder. Zio, running sharply forward, fired his pistol and cursed displeasingly. The protagonist continued to run forward straight along the roof of the building while the soldier covered Manya from his bullets with his shield. Suddenly, Man jumped out from behind the soldier with the shield and fired straight forward from his pistol. Zio jumped to the side with great speed, dodging several bullets fired by the enemy. The protagonist suddenly jumped up and rushed forward with great speed, reasoning that there was no more hesitation. He must run before all their troops arrived. Man aimed his pistol, clenched his teeth, and said that it was amazing how fast he could move. Man pointed his pistol towards the nearby building where Zio was landing, and spoke over the radio that the target was running away for 10 o'clock and the blockade ring needed to be tightened. The protagonist at the same moment landed directly on the roof of a nearby building, squatting, and reasoned that it was previously assumed that they would enter the city blockade together with Yang Xiaojun and Zhu Xianchu. Zio looked forward with great displeasure after landing on the roof and reasoned that even if he had to run away, he would be the fastest. Then the protagonist suddenly jumped off the roof of the building and headed forward at great speed. Zio jumped from the roof of the building, landing directly on the road between the houses, and reasoned that it seemed like he had greatly underestimated them. The protagonist ran at great speed along a narrow alley between houses and reasoned that only by entering the forest could he be saved from the persecution of the king. Zio continued to reason that, after all, he was more familiar with the laws of survival in the forest than they were, while a huge detachment of soldiers was in the middle of the street in a dilapidated city. Suddenly, a huge amount of magma rose into the air right from the mouth of one of the volcanoes, and the sound of an explosion was heard throughout the area. The protagonist continued to run forward at great speed, greatly surprised and reasoning that it was a volcanic eruption. Man ran straight down the city street towards the volcano and was greatly stunned by the eruption he saw. Man continued to run forward along with the soldiers and, greatly frightened, reasoned that if this guy went further and the volcano erupted, there would be no turning back. Zio turned around abruptly with great displeasure, gritting his teeth as a huge amount of magma erupted from the volcano right in front of him. The protagonist continued to run forward at great speed, debating whether they would continue to pursue him or let him go, while a crowd of people ran after him. The protagonist found himself on the outskirts of the city and turned back to the crowd of people shining flashlights, and reasoned that the path back only leads to death. Zio rushed forward with great speed straight towards the forest and the volcano, which began its eruption, reasoning that the only way to survive was to move forward. Man, raising his hand clenched into a fist, addressed all the soldiers, saying that they should not stop. One of the soldiers approached Manhwa and said that the object of research had disappeared, and he shouted that they should look for it, and they accepted his order. Man looked at his watch and said that the control time for the 100 meters is 3.92, and the strength is unknown, and as soon as they find him, they need to kill him on the spot. A huge number of soldiers with weapons and flashlights in their hands moved through the forest, while Man reasoned that no matter where he was hiding, even with a pistol in his hand, he would not be able to shoot so many people at the same time, and if only he appeared, they would turn him into a sieve. Zio, hiding behind one of the trees from the bright light of the soldiers' lanterns, reasoned that with so many people searching at the same time, he did not think that they would start shooting indiscriminately. The protagonist, peeking out from behind a tree, looking at the soldiers who were looking for him, was very puzzled. Zio, peeking out from behind a tree, reasoned that he would soon be found, and suddenly jumped out from behind it straight towards a huge number of soldiers and Manhwa. The protagonist slashed directly at several soldiers, lifting them into the air and landing directly on the ground while screams echoed throughout the area, and Man watched. Man raised his hand with the gun a little higher and asked what was the matter, while Zio looked forward with a malicious grin. The protagonist jumped sharply, landing on a tree branch while the soldiers watched him, and said, pointing his finger at himself, that he was Zhu Xianchu and who would dare fight him. The soldiers looked forward with great surprise and, trying to comprehend what they had heard, simply remained silent. The protagonist jumped sharply upward due to the bullets that destroyed the branch he was standing on, and then landed on the ground while the soldiers shouted that Zhu Xianchu and they needed Ren Zaiasu, and fired their machine guns. Zio abruptly pushed himself off the ground and rushed forward with a smug grin, holding his hand out in front of him, while the soldiers, standing still, fired their weapons and shouted loudly, saying that it was a monster. The protagonist jumped sharply to the side, dodging a huge number of bullets fired by very surprised soldiers. Several soldiers, still firing their machine guns, said that he was incredibly fast. Then Zio rushed forward with great speed, running away from them straight into the forest, and the soldiers shouted that he was running away and needed to be caught up. Man, holding a walkie-talkie watch to his mouth, said that the previous information was incorrect and the target was not Ren Zaiasu, but Zhu Xianchu. Suddenly, straight towards Manya and the soldiers, a certain silhouette of black and red energy rushed at great speed. Man fired his pistol with his hand forward, straight at the silhouette of black and red energy, which dodged the bullet. The silhouette of black and red energy grinned sarcastically while Man, continuing to put his hand with the pistol forward, kissing, said that this was some kind of nonsense. At this moment, Zio continued to run through the forest at great speed and reasoned that he did not expect that he would suddenly encounter so many superhumans. And Yang Xiaojin could create a peerless sniper rifle out of thin air, and Zhu Xianchu could manifest his own shadow, Luo Xinyu could move through shadows, and King Zhen's bodyguard could summon this strange white fan. The protagonist ran straight through the forest and continued to reason that everyone hides their abilities very well and does not show them until they have to. So it is better for him not to reveal his abilities, which is why he had to go by the name Zhu Xianchu. At this time, the shadow of black and red energy was dodging the bullets that the soldiers were firing, and Zio reasoned that now the shadow could be brought back and ordered it to return, and it immediately rushed forward with great speed. A shadow quickly passed between the soldiers, throwing them into the air as they screamed loudly in fear. The shadow grinned a little, running away from them, and immediately found itself right next to the protagonist, who was standing in the middle of the forest and looking to the side. Suddenly, the shadow did not seep into Zio's body, and he suddenly shuddered, greatly surprised by this. The protagonist leaned sharply on a tree and trembled violently in pain, reasoning that it turned out that I had a side effect, and it seems that this shadow cannot be used just like that, and the body also feels all the wounds that it received. Zio, closing one eye, looked to the side and reasoned that, however, in the end, he got rid of the king people, and first he should rest, and once they regained their strength, they would figure out how to avoid it. The leg, shackled in chains, suddenly became very tense, destroying them. Zio was very surprised, holding his chest, and reasoned that it seemed that he was not alone here. The protagonist stood still while several strange monsters appeared right in front of him, moving on all fours, and he wondered what it was. Several gray monsters lay on the ground, looking forward with furious gaze while Zio reasoned that life was indeed unfair. Zio was very frightened, closing one of his eyes and gritting his teeth, reasoning that it seemed that he could not escape. At the same moment, the protagonist stood in place right in front of the three gray monsters, until a silhouette suddenly appeared right above him, jumping down. Zio turned sharply to the side, looking straight ahead with great surprise. Subject attacks Zio with a jump. Zio dodges at the last moment. He talks about how to get out of the situation, because it is impossible to shoot now, this will attract the King Consortium. He gets up and realizes that it's hard to be squeezed on both sides. The subject also stood up to prepare to attack. Zio thinks that it's still better to attack with a dagger up close. More experimental subjects arrive from the forest. Now Zio can only rely on his dagger. He is very nervous and closely watches his opponents. Zio shakes his head in panic, because the dagger is not in place. Zio doesn't understand where the weapon disappeared. He remembers how Yang ran into him before she disappeared. Ian is sitting on a cliff. Perhaps then she stole the dagger. Yang happily looks at the dagger. Zio wonders if she really took him back, although the trust that was between them would make such an act extremely heartless. Zio looks in surprise as the test subject climbs the tree. 3 test subjects crawl towards him. Zio tensed up and decides to attack first, for which he uses the ability copied from Zhu. He casts a determined glance towards his enemies, deciding that this is not the time to be sad. Having sent the shadow to attack, he shouts to the test subjects to die. The unpleasant sensation makes him take a back and turn around. The subject attacked from the back, leaving a cut with his sharp claws. Zio screams. He roundhouses one of them in the face with his fist. He looks in surprise at the fist that hit the test subject's face. He looks at his hand in horror and screams in pain. A scream is heard against the backdrop of a dark forest. Zio throws the test subject aside, grabbing his face. Shadow Zio hits the test subject while he looks over his shoulder at the 3 lying humanoids and talks about the thickness of their skin, since it cannot be injured without a weapon. The product of the experiment makes a big bite on the side of the shadow, which affects itself. Zio grabbed his phantom-bitten side and decides that if he continues to fight with them, he will definitely be eaten soon. Closing his eyes in pain, he thinks about how he can get a weapon. Zio stands defenseless while the test subject cuts his chest. He didn't have time to dodge. At the same time, another humanoid bites his leg. The incredibly strong test subject who bit Zio throws him aside with his teeth so that he does a somersault in the air. He hits the ground hard with his back and drops of blood fly out of his mouth. Along the way, his shadow is eaten by 2 experimental subjects. Another one is already flying, ready to kick a man lying in the chest with his foot. Zio was taken aback. The subject successfully hits the target with his foot. The palace sends Zio a message about the discovery of the breath of death. Making a grimace of horror, He realizes that he cannot use his power, which is very bad. He cannot die now. He screams, begging for a weapon. Blood pours out of his mouth. The palace notifies of the discovery of the breath of death and asks if Zio would be willing to open the seal. He sits on his knees and does not understand what seal we are talking about. Against the background of the starry sky, he asks about the price of opening the seal. The palace responds with the word loss. Zio doesn't know what loss awaits him. He is wounded and exhausted, sitting on his knees holding his elbow. He indignantly wipes the blood from his mouth, for he shed a lot of blood, ate a huge amount of wild roots while he was alive, and now the palace declares that he must lose everything, and on what basis it is not clear even to him. The test subject kicks him in the head and he flies off. Zio asks the palace for an understanding of how he was given all this: the gold, the money, the gun, his brother Liayuan, his sister Zioayu, and even the clothes on his own body. He is on his knees again and asks why the hell does the palace even need his clothes. He does not receive an answer and offers to at least bargain. He gets hit in the jaw. He desperately wonders if this is the end, because he has lived so little. The palace gives him the result of the check, because Zio only has 7 thanks left to collect before receiving the weapon. Zio looks at the inscription against the background of the night sky and wants to thank himself all these 7 times. He cups his face, closing one eye. Zio's first gratitude is that he never shies away from new opportunities. The second is that he is never afraid to face danger, while he thanks himself for the 3rd time for never compromising in the face of trials and tribulations. He is kicked again by the test subject. Zio flies to the side. He stands up and thanks himself for the 4th time for always having a backup plan when faced with temptation. He closes his eyes and extends his hand forward. The 5th thanks is that he was never a hypocrite. With a smile on his face, he says the 6th gratitude for his sober assessment of the situation and lack of hesitation in decisions. He enthusiastically shouts 7th gratitude for the fact that when he finds himself in terrible situations, he goes through all the hardships. In the background, an active volcano erupts into the sky with a column of fire. Zio gets down on one knee, preparing to attack the next test subject approaching him. He screams for the weapon to be unlocked. The subject runs towards Zio with his mouth open to bite. The palace counts Zio's 7 thanks towards the total score. Zio aggressively directs a black ball glowing purple at the test subject. The subject flies to attack, and Zio sits with his hand outstretched towards him. The ball in his hand forms a long blade that glows red. He points the blade at the test subject. Making a determined face, he talks about a sword that draws the line between life and death. Such a sword is no match for an army of thousands. The blade cuts right through the test subject. 3 bloody humanoids bare their teeth at Zio. Zio himself stands menacingly against the backdrop of the 2 halves of the test subject. Zio uses the new sword and shadow together, making an armed shadow fighter. He goes on the attack, and the shadow follows him. He is not alone. The subject tries to injure Zio, but he dodges. With a rotating movement, he makes 2 halves of a whole experimental subject. His shadow is not far behind and cuts the other 2 test subjects into pieces. Zio stands epically against the backdrop of chopped up experimental subjects. He looks forward with determination and for the first time truly feels his superhuman power. The shadow dissolves as Zio leaves the battlefield in victory. The palace publishes a new side quest. Zio must receive 1,000 commendation coins to unlock the mid-tier weapon form. Zio is perplexed by such a huge number of thanks. An armed group of people runs out of the forest. The King Consortium discovers several dead test subjects in the forest. They are surprised by what they saw. The Consortium commander concludes from the shoe print that only one person dealt with the group of test subjects. He is warily perplexed as to whether one person is capable of defeating 4 experimental subjects. The power of this person must be greater than the power of their consortium. They need help. He radios to King Zhen that Zio, who called himself Zhu, requires his reassessment because he alone dealt with 4 test subjects. Zhen stands somewhere against the backdrop of ruins and listens to the fact that Zhu was wounded and left traces of blood. Zhen is surprised by Zhu's capabilities. Putting on a serious face, he asks his assistant to adjust Zhu's danger level to B and orders the commander to take a sample of Zhu's blood and send it to the warehouse for analysis. The commander presses the radio button and accepts the order. Zhen stands pathetically with his eyes closed and argues that Zhu and Yang have proven themselves. Xinyu has also revealed her superhuman nature, but no one knows where Zio has gone. He looks to the side. For him, capturing Zio would be a good outcome because he could become a bargaining chip in the future in the fight against Zhang Jinglin. Zhang Jinglin's love for justice is well known throughout the north of the country. Zhen smirks, because there is nothing wrong with Zio not being caught, since Fortresses 112 and 113 are under the influence of the King Consortium. Zhen pathetically walks past armed men in uniform. He continues to talk about Zio, because when he returns to the walls of the fortress, the Consortium members will be able to capture him at any moment. The volcano is erupting. A group of people from the King Consortium are being inspected using flashlights on their weapons. The group leader shines a flashlight towards the trees and realizes that Zio was running towards the volcano, but the pursuit led them nowhere. Consortium member King places a Q-tip containing Zio's blood sample into a test tube in a bag while the commander assesses the amount of Zio's blood on the battlefield. He must not have been hurt that badly. The commander looks down sternly and evaluates Zio's fighting abilities and worries that they will not take him in numbers. For comparison, he takes an example from the capture of one test subject, in which 3 people died in a day and 13 left with injuries. He stands over a test subject cut in half and shines a flashlight on him. The wounds are extremely smooth. Close-up of the commander's face with a flashlight. He compares the cuts on the test subject to the fact that a sharp tactical knife can only damage the test subject's skin with great force. This refers him to the fact that there are many more secrets in Zio than they can even imagine. The group from the King Consortium turn at the sound of a man approaching. Zio runs towards them. The group began to shoot at him. While the commander wondered why Zio returned, he seemed to be running away. A terrified Zio yells at the group to look at what's behind him instead of aiming at him. He struggles to escape from a huge crowd of test subjects. The commander was taken aback because he thinks that this could only happen if Zio took and tore up the lair of the experimental subjects. Zio calls upon his shadow to carry him on its back and orders the group to flee, for if they continue to just stand there, they will all die. In the background, a large cloud of test subjects is approaching them. The group led by the commander is in shock. They decide to disobey Zio and open fire on him. He dodges shots with the help of a shadow and is perplexed that in such a situation they would still prefer to shoot at him. The shadow is getting ready to jump. Zio decides to let the monsters play with the consortium group, for that matter, and with the help of the shadow he jumps to escape from pursuit. He jumps over the squad, they dodge. The commander turns around and realizes that the crowd cannot be left unattended, because their rear may suffer, and even the city will be behind them. A huge crowd of experimental subjects bare their teeth, preparing to attack the squad. Some members of the group unsuccessfully dodged and were injured because of Zio. The commander sees this picture and curses in horror. He could not imagine that Zio would use such vile tactics to evade pursuit. He realizes that Zio is using the test subjects in order to contain the squad and get rid of persecution from both them and the test subjects. The commander with a menacing face looks at the crowd and does not understand where such a large number of experimental subjects came from, if the information said there were 100 individuals. Close up of the commander's face. He thinks that the source of the flame may have deliberately spread false information to deceive Jen, and most likely this happened after the source of the flame could not intersect with the King Consortium to resume the work of this laboratory. This is quite possible, because Jen killed many people from the source of the flame campaign over the past couple of years. He worriedly notifies the city via radio that a defensive line should be built. Team members follow orders to fire to support defenses on the ground. We need to gain time so that the city can prepare for the attack. Zio turns to look at the group going to the front line and thinks that maybe this is the difference between the consortium members and the private army. A close-up of the squad in combat readiness is shown. Zio is surprised by the dedication of the consortium soldiers, that they are willing to sacrifice their lives and safety in order to buy time for their comrades in the rear. The shadow drives him away from the carnage while he talks about Jen with his image in the background. He doesn't understand how this young man in white can lead such an army. The squad stands in formation and waits for the moment to attack. The test subjects are approaching. Gunshot does not take test subjects. The commander despairs. Reinforcements arrive and give the order for an immediate retreat to the outskirts of the city. Support was already prepared for this in advance. The commander breathes a sigh of relief. He gives orders to his squad to hold formation and look for a moment to retreat because reinforcements are already on the way. The squad opens fire on the test subjects. Bloodied test subjects try to block bullets with their forelimbs and scream in pain. However, the bullets still do not hit them, but simply bounce off. The group is kept in formation and continues the attack. Zio escapes from the scene of the firefight and is glad that a detachment from the consortium was on the way, otherwise he would not have been able to escape from the test subjects. With one hand he holds onto the shadow's shoulder, and with the other he rubs his chin and thinks about the reaction of the bald squad leader, because he also did not expect to see such a huge number of experimental subjects in the mountains. He grins, because this is the norm for such numbers, because in the forest there is no more entertainment except giving birth to children. Zio turns around at something. Meanwhile, the volcanic eruption is only intensifying. A huge 5-fingered red limb with claws protrudes from the crater of the volcano. Zio was taken aback. He wonders how some creature could be hiding in the volcano and what kind of creatures in general can survive in lava. Jen stands pathetically against the background of the eruption and his white cloak flutters in the wind. A man in uniform and glasses behind him asks what the hell this is. Jen closes his eyes and sighs. He was very sorry that such things really existed, and because of this they would have to retreat immediately. Mission failed. He opens his eyes and turns to the guy with glasses, asking him to call his mediocre brother if this thing crawls out of the crater or if a large number of test subjects are forced south by the volcano, because Barrier 113 is in danger. The guy in uniform agrees. Jen orders everyone else to gather and prepare to retreat. The volcano emits another pillar of fire into the sky. Military trucks are urgently leaving the city. The consortium squad continues to exchange fire as the eruption intensifies with each passing moment. The commander turns around and yells to the squad member to evacuate all personnel. The commander and several other members of the consortium cover the others who retreated. A new wave of bullets hits the test subjects. Jen himself arrived at the scene of the shootout, and his people cover the detachment while he pompously stands at the head. People evacuating are running near it. Close-up of Jen holding a detonator. Test subjects run through trees with guided bombs on them. Jen presses the button and looks pathetically at the explosion. Bloody experimental subjects scatter in different directions. The commander, closing his eyes, confesses to his boss Jen that he could not return Yahello, who called himself Zu. Jen goes to the cars, and the commander turns in surprise at the words that it doesn't matter. Jen orders the commander to get into the car. They drive to the west, where there should be another way back to Fortress 112. The commander is silent in bewilderment, looking after the boss. Jen tells him with a grin that he knows that he wants to ask about the reason for sending help to them. Jen tells him not to think too much about it, because the main reason is that the commander is still useful to him. He also added a request not to say words of loyalty to him, because Jen does not believe in such things. Jen looks towards the cars. There are cries that the car can be driven because something is wrong with the tires. The commander looked at them seriously and asked if they had a flat tire, because they had a jack and a spare wheel for such a case. A member of the squad looks at the tire with concern and tells him about the condition. It is rather not flat, but cut. The commander and Jen do not comment on the situation until they are told that the spare tire has also been cut off. Jen's cold disposition hides anger. He thinks about Zu and really wants someone to be killed and asks Sukshuan to bring him a bulletproof vest. Another column of fire into the sky from the direction of the erupting volcano. Close-up of the feet of running soldiers. The commander worriedly reminds Jen in the bulletproof vest about what will happen for failure to complete this task, namely, he must receive punishment in the consortium. Jen replies that everything is fine, because the old people in the consortium always need someone to work for them. They will most likely just send him on leave indefinitely. The beaten commander asks the cold Jen what to do with the real Yahello, to which Jen replies that if the real Yahello did not die on the mountain, then he must have found a way to retreat to the 113th wall, so Luolan will take care of him. Against the background of the ruins of the city, the eruption continues. Jen concludes that Yahello is a simple tramp, which means he won't be able to make much noise. Yahello, riding on a shadow, continues to flee, during which he gloats that he thought of cutting off the soldiers' tires. He is already wearing a cloak, which he had to leave at the very beginning of the persecution by the consortium, which he actually did not expect. He holds his face with his hand and regrets that he could not take the gold with him. Nothing can be done. He stops with a shadow near the cave and thinks about spending the night there today. He lit a fire. Yahello looks into the fire and remembers that they stayed in this cave as a team and that now he is here alone. He heard something behind him and turned to look. The words, "It is carved into the stone right behind you." He rubs his chin and concludes that the message was written relatively recently. He remembers that the last time they were here, Jan was the last one to leave the cave, whether they could have left this message or not. He looks thoughtfully to the side at the background of Yang's image and wonders if she is really so cruel that she would carve out such inscriptions to scare people purely for fun. Something flies out of the volcano like a fireball and bounces in a couple of places. 3 different animals run out of the forest. Yahello looks at the erupting volcano. He looks ahead warily and realizes that he won't be able to rest tonight and his time is running out. He finds himself riding the shadow again. He understands that in order to be saved he needs to continue his path. Yahello runs past the trees in a zigzag pattern. His speed is so high that he is almost invisible. He is convinced that if he is fast enough, the monsters will not be able to catch him. Runs past small rocks on which gray red-eyed arachnids sit. The arachnids are talking, because they don't understand what it was, a person or something else. Yahello runs past the wolf, who hatched after him out of shock. Then he knocks another wolf off his paws. He looks forward confidently, sitting astride the shadow. In front of him there is a view of the trading city. He's glad he's finally back. Fugui goes to Liaoyuan and Zioyu's sister's house, asking to see what he brought for Liaoyuan. The latter, in turn, lies in bed, and Sister Zioyu sits next to him. With tired eyes, Liaoyuan peeks out from under the blanket and thanks Fugui for putting in a good word for them during the arrest, but waking him up early in the morning is not nice. Sister Xiaoyu looks at Liaoyuan worriedly and urges him to get up, because if he gets up 15 minutes earlier every day, then in total he will have an extra 90 hours to use for the thing he likes. She asks him to think about what he likes most. Liaoyuan, in response, unhappily wraps himself in a blanket and convinces him that his favorite thing is sleep. Sister Xiaoyu did not like this answer and pulls the blanket off him and reproaches him for making people more angry than his older brother. Liaoyuan closes his eyes in displeasure and says that he doesn't care. He sits unhappily wrapped in a blanket. Sadly lowering his gaze, he talks about the calm situation in the city in recent days and he is very sorry that his brother is not here at such a time. Xiaoyu stood up from the bed and smiled softly. Fugui brought 2 hot sweet potatoes for Liaoyuan and Xiaoyu. With a smile on his face, he asks them to hurry up and eat the potatoes while they are still hot. Liaoyuan, without getting out from under the blanket, looks at the potatoes and asks Fugui about the reason for his love for sweet potatoes, because he cooks them every day. With a thoughtful face, Fugui remembered his dysfunctional childhood behind the 107th wall and told Liaoyuan that there was a famine then and he had to leave the wall after his father and go here to reunite with his relatives. Smiling again, he continued to say that despite the famine, before it was not as dangerous there as it is now. The story about his love for potatoes was that one day he and his father dug up 2 sweet potatoes in the field and Dad baked them for Fugui to eat. Then it seemed to him that baked sweet potatoes were the best thing in the world. Liaoyuan looks at Fugui enthusiastically. A conversation with Xiao pops up in his memories. He asked his younger brother if he knew why people were happy. They both sat and looked at the night sky and Liaoyuan asked his brother the answer to this question. Frowning, Xiao told his brother that human happiness comes not from pleasure, but from pain, because when, at a moment of unbearable bitterness, you try something sweet, a desire arises to fight for your life. Liaoyuan looks at the softly smiling Xiao in surprise, and the latter continues that the sweet taste may not mean much to others, but for you at such a moment, this sweetness is the greatest joy. Liaoyuan and Xiaoyu started eating the potatoes. Fugui says that with Mr. Zhang gone, there are no more teachers left in their trading city. Liaoyuan enthusiastically says that this is not a problem, because when Xiao returns, he will teach. Fugui answered warily, spreading his fingers that he had heard rumors from factory workers near Jing Mountain. It seems that the Jing Mountain volcano has erupted and it is unknown how Xiao is doing. Liaoyuan closed his eyes and said confidently that his brother should be fine, a hint of concern in his eyes. He remembers that he wished everyone with his life for Xiao's safe return to the city, and since Liaoyuan is alive, then Xiao is completely fine. Fugui cheerfully raised his finger up and noted that Xiao should be alive, because as they say, a good man does not live long, but an unkind man prospers. Fugui looks around the street warily and states that the street has been very busy lately, which is most likely due to the fact that the fortress is not easy to rule the trading town, for which they bribe strangers to be their ears and eyes. People on the street look unfriendly. Fugui confirms this fact by saying that you should not offend them or pour out your soul to them. He still looks out the window and warns Liaoyuan and Xiaoyu to be careful these days if they want to leave the trading city. If anything happens, they should turn to Fugui and he will help them find their way, because in his opinion, all these people are here not because of the 2 of them, but because of Xiao. Xiaoyu asks Fugui in surprise why they need Xiao. Fugui nervously wipes his sweat with a towel and says that we are talking about Xiao and he could do anything to the team from the fortress, that's obvious. Liaoyuan and Xiaoyu were taken aback. Zhen, the commander, and a couple of other people move through the forest. Zhen looks ahead and curses because he doesn't know how much longer to go to get back to Fortress 112. The commander notices that the situation is so bad that even the boss has lost his cool. Zhen grins at himself because his image is falling apart. Some guy saw a mutated arthropod and fearfully noticed the presence of a human face on its shell and assumed that they eat people. The soldier approaches the guy's screams and reprimands him, because Mount Jing is far from here, so he should go about his business and not get in the way. Not far from them, Xiao jumps off the wall. Xiao walks into the door of his house, where a surprised Xiaoyu and Liaoyuan stare at him. Liaoyuan is happy to see his brother, as can be seen from his exclamation towards Xiao. He tells the younger one to pack his things quickly. Xiao takes out a gun and points the barrel at Fugui, threatening him. He apologizes for what he is doing, but he will have to stay here until they leave. Frightened, Fugui raises his palms and warns that the street is full of people watching this courtyard. Maybe Xiao alone can easily enter and exit, but what about Liaoyuan? Playfully twirling the gun in his hands, Xiao replies that these people are not able to stop him. Fugui says that Mr. Zhang is nearby, then the people from the King Consortium will not be able to do anything to him. Xiao asks him about Teacher Zhang. Xiao crouches down and packs his things, answering Fugui that the reason for his imminent departure is not the King Consortium, but the monsters that are about to emerge from the Jing Mountains. Fugui fearfully asks him about the monsters. Xiao, who turned around worriedly, tells Fugui that he has heard about insects, the number of which is terribly large, but these same insects are only a small part of the danger that awaits them. The frightened Fugui grabbed Xiao's leg and interrogated him about what he saw in the mountains, after which he began to beg him to wait for Fugui, who needs to go and take his son with him. Surprised, Xiao asks Fugui about leaving, because his family business is located here, but he is still ready to leave the city with Xiao. Fugui tries to convince Xiao because he doesn't know what about everything else, but he believes in Xiao and believes that he can survive by following him. Evil Xiao asks why he thinks so. Fugui replied that only Xiao knows better than anyone what is happening in the Jing Mountains and maybe no one believes him, but Fugui himself believes and is ready to follow him. This pleasantly hurt Xiao, who looked at Fugui in surprise and put his hand on his chest. He thought about it, because if he went outside now and shouted that monsters were coming from the Jing Mountains, half of the residents would simply look at Xiao like he was a fool. But Fugui was able to believe him. He continues to look at Fugui, who begs for his help and reasons, because to put it in perspective, Old Man Wang is not very capable and ruthless, but nevertheless, he is a little more tactful, and his ability to survive in these turbulent times is based on his ability to always quickly making better choices in the face of danger. Xiao clenched his fist thoughtfully and wondered if it was even possible to run away with Fugui, because although he was a profit-oriented businessman, he was not inherently bad. Fugui interrupts his thoughts with the fact that he doesn't just want to follow him, because he has money and medicine, and he also has better communication skills with people than any of them. Xiao happily points out that medicine is also considered the most valuable thing in this era. He agrees and winks at Fugui to follow his son. He doesn't need his money, he will help him without it. Fugui agrees and asks to wait for him. Liaoyuan confesses that they were attacked by robbers some time ago and he had to use firearms. He even killed them, which brought Wang Kenjiang here. Angry Xiao notices that after all, someone bullied his younger brother in his absence. Concerned, Xiao asks about the further course of action, whether Wang Kenjiang saw the Liaoyuan pistol and whether it caused them problems. Liaoyuan responds by handing him a coin with the inscription 178 and said that Mr. Zhang revealed himself to protect him and Xiaoyu, causing him to go with them and give Liaoyuan this coin before leaving. Xiao holds a coin in his hands and clarifies what kind of person Mr. Zhang revealed. Did they say who he is? Liaoyuan raised his finger up and replied that Zhang had asked about this, but he did not answer, but only mentioned Fortress 178 and also said that if things went really badly, then Xiao could head to Sebe to find him there, but clarified that it's not worth going there just like that. Liaoyuan added that the northern lands are very harsh and that most likely Mr. Zhang is an important person there. Xiao clenched the coin in his fist and agreed to go to Sebe for Zhang if they were driven into a corner. Xiaoyu intervened in the dialogue, saying that the things had been collected because there was nothing special to collect. Xiao sees a full bag of cabbage behind a satisfied Xiaoyu. He was taken aback and realized that she had simply collected all the cabbages that Mr. Zhang had planted in the backyard of the school. Provocatively rubbing his chin, he noticed that this behavior was very similar to himself. Satisfied, Xiao points his finger at the cabbage, but Xiaoyu is not very happy with what is happening, because Xiao said that there is no need for cabbage. Xiaoyu can take bread with him, but cabbage is not needed because you can find wild vegetables on the road. In the background, Van dragged his son, who really didn't want to go. Evil Zhang drags his son into the house, shouting to his son that otherwise he will be eaten by bugs. Maybe that's what he wants. The son protests that he did not allow a certain Liaoyuan to be taken with him. Xiao does not understand who we are talking about and asks Liaoyuan in a whisper who Liaoyuan is. Liaoyuan replies that this is the daughter of Old Man Lai. Wang's son is in deep sadness because Xiao refused to take this girl with him. The son replies that Xiao is a substitute teacher at the school and cannot just leave the students. He desperately tries to convince Xiao because if Zhang were here, he would not have left her. Xiao jokingly tells Wang that his son is very worried. It looks like this is love. They could make a great couple. Wang, Xiaoyu and Liaoyuan were taken aback because this was not the right time for such jokes. Van's hand grabs the wall. Xiao sits Wang down and simultaneously tells Liaoyuan and Xiaoyu that the best way to avoid being seen is to climb over the wall. Xiao climbed the wall himself, but then someone noticed him and called him by name. He looks at the startled people who are shouting for Xiao's return. Wang turned out to be right. They were waiting for Xiao to appear. Xiao picked up a gun and opened fire while his opponents asked for help to capture him. The guy is knocked down by a bullet in the chest. Xiao jumped back down. Smirking, he asks them to step back. Residents of the city do not listen to him and run into a frontal attack. Xiao hits all three hard, killing them. He rushed after the others, who had retreated. Zio raises the gun and asks if they really want to call for help. He shoots the fleeing rioters in the back. Zio stands in front of the corpses, and behind him, Zioyu, Liaoyuan and Wang stand in shock, silencing their son. He turns his gaze to those standing behind him and says that it's time to run away. In the southwest there is Fortress 109. Some people who came to the wall are perplexed because they are fools if they hope that they would just get to the wall and be accepted. Their home is no longer there. Zio's team is running not far from them. One of the residents decides to eat a mutant arthropod. The girl with the child in her arms is also eaten by another arthropod. Zio was taken aback because he felt an earthquake. From them to the wall, the ground forms a large crack. Huge pieces of soil fly out of their usual position. The crack has reached the wall. All 5 of them look in shock at the collapse of the wall. Zio announces the fact of the collapse. The wall began to collapse. People fled towards Zio and Zioyu. The main character began to run while he was thinking about what Yuan had asked him earlier about what would happen if the wall protecting humanity collapsed. And now suddenly the wall actually fell. Zio remembered the monsters and thought that the wall could collapse at any moment. But now is the worst time for this because monsters have appeared behind the wall. Old Man Wang shielded the boy with himself and called for help while a huge insect approached them. The main character turned and shot the monster with a pistol. He looked at the old man and the child next to him and told them to speed up. Zioyu was running next to Zio and the others when she asked him if the city's inhabitants would survive if the wall collapsed, and Zio, without stopping, replied that it was enough for them to survive. Yuan turned to his brother and pointed his finger to the side when he said that some strange light had appeared near the walls. A bubble appeared above the wall, and Zio and his brother looked at it, while the main character thought that this ball looked familiar, and then remembered that this was the same bubble that Baojin had blown out at one time. The guy wondered if he was alive. The monsters began to flock towards the bubble as someone shouted about a Superman. Suddenly the ball began to burst. The city's residents continued to run until one guy stopped and was glad that this was the work of a Superman. Numerous bubbles began to appear among the monsters hovering above the wall, and people froze on the ground and watched what was happening. Bubbles began to explode around the monsters again. One insect quickly flew away from danger. A bald guy with a bat in his hand turned to an older man and asked him to run before these bugs dared to fly at them, and the man told him to run and find a place where they could survive. Old Man Wang pointed his finger at the wall and turned to Zio, saying that thousands of people were running towards them. The main character took his brother's hand and said that in this case they will have to speed up even more because these people will most likely bring monsters with them, so they need to keep some distance from them, and then he added that these people may turn out to be a new danger. Zio opened his eyes wide and looked forward menacingly as he thought that he knew these people from the trading town too well and that they were capable of anything. But he added that if you point a gun at them, then rabble like them will immediately turn into a disorderly crowd. While they were running, the main character handed a firearm to his running brother nearby and asked him to hide the gun. Zio clenched his fist, turned to Zioyu, the man with glasses, and 2 boys standing behind him and said that they had broken away from the stragglers, and since it was almost dark, they would spend the night here. The boy, holding sticks in his hands, turned to his father, who was also collecting sticks behind him, and asked how he could become a Superman since they were so strong, and Van replied that he did not know. Yuan touched his hair with his hand and replied that perhaps this requires some conditions, for example, luck, pedigree, or something similar. The boy turned to him, opened his mouth and said that then his father was also not a Superman. Yuan closed his eyes, raised his hand and told the boy with the sticks not to despair, because it might turn out that Wang was not his real father. The bespectacled man rushed towards his screaming son and told Zio that he and his brother were too sarcastic. The main character and Yuan stuck out their tongues and began to tease the man, who clenched his fist when Wang asked that in their opinion, since Baojin was a Superman, then his father must have superpowers. The barefoot man was sitting on the ground when the white-haired man told him that Bond seemed to be quite intelligent and usually had a high status in the trading city, and that as a result, he was now running around behind the backs of several young guys, to which the dark-haired man replied that he had initially followed after him when they saw that he was in such a hurry because he thought that some danger awaited them, but no one was pursuing them. He then stood up, clenched his fists, and said that Wang probably carried a lot of money with him, since he had owned the store for many years, so he must have some property to escape, and the gray-haired man remembered Zioyu. Another man, sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, said that it was better to forget about it, because Zio and Yuan had weapons with them. The man with gray hair clenched his fist in front of him and asked him what he was afraid of, and how they could be afraid of guns since they didn't have much ammo. The men turned to the sides when the guy raised his finger to his face and asked which of them would go first. A crowd of people was on the plain near the forest. They jumped up when they heard a wolf howl. People began to run in one direction, shouting that they needed to leave and surprised that there really was danger, and someone exclaimed that they should have gone with Zio and cursed. The main character and his comrades were sitting by the fire. Yuen came up to him, looked at the food in the pot and said that it smelled very good, and the guy replied that he had just seen wild cilantro, which would improve the aroma of the food, so he would throw it in later. Van stood up and clasped his hands in front of him as he said that he doesn't eat cilantro because it smells like bugs and it makes him sick. Zio smiled and replied that he said that because he had never eaten bugs. The boy clenched his fist in front of him, opened his eyes wide and exclaimed that he had never eaten them either. A crowd of people ran from the direction of the hills when Wang asked why they followed them. The main character turned away from the man with glasses and replied that these people are running for their lives, so they better leave here, and then added that they need to stay away from these people, and that, no matter how cruel it may sound, they help them avoid trouble. Zio turned to the man in the red vest and concluded that they had no choice, so they must use every opportunity to avoid danger. There were many cars driving along the trees along the road. The main character opened his eyes wide when he heard the sound of cars and wondered why they were there. Cars and people walked through the forest. Zio watched them and thought that these military vehicles must have broken out of the fortress. The main character looked forward resolutely, standing in front of Zio. While he was thinking about what Zhu had said that the King Consortium battle team in the fortress numbered 4,500 people, but for some reason they advanced with such a small number of people. A fat man in an orange shirt asked how it was that the barracks were built in this crack, and then added that he was fast asleep, but he was lucky. The doe turned to the driver and asked him how much fuel was left, and whether they could get to Fortress 109, to which the man behind the wheel told him that they were a little more than 210 kilometers from the fortress, and that they had definitely not enough fuel. The cars were driving back to back through the woods when the driver added that they could ask the guy in the SUV behind to pull up next to them so they could transfer fuel from his car to theirs. The doe looked forward with empty eyes and a wide smile. Then he touched his face with his hand, closed his eyes and replied that the cars were full of wounded and the trucks were overcrowded. The driver turned his head, opened his mouth and addressed the passenger, saying that he and the boss had been very kind to them, unlike other high-ranking people in the consortium, and that therefore they did not mind suffering a little. The man in the orange shirt spread his arms to his sides and told him to stop talking about it as if he were a good person, and then added that he was not a good person, because good people do not live long. The main character looked towards a passing car. Zio turned to the bespectacled man, clenched his fist and said that the high-ranking people from the fortress were running in the same direction, and that there should be quite a lot of people following them, and also that all these people would distract the attention of the beasts, so they don't need worry. The main character looked away and concluded that even if they were attacked by a small number of wild animals, he would take care of it. Van opened his mouth slightly, but said nothing. Zio and his comrades walked behind other city residents through the forest. The main character turned to the man with glasses when he addressed him and said that he did not know whether it was appropriate to ask about this. Wang opened his mouth, sweat appeared on his face, and asked where the rest of the people who went with Zio to Jing Mountain were. The main character looked to the side and replied that when they left, there were 21 of them, but now most likely there are only 4 alive. Zio exhaled when Wang reached his hand to his face and thought that if there were only 4 of them left, and the main character was one of the survivors, then perhaps he was one of the superhumans. Zio opened his eyes and said that he couldn't say anything about what exactly was going on at Mount Jing, since there were a lot of mutated monsters there. Van touched the main character's shoulder, turned to him and said that in any case, this time he was grateful to him, because if the guy had not gotten them out on time, they would not have gotten out, and then the man with glasses added that he didn't even know. How can I thank him for this? Zio smiled and narrowed his eyes as he replied that for every drop of kindness received, he should return a stream of gratitude, and sweat appeared on the bespectacled man's face when he asked that they could all be polite to each other. The mountains and forest were illuminated by the starry sky. 5 travelers walked along the road along the trees. Zio covered his younger brother with his hand. Someone pointed a gun at a man with glasses and said that he told him to give him all his food, to which the man replied that he was also hungry. The man held out a firearm in front of him and ordered the people behind to go and look for what they had on them. The man in the blue shirt raised his hands and asked them how these tramps could touch them, the people of their fortress. The man with the gun in his hand opened his mouth and replied that back then he was still the director of the sand and gravel factory named Yen. The bespectacled man staggered and screamed when Yen shot him. The man fell to the ground when the plant director said that Fortress 113 had disappeared, and that in Fortress 109 everyone was starting over. Yihan smiled and added that the one with the gun was now in charge, and that he was not the type to kill innocent people indiscriminately, so if they behaved well, he would let them live. The director of the factory pointed in the direction of the 3 men and told them to go and search all the people one by one, and then bring him everything of value that they had. Yihan opened his mouth and asked the 2 men what they were waiting for. A bald man approached a young couple and told them to give everything they had. He tore the ring off the girl's hand, and then he tore the necklace around her neck. The man with a pistol in his hand looked to the side and said that if their head was still on their shoulders, then they should behave well and that no harm would come to them. Wang opened his mouth and asked Xiao if they would take all their things, and the main character told him not to worry because no one could take anything away from them. The bald man asked the man standing next to him what was the matter, and he answered him that Xiao was standing there. The main character looked at the men, who said that he had a bad reputation as a ruthless man in the trading city, so they decided that they would forget about him and would not take his things. Xiao extended his hand in front of him and asked the two men to come to him. The guy pointed to the wristwatch one of them had and said it was great. The men looked at each other, scratched their heads and thought that they were not robbing him, but he was robbing them. The main character smiled and asked them what they were waiting for, and told them to give them the watch, otherwise he would take away what he wanted. Then the men obediently agreed. The boys bowed to Xiao as he praised them and wished them luck. The main character extended his hand with the watch to the boy and said that each one should have one item, so that later he could keep track of the time, and Van told his son to thank his uncle. The child looked at his watch and wondered if it was definitely from the same generation. Xiao turned away from his comrades and told them to follow him, and that they would find a place to rest and set off in the morning. The guys walked around large stones. The main character looked at the girl who was convincing someone not to be afraid, because now the teacher will take care of everything, because the most important thing is that they were able to escape. The girl covered the people behind her with her hand when she noticed Xiao. The guy looked down, thinking that these were students. A crescent moon shone above the trees. A crowd of people was near the forest, and several more people were sitting around the fire. The main character looked away. People in identical uniforms were sitting by the stones, while Xiao thought that they were all really students of the fortress's second high school. The protagonist continued to look away as he remembered that he had heard teacher Zhang mention earlier that there were dozens of schools in the fortress, and that large fortresses had elementary, middle and high schools, and even universities. The two girls clung to the woman as Xiao thought about how he had previously heard the teacher say that the students in the fortress could study in pure classrooms, and that there were many teachers there who could teach them the basics. The fire burned brightly as the guy added that they didn't have to go into the wilderness, didn't have to work, and they were getting some student allowances. The main character looked down and sadly thought that it sounded nice, and that he just had to be born inside the fortress. Xiao put a stick in the fire when he thought that even though he said this, he doesn't know what happened to those little brats who were in school earlier and doesn't know how to receive gratitude in the trading city now. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes when he realized that he had already collected thanks from himself when he unlocked his weapon. He remembered a dark room with a wooden door and decided that if he could thank himself, it meant that now he could easily complete the task. The guy imagined a sword with a black aura and thought that if the black blade is so strong at the initial level, then at the next level, when it is unlocked, it will become invincible. The main character closed his eyes and punched his chest as he began to thank himself for not killing anyone indiscriminately, for raising his brother so well, and for eating grapes and not spitting out the seeds. Yuan looked at his brother in disbelief, sweat appearing on his face. There was a dark aura in the gloomy room just as before when Xiao decided that there was no reaction. The girl looked up at the dark-haired woman, addressed her as Teacher Jiang, and said that she was hungry. The woman closed her eyes and stroked the student's hair, saying that if they continued to walk further, they might be able to eat something, because people from Fortress 109 would come to their aid, and then added that if they could not stand it any longer, then the teacher will collect edible wild plants for them. Another student looked at Jiang and asked what they looked like, and the blonde guy added that they could go and collect wild plants to fill their bellies. People were sitting around the fire when the teacher asked the students if they could see them. Jiang hugged the girls, looked towards the guy and said that these people look confident enough that they will collect and eat what they collect later, and the student asked why don't they just ask them for help. Sweat appeared on the teacher's face as she said that now that the fortress is no longer there, they must understand that not everyone is obliged to help them, so they must help themselves. The two students looked at each other and agreed. Xiaoyu walked up to the main character and addressed him. The girl smiled, looked at him and said that in that group of students there are many beautiful girls who look his age, and that if at such a time he feeds the girl he likes the most well, she will definitely follow him. Xiao touched his forehead with his hand and replied that there was no need to worry about this now, because he needed to deal with Fortress 109 first. And Xiaoyu said that if he changes his mind, then all he needs to do is tell her, and she will help him with his children in the future. Water boiled in the container. The main character sat down, holding a bunch of plants in his hands. Teacher Jiang looked to the side and told the nearby students to find the exact same plant he was holding. Xiao stopped near the guys picking grass from the ground. Jiang smiled as a student approached her with a plant in his hand and said that they had found it, and that there were quite a lot of these wild plants there. The main character walked up to a man with glasses, handed him green leaves and said that this plant should never be eaten, since he ate it once the year before and had diarrhea for 3 days. Sweat appeared on the disciples' faces when they saw Xiao throw away the green leaves. The guy in the white suit threw the plant to the ground. The main character looked to the side and realized that they were following his example. The guy pointed his finger at the grass next to the bespectacled man and told him that the small clump of plants at his feet was a purse, also known as a shepherd's purse, and that it was edible. The plant's leaves were arranged in a circle. The guy added that when consumed raw, it may taste a little bitter due to plant alkaloids, but this is insignificant compared to the desire to survive. Van opened his mouth and replied that he was clearly underestimating him because his family often made dumplings with this herb, so he knew for sure that it was edible. Students ran after Jiang when she told everyone to go collect this plant. Her foot tripped on a stone. The girl fell to the ground. The guys helped her up while she said everything was fine. The dark-haired student opened his mouth and turned to Jiang with the words that she had helped them find water and food all this way, and that she did not have to do so much for them, because they were not at school now. The girl closed her eyes and replied that she was their teacher, so she must lead them to the fortress in safety. Xiao turned his head and remained silent. The girl with her eyes closed took a bite of grass. Then she stuck out her tongue, spat out the contents, and exclaimed that she was bitter. The girls began to hug the teacher, saying that they missed home and their parents, and that they did not know where they were now. The main character was sitting by the fire when Yuan told him that they were all crying, and Xiao replied that everything was fine and that they didn't need to get involved. Several people were running in the same direction when someone said that there was a fire there, so there must be someone alive there. The guy in the striped shirt exclaimed that, just like he said, he was able to lead them to other people. The man was shaken by hand and thanked. He smiled and touched his head with his other hand as the man in the dark suit talked about how he helped them get away from the crazy bugs and brought them here so they could join the others, and that he was the greatest Superman he had ever saw. The man in the striped suit replied that this is what he had to do, because the great sage, equal to the sky, must pacify demons and protect people. The people sitting around the fire watched them silently. Xiao continued to watch carefully. On the back of the man in the striped uniform it was written that he was from the psychiatric hospital of Fortress 113. The main character looked forward emotionlessly and thought that the guy had a mental illness. The men standing behind their savior were talking about how he was an escapee from a mental hospital and not one of those whom the King Consortium had captured some time ago, and that he was still a superhuman who could summon a stick and become physically very strong. People surrounded the guy in the striped uniform and kept talking about how he claimed to be the reincarnation of a great sage equal to the sky and that they didn't know if it was true or not. The smiling patient was observed by Yuan and Xiao, who thought that if he were not a Superman, then people would really just consider him a patient who escaped from a mental hospital and that he saved everyone, but they are still only half believe what he says. The blonde guy turned around and opened his eyes wide. They reflected the main character and his brother. The guy in the striped suit started pushing people around and telling them to make way for him. Yuan turned to his brother and asked him if he knew him, to which Xiao exclaimed that he did not know. The fugitive from the psychiatric hospital smiled sweetly at the main character. He then folded his hands in front of him and addressed Xiao, calling him master. The main character opened his eyes and mouth wide. The guy in the striped uniform waved to the people behind and said that he had found a master whom he was taking to the west for the sacred scriptures. 4 people opened their mouths and looked in one direction in disbelief. Wang turned towards Xiao and laughed loudly until he cried. The guy raised his index finger, called the man with glasses Beiji, and asked what he was laughing at. The patient smiled and turned to the son of the man in the red vest named Wu Jing. The man in striped clothing hugged them and exclaimed that they were all gathered here to go west for the holy scriptures. Xiao, Yuan and Xiaoyu looked ahead blankly and asked the man again. An inscription appeared that sometimes life takes an unexpected turn. A hand touched the shoulder of a patient in a psychiatric hospital. Wudi turned to Xiao and asked what he could do for him, and the protagonist replied that he should clarify that he was not his master and was not going to go to the west for the scriptures. The man crossed his arms over his chest and asked the guy which direction he was going now, and Xiao replied that they were heading towards Fortress 109, which is located in the southwest. The man clenched his fist in front of him and said that the southwest was just in the west, and that perhaps he did not realize it yet, but he was already on the way to receiving the scriptures in the west. Xiao held out an open palm in front of him and repeated that he was indeed not his master, and that Wang was not Beiji, just like his son Dallin was not Wu Jing. Yudi waved his hand and exclaimed that it didn't matter, and the man with glasses grabbed his head and asked about how it didn't matter. A man with a gun appeared behind the blonde man, began to threaten Jiang and told them that he had not seen them before, so they should hand over everything valuable that they had. The man with thick eyebrows opened his mouth wide. Wudi pointed a stick at him and called him by name Zuanfeng. The man put his finger on the trigger. Yudi grabbed the stick with both hands and hit the man on the head. Yihan raised his head and spat out blood. There was a flash near the pistol and he fired. The main character opened his mouth and eyes wide. Wang and Dallin also opened their mouths and bulged their eyes. Yudi twirled a stick in front of him and said that he could not pierce this golden staff with a bullet. Yuan touched his brother's hand and said that the bullet did not hit the golden staff and that Wudi was bleeding from his chest. The guy looked down and cursed. Yuri stood with a stick in his hand and was bleeding. A man with blonde hair was lying on the ground. Ian opened his mouth and looked to the side. The guy in the striped uniform gritted his teeth and said that the legend says that the bronze head and iron hands of the great sage equal to the sky are invulnerable to swords and spears. Yuri opened his mouth wide and spread his arms out to the sides when he asked about how a small bullet could have wounded him. Meanwhile, the bullet fell to the ground. Ian put the pistol in front of him and called the guy a Superman. The guy jumped, swung at the man and said that he would receive a blow from his golden staff. Blood sprayed from the man's mouth. The man fell to the ground. It bounced off the surface several times and landed near a crowd of people. Yuri put his hand on his belt, opened his mouth and said that this is called destroying the demon, eliminating evil and promoting good. The guy in the striped clothes gave a thumbs up and exclaimed that he was good. Woody turned to Xiao, and Yin was still lying on the ground. His eyes were empty and blood was flowing from his mouth. People started looking at each other and smiling. Many refugees stood in front of Yuri, some bowed and thanked him, and he asked why they were doing this. The guy touched the main character's shoulder and told people to thank his master. The guy and the girl looked at each other and remained silent. People stood in several rows, bowed together and expressed gratitude. A system notification appeared indicating that Xiao had received 10 commendations from refugees. He looked forward resolutely, surprised that he had received so many gratitude coins at once, and thought that usually he had to work hard to get them, but now he did it without difficulty. The main character touched Yuri's hand, called him his student and asked if his wound hurt, and then offered him his medicine for external wounds. Xiaoyu, Yuan, Wang and Dallin looked ahead blankly, thinking that going west to get the scriptures was foolhardy. Xiao put out his hand, smiled and asked the man with glasses to bring his older brother something to eat. Van clenched his fists and exclaimed that he himself is Beiji. Everyone was sitting around the fire when the main character turned to Yuri and advised him to eat more slowly, despite the fact that he was very hungry. The guy closed his eyes and thanked Xiao and Beiji, who were sitting next to him, when another gratitude notification was displayed, and the main character thought that this relationship between master and student seems very good. Woody touched the back of his head with his hand and told his master that he was still hungry, and Xiao thought that he was a good fighter, but he eats a lot. The main character closed his eyes and asked Yuri if he knew what alms were. The guy replied that he knew. The master looked the student in the eyes and said that he was sending him to some people to ask them to prepare some lean rice, and then return. He pointed his finger at some people sitting on the ground and said that they had all helped the man with the gun in robberies before, and that now they most likely had a lot of things left. Yuri put his palm to his forehead. The guy jumped high and told Xiao that he was going. The main character turned his head, smiled and said that this man was quite funny. The hand took the food. Xiao took a small bite while he thought about how recently, more and more, it seems that everyone's unusual abilities are more or less related to spiritual power. He remembered the lieutenant and thought that there was a direct relationship between the Shadow's combat power and his spiritual power. Xiao looked at Woody and decided that he expressed this even more obviously, since he imagined himself to be a great sage equal to heaven. His golden staff had actually appeared, and he himself was gradually approaching an inhuman state in his physical qualities. Sitting by the fire, the main character looked sternly ahead and thought about his spiritual strength, but realized that there was no clear answer yet. Feet walked on the ground. Jiang touched her hair with her hand and asked Xiao if she could take some fire. Jiang timidly asked to exchange some fire for their dry firewood. The guy looked up and agreed. The girl leaned towards the fire and thanked him. The hero received thanks from her and the tramps. They leave, saying that they now have fire. The guy thought sadly that for people who have no experience of surviving in the wild, it is very difficult to survive in such conditions. Woody with bags of food hands Xiao a bar. He replied that he is not hungry, he got it himself, let him keep it for himself. Heroes at the campfire. Yuri said that then he would not be polite. Xiao replied, what is the point of being polite? They are all on their own. Yuri took out a pistol. Van catches the weapon. The guy told him to take it for his protection. The gun is in the hands of the old man. He thanked the guy. He makes hoarse sounds. Wang with a questioning expression on his face. Yuri closed his eyes. Saliva came out of his mouth. The man was surprised, so calmly he took it and fell asleep. Xiao looks at the guy thoughtfully, thinking that although he looks pugnacious, the thought that he is deceiving him is not very pleasant. They say that fools are lucky. One might say this is his gift. Yuan approached his brother and invited him to go to bed first, since he was also tired today, and he would watch the first half of the night. The boy extended his hand to the hero, who was sitting with his back. He objected. Yuan will go to bed first and will be on duty in the second half of the night. He tried to object. Xiao looked around and said angrily, let him go to bed quickly and not waste time. Beads of sweat on Yuan's face, thoughtful. He leaves, lowering his hands, sighing. The boy went to sleep on the ground. The hero frowned, sat by the fire, thought that they were halfway to Fortress 109. It would be great if they could take advantage of the chaos and get there. Behind the hero are gold coins and jars. He thought that the gold he hid in the palace and the medicine should be enough to keep them afloat. In the background are the shadows of people in front of the fortress. The guy thought that if they couldn't get inside, it would be worth settling in a trading town outside of Fortress 109. Beauty stretched, surprised that the hero was not yet sleeping. He scratched the back of his head. Zio asked, "He fell asleep not long ago. Why did he wake up?" He laughed. "It seems he doesn't know yet." Next to the guy is a monkey in traditional clothes. He explained that since he learned that he is the reincarnation of a great sage equal to heaven, he sleeps 3 to 4 hours a day, and this is enough for him, as if he slept as usual all night. Zio was confused whether this was even possible. They were sitting by the fire. The hero bowed his head, asked how old he was. The guy clarified how many thousands of years old, and said that no one knows how many reincarnations he experienced in past lives. With a dissatisfied grimace, Zio clarified that he was talking about this life, thinking how difficult it is not to send him away in conversation. Beauty raised his hands, yawned, replied that he was 22 years old. The hero thought that he was 5 years younger than him and somehow became his master. These are those same legendary young men. Zio raised his hand and asked, so he was taken to a mental hospital by private troops. The guy raised his fist and replied that no, he was sent there a few years ago. They did not believe that he was the reincarnation of a great sage equal to heaven. But some time ago, no one knows what happened, but suddenly he was transferred to a new hospital. They took blood and things like that. Zio asked if he knew Baojin. Beauty put his hand on his chest, leaned over, and asked if this was the bubble blower. He knew him. He was lying in the next room. He raised his index finger and added that before that, there was another patient, who then disappeared somewhere. The hero raised his fist to his chin and thought, Woody really came from a mental hospital and lived next to Baojin. Zio thought that the people in the fortress were dissecting such people, but now it looks like they are just taking some blood from them. He froze in surprise. According to Yudi, there were originally 3 superhumans imprisoned together, but one disappeared. He was worried about where the third had gone. Zio glanced gloomily at the guy and asked if he had any plans for the future. He rose from his seat, clenched his fist, proudly said that he would accompany the master to the west. The hero asked what if he did not want to go to the west. The guy shuddered, his face changed. Stuttering, he asked if he didn't want to. He got down on all fours, dropped the stick, said in frustration that all these years he had been thinking about this day and night. This is what kept him from sleeping peacefully at night. He wanted to find his master and go to the west together to get the sacred scriptures, to pacify demons and eliminate violence along the way. But now his master said he did not want to go west. He crawled to the hero, grabbed the half of his robe and said that he had to go. Zio pursed his lips, looked down, thought, just look at this face, it looks like I'll have to go there. It won't hurt to learn about the West. Teacher Zhang also mentioned this. Yudi looked at the guy. He took him by the hand and asked if he knew where this Western paradise was. He replied that he didn't know. The guy turned away, raised his fists, and thought with a grin, if he doesn't know, that's good. Woody raised his hands contentedly when Zio told him not to worry and leave the rest to his master. Trees with green crown, rays of sun. The hero looks at the refugees, they cough. Zio's thoughtful look. Ewan, with a backpack on his back, looked back and noticed that his brother had woken up. A serious face, looking at a man choking from coughing. The hero thought what was wrong with everyone. Did the long journey and lack of sleep provoke the flu? No, something is wrong. The guy looked at his comrades and said that they needed to hurry. An infection zone had formed here, and if they did not leave quickly, they could also become infected. Wang raised his hands in fear and asked, is the infection zone? Then of course we need to go. The hero and his team leave. The old man hurries everyone forward. Woody extended his palm to the departing Zio and said that it is better to save a person's life than to build 7 floors for the monastery. They cannot leave them. The guy looked around and replied that Western Paradise was right ahead. Woody stands with his hands down. The group leaves. He added that he is going there for the scriptures, but he can stay here if he wants. Woody raised his head and clenched his fist. Raising an eyebrow, he thought with regret that accompanying the master to the west for the scriptures was the most important thing at the moment. He looked at the refugees. He closed his eyes and exhaled. He ran after the others and shouted for them to wait for him. He caught up with the hero, said with a smile that he had thought about everything. Now the most important thing is to accompany him to the west. Zio said that he was doing well and was glad that he had finally decided. The girl with the bob approached Jiang and asked why don't they stay and help everyone. Zio turned his head. Jiang looked at those leaving. She seriously said that no, first they need to save at least themselves. Perhaps now the teacher is not teaching them quite correctly, but they must follow her. She follows the group and told the guys not to lag behind and to be sure to collect wild greens if they see them along the way. The girl with the bob brought her index fingers together and said, it's so terrible. The teacher replied that even if it's difficult to eat, they should eat it. Jiang and her guys follow the hero's company. The refugees look at them. A crowd of people among the trees. Xiao wondered why they came so far and did not encounter a single wolf. It is reasonable to assume that they as a group do not pose any threat to them. Maybe they are scared off by a large crowd of people. He frowned, thinking that he couldn't reveal his superhuman abilities until it was necessary. But who knows what the 109th fortress does to superhumans. Yuan grabbed his brother's robe, pointed with his finger, and noticed a car in front. With a stern look, Xiao looks at the cars in the distance. Aren't these the King Consortium cars? Are they really so unreliable? It looks like these cars broke down not long ago, and they might meet King people if they go forward. Sunset, sun over the trees. Someone shouted that they saw the King Consortium. They should ask them for help. The guy with the backpack runs forward. He said with a smile, finally they are reunited with the army. They are saved. Xiao clenched his fists. Yuan looked at him questioningly. The guy told them to wait and not go there. At the car's land and his soldiers, Xiao wondered why this fat man was moving so slowly. The soldiers were sitting on the ground, talking, but he was surprised that he did not leave the wounded soldier to go on his own. The doe, with a cigar in his teeth, raised an eyebrow. The man stood up. The hero thought that this fat man was funny and put the seat cover on himself when he got out of the car. Refugees stand in front of the army with clenched fists. The doe shuddered and shouted that they should quickly take away all the weapons, if they had them, so that these refugees would not make a noise in their camp. The soldiers load their weapons. The doe turns away. The guys stopped, scared, walked next to the hero, looking forward. Two soldiers approached the hero. The military men were near the fire. The refugees were sitting to the side. Yuan is sitting on the ground. Xiao approached his brother and said that it was already late. He needed to find a place to stay somewhere nearby. Wang approached the hero and whispered whether it was dangerous for them to be so close to the people from the King Consortium because they killed several pursuers when they fled. The guy looked back. He looks towards the camp and replied that everything should be in order. They can stay here with peace of mind. If something bad happens, they will simply run away into the wasteland again. The heroes are sitting by the fire. Xiao said that in the current state of affairs it is better for them to follow the main group for now. He is a little afraid that the wolves are just waiting for someone to fight off the group. Soon Wang looks at him. He agreed with the guy. Yudi is sitting on the ground. Xiao stood up, turned his back, said, okay, he will go with the great sage to collect brushwood and let the guys rest. Wudi walks behind the hero with his hands behind his head. Xiao thought about not having the intention of harming others, and at the same time, remember to protect himself from the evil intentions of others. He still has to keep an eye on Wudi. Maybe he joined them with ulterior motives. They were collecting firewood. He thought that there was nothing wrong with being careful. There were still a few days ahead, and if during this time he did not find any ulterior motives, then he could accept it openly. Yudi approached the hero and asked if he hadn't said this morning that the Western Paradise was just ahead, but why didn't they come there after a whole day's journey? Xiao raised his shoulders and, spreading his arms, said, the Western Paradise is moving. The guy asked, he thinks he is stupid. Xiao said in confusion, such an answer really can't fool even a fool. He placed his hand on his shoulder and asked him if he had any desire other than to accompany him west for the scriptures. The guy scratched his head, smiling nervously, replied that indeed there was another desire. The hero asked what. Drops of sweat on Xiao's face. Surprised, the guy replied that he was looking for a girl named Zixia. Wudi sternly said that after his reincarnation, there are two things he must do. The first is to accompany the master to the west for the scriptures, and the second is to find Zixia. He raised his fist. There was a glow all around. Xiao doesn't understand. This is also something from the plot of Journey to the West. What kind of book? Jiang and her students appeared in front of them with brushwood. She said that they did not need to collect them. She would be happy to help them collect them. The hero frowned and thought, the more people add brushwood to the fire, the brighter its flame will be, so that's good. Standing opposite each other, Xiao leaned forward, thanked her. She said that if he had not lent them the fire earlier, the students would have frozen and gotten sick. They turned around. The teacher said that they had left and were going back. Xiao replied okay and thought that he just shared the fire with them. Nothing complicated, but he didn't expect that they would want to repay him for this. A girl with long hair with brushwood in her hands approached Yudi. She closed her eyes, smiled, and shyly said that he was so handsome. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and remained silent. He folded his hands and said, thank you, parishioner. The girl exclaimed, parishioner. Xiao waves his hand. He told them to come here. He found something good, and he needs to call the students for help. Saliva coming out of his mouth, the hero looks at the brown fruits on the ground, thinking that it looks like they won't be hungry today. Tree, starry sky. People are divided into groups, sitting around fires. Yudi sits with potatoes in his hands by the fire. I ate them with pleasure. Heroes at the campfire. Xiao looked at Wudi suspiciously. A guy with his mouth full, perplexed. Xiao, with a potato in his hand, closed his eyes. Wudi looked at him and asked him what he thought. Their team was still missing something. The hero didn't understand what that meant. Hand on forehead, looking at Yuan and Xiaoyu, said that the white dragon horse is also missing. Picking his little finger in his ear, he said that there is no need to look at him like that, none of them are white dragon horses, and he will not mistakenly identify them. The brother and sister breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Wang asked him in fear, he meant that they were definitely Beiji and Sha. The hero is eating. Behind, Jiang tells the students to hold on. They will soon arrive at Fortress 109. Xiao thinks that he did not expect that Woody has his own internal logic despite his madness. The teacher held vegetables in her hands and told the students that they should take the sweet potatoes they dug with them. It was better to be tired on the road than to be hungry. A guy with white hair eating potatoes asked Jiang if they could really get to the fortress safely. She replied that it should be possible. They just have to follow that young man and they will succeed. He mockingly called the teacher. Pointing his finger to the side, Jiang asked what happened. He was not feeling well. The guy asked her to look there. Hand on chin, Jiang looking to the side, Xiao turned around. She put her palms to her cheeks and said why the guys didn't warn her. The students laughed and the teacher blushed. The soldier approached the boss, who was sitting under a tree eating, and asked if he thought his brother would send someone to save him. Lan looks at his lunch, replied that he was a little worried about him. He was still there when something went wrong with Mount Jing, and now he is not sure whether he is alive or not. The soldier said that he thinks that King will be fine. He is a person who is always confident in what he does. Cracks in the ground, Lan objected, so sure, this time this is not an ordinary emergency. This earthquake and volcanic eruption are a natural disaster and anything can happen. Food on a stick, Lan looks to the side, said, they are so close to Fortress 112, if something went wrong with their fortress, he is afraid that 112 will also collapse. He is afraid that his brother will face a very severe punishment within the consortium, since the consortium lost 2 fortresses at once. The soldier put his hand on his chest and said, but it's not their fault, any fortress would not withstand it. A drop of sweat on his temple, Lan said thoughtfully, in the past, his brother made too many enemies in the consortium. Sitting with his back explained, since he killed so many people from other consortiums a while ago, the consortium will be worried that he will be difficult to control and they will ask him to clear his head for a while. But this is all temporary, since they still need that for Zheng to do his job, because others will not do it as well as him. A month in the sky, the man added that they would not be as ruthless as him. A bald man approached a guy in a white suit with a blue tie, told the boss that the consortium bureau wanted him to answer the phone. The guy asked him to tell them that he didn't have time. The man with the phone to his ear said that he understood and would definitely convey it. He put down the phone, followed the guy, said that fortresses 112 and 113 were no more. He replied that he had guessed. The man looked to the side, with regret on his face, and began to convey what else they said. The guy looked back thoughtfully. He stepped forward and added that they wanted him to proceed to Fortress 111 for investigation as soon as he got off the mountain, and that without permission he could not leave the confines of Fortress 111. He extended his hand to the leaving guy and asked if we were talking about house arrest. He remained silent. Mouth open, the guy replied that it had been a long time since he returned to Fortress 111. He put his hands in his trouser pockets, said to call Lu from Fortress 109 and asked him to send someone to look for Lan. The man replied that this fortress is controlled by the Lai Consortium and Lu, as its manager, may not have much say in the matter. The guy looks ahead and noticed that there is always the opportunity to send several private troops. He pointed his finger forward and sternly told him to tell him that if he did not find the dough, he would die. A doe opposite the refugees sitting around the fires, chewing his food, smelling the potatoes, thought that these poor people know how to be practical in everyday life. A stick with a piece of food in his hand, closed his eyes, called Tang and said that he would go there and buy fried sweet potatoes and come back. Beads of sweat on his face, Tan raised his palms and asked if they couldn't just take some from them. The doe jumped up, hit him on the head and shouted that he wouldn't bat an eyelid if he had to kill someone from the flame source, but rob a bunch of refugees out of their sweet potatoes. Would he still be human if word got out about it? Trees, moon in the sky, Lan pointed his finger forward and shouted for him to run and buy it at 50 times the normal price and not disgrace the king. They don't take advantage of others. The boss is at the fire. Tang leaves. Lan called out to him and told him to take a few people so that they couldn't sneak up. Tan looked back, a drop of sweat on his cheek, and replied, okay. The doe looks at the departing soldiers. He closed his eyes, lowered his head, exhaled, thought that he considered himself a worthy representative of his generation, but he never thought that he would be reduced to begging for food from refugees. Warms his hands by the fire. Tang and the soldiers returned to him. There are potatoes lying on the cloth. Doe is moving his finger and counting. He looked at the wounded sitting on the side and counted them. Tang holds the potatoes. Looking at the boss with a smile, Lan said, 1/2 per person. No one should eat more, and the wounded can eat one whole. He also asked Tang to bake it. The fruits lie in the fire. Tan takes the potatoes out of the fire with a stick. He brought hot potatoes to the boss, telling him to take them and eat them. The doe divided the fruit in half. He handed one half to the soldier, said, "Here, half for one." Tan said that he didn't have to do this, asked how he could take only half. Lan said to close this topic already and take it, he's hot. The soldiers gathered around the boss. He said that now he does not have time to tell them about all this, but when they get to Fortress 109, he will invite them all to enjoy life. He pounded his chest with his fist and said with a smile, all of them who escaped this disaster will be blessed after it. The soldiers raised their fists up, smiling. Tang said, "That's right, even in a great disaster, blessings can be found." Birds flew up from the trees and a cry was heard. The man hit the woman on the cheek and she fell. He said irritably, "What's the point of pretending to be innocent after she ate the sweet potato he dug up? Her man had long since died in the fort. If he hadn't pulled her out, would she be alive now?" The girl was crying, covered her face with her hand, and said that she would give him money for the sweet potatoes when they got to 109 strength. He grabbed her face with his hand and said angrily, "What can she give him? They will all have nothing when they reach Fortress 109. He pulled her by the hair, shouting to the men standing nearby to come with him. The refugees silently look away. Xiao was frightened. Behind him, with his hands on his hips, stood Yudi. He shouted, "Stop." He ran forward and shouted menacingly, "So it is he, the king of leopards, who is muddying the waters here." He grabbed the smoldering stick. The man looked around in fear. Yudi swung his stick and the man ran away. "I hit him and he fell." The girl ran up to the beaten man, shouted what he had done. "Let them get out of here." Hand to temple, the guy is perplexed, pursing his lips. Having lowered his hands and head, he returns to the heroes sitting by the fire. He sat down on a log and lowered his head into his hands. Xiao looked at him gloomily and thought, "This man is really funny." He put his hand on his shoulder. The guy raised his head. Xiao thought that he was just making up a magical name for anyone he wanted to beat. He was a great sage equal to heaven, so he had to fight demons. He asked what if in the future he faced hundreds of enemies one after another, and he doesn't have enough names of demons. Heroes in traditional clothes, Woody with a rod crouched in front of Xiao, replied that everything is fine, the names of the demons can be repeated. The hero kicked him, asked if he was faking or stupid, what happened to the promise not to make mistakes in personalities. Plant in hand, resting his head on his hand, asked Xiao why he thought that woman told him to get away when he defeated the Leopard King. Yudi rests his head on his hand, a tired look. The hero looks at him, he thought, because human nature is so complex that some people are better off not being saved. He didn't want to talk to him about it. He seems to be fine without it. Van sat down next to Yudi and said, "He's just still too curious. He can save himself a lot of problems if he uses words in his life that are not theirs and none of his business." The guy opened his mouth slightly and asked in surprise what he meant. Van smiled and said why should he do something and interfere if it doesn't concern him in any way. Yudi hit the old man on the head with a stem and said, "Bore, it's none of your business." The heroes watching this laughed. Night, the wind fans the flames of the fire. A paw with claws and shackles. Xiao looked around in fear. The heroes look into the dark forest. Yuan asked his brother what that sound was. He replied that he needed to run, get out of here now. Monsters in chains are running towards them from the forest. Many monsters with angry eyes began to crawl towards the people. The whole group began to look at Xiao, who pointed his finger at them to run away into the forest. The protagonist's gaze was filled with confidence and aggression. The monsters began jumping on people, grabbing them and trying to kill them. Everyone was very scared. Birds were flying in the sky. The night itself was restless. The stomping of people began to be heard quickly. Everyone ran as fast as they could. The group quickly ran to meet some people who began to look at them. The two men looked at the group. One was calmly silent, and the second was pointing a weapon at them, gritting his teeth. Xiao began to scream in fear and try to calm the men, telling them not to shoot and to run too. The man began to tell his assistant not to shoot and to follow them, so that they would first listen and then move away as far as possible. The main character began to grit his teeth angrily, saying that if the guy had opened a weapon, there would have been much more losses and it would be better to run away with the troops now, since at least they have firearms and this is better than revealing their abilities. One of the soldiers was wounded in the leg and held on to the second, slowly limping. The troops quickly ran behind the group, shouting for everyone to move. The soldiers and the group began to stand opposite the monsters. The monsters began to open their mouths wide and look at people with red, bloody eyes. The main man began to scream in fear about what kind of monster he was and who he was. The monsters began to jump on people with anger. The child began to hold on to his father, crying and screaming. His dad tried to calm him down, but he couldn't do it. Meanwhile, Xiao confidently watched the monsters. The main character began to look at everyone who stood behind him and say that the screams behind them were getting closer and the test subjects could now catch up with them. Xiao began to look askance at all the people, telling them that they could no longer retreat and that first they needed to look at King's reaction. The main man began to look at Xiao in fear, telling his assistant to take a team of people and go with the wounded, and when they get to Fortress 109, they might ask him to come and help. The assistant began to grit his teeth, telling his boss that he would not leave him. The man grabbed the weapon from the assistant and pointed it at everyone and began telling them to behave without arbitrariness and just get out of this situation alive. The boss began to raise his gun with a smile on his face, telling everyone else to follow him and finish them all off as he would fight them. The assistant began to look at the soldiers with anger, asking what they were waiting for and that they needed to protect the boss and then leave. The army began to confidently tell the assistant that they would do it. The soldiers began to grab the boss by the arms and carry him away. The man began to shout to be let go and that Shiluolan had never been a deserter. One of their soldiers began to hold the box, telling him to carry the thing into the box. The soldiers' hands began to open the box. Two guys held weapons in their hands, who took their box and with a smile on their faces began to be glad that they took it with them. One of the troops began to bring the weapon to the peephole, pointing it. The soldier began to confidently open his mouth and shoot at the place where he aimed. A lot of guys were shooting and aiming missiles to the side. The fire quickly spread across the entire area opposite the guys. The soldiers threw grenades and bombs in the direction with anger and confidence. As soon as the air cleared, there was no one on the ground. One of the monsters began to slowly approach the soldier, who was throwing grenades in the other direction. The guy wounded in the eye began to look in the direction where the sounds were mocking. The wild monster aimed its bloody teeth at the soldier's neck, killing him completely. The guy clenched his teeth and began to look at the monster out of the corner of his eye. The man's hand began to quickly open the grenade. There was a huge explosion on the spot as everyone else looked on. Xiao looked to the side through the smoke, gritting his teeth. One guy's foot began to move towards the monsters. The guy with white hair and a golden wand began to open his mouth wide and tell the brave demons to see where they could run now. The main character began to confidently look forward, telling his assistant Yudi to go in the other direction. Xiao began to look at the monsters, holding his sword tightly. Yudi with a smile on his face began to look at the main character, telling him that in this life he is more deadly and much better than in his previous life when they were indecisive. Xiao began to cut the monsters in half with quick movements. The guy began to look at the people looking at him and shouted at them to run away. Old Man Wang, Yuan and Xiaoyu began to look at the main character in fear without doing anything. Xiao began to glare at the people, shouting at them to run away. Yuan began to hold the girl by the hand, taking her away from Xiao. Wang rushed after them, looked at the guy with fear. The brother began to look askance at the main character, saying that now they would only interfere with them. Xiao stood looking at the monsters and called out to Wudi, who was next to him. The main character and his assistant immediately rushed towards the monsters, quickly running towards them. Xiao killed the monsters with deft movements, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The guy began to look to the side, watching something. With his golden wand, Yudi began to hit the very heart of the monsters who were trying to jump on the guy. The guy jumped high into the sky, pointing his weapon at the monsters who were looking at him. Yudi began to quickly swing his stick, killing several monsters at once. The guy stood confidently on the bodies of the monsters, putting his weapon behind his neck. Xiao stood there in shock and looked at Wudi, saying that it was unexpected that this guy's strength was much higher than Xiao himself thought. The guy began to point his finger at himself and, with a smile on his face, tell the monsters that from now on they would call him, but Yudi did not have time to say. Xiao kicked the guy, telling him not to waste time. The main character and his assistant began to run towards the people. Yuan began to look at Xiao, asking if he was okay. The main character answered his brother that he was fine. Xiao began to fearfully look into the depths of the forest, where they were shouting and calling for help. The main character and the others ran towards the sound and saw an overturned car. The boss began screaming from the window, closing his eyes and asking to be pulled out. Yudi hit the car with quick movements, opening the door. The guy stood near the car and told the boss that now 2 of his soldiers were gone. The man stood on his knees, saying nothing. Xiao began to take the boss by the hand, telling him to move and follow him. Lao began gritting his teeth and closing his eyes to tell the main character that he could not leave, even though they saved him. The depths of the forest were black and scary. Xiao began to run away from the soldiers who were fighting and, grabbing the man with him, began to tell him that they had to run away as a pack of wolves were coming towards them. The army covered their ears and shot at the monsters, tried to kill them, but could not, as they survived. The monsters opened their mouths wide and looked at the soldiers. People began to watch as a flock of monsters headed deep into the forest. The soldiers opened their mouths in fear, not knowing what to do. Xiao looked askance at the monsters, wondering if these test subjects were afraid of them. The main character began to hold Wudi's shoulder and tell him to call Wang Fugui and the others. The guy hesitantly scratched his head, asking Xiao who Wang Fugui was. The main character smiled at the guy and said that this was Ba Jai, who should be told to wait for them there and not come back, because if something strange happens, they should continue to run for their lives. Xiao didn't understand why Yudi doesn't understand anything unless you mention names from history. La began to look at his soldiers, who were wounded and lying in a pool of blood. The boss and Xiao quickly began to head towards the wounded. One of the soldiers held his stomach and showed his hand to Law, saying that he should not be here since the monsters might return soon. The main character watched as the boss squatted down next to the guy and asked if he had anything to tell him. The guy began to look at Law with a smile on his face, telling him that he said that he would give them a tour of this beautiful world. As soon as they get to the 109th fortress, the guy began to say that he is afraid now they will not be able to go with boss and Law needs to have a blast himself. The boss began to smile, covering his eyes from tears and telling the soldier that he was afraid he would die from exhaustion in the 109th fortress. Law began to laugh loudly with his lying assistant. The soldier's hand began to squeeze the boss's hand. The guy held the wound on his stomach and told Law with a smile that they had no regrets. The boss looked at his assistant with a sad look full of tears, nodding slowly. Xiao began to slowly approach Luo and the soldier and talk about how some of them don't have to die. The main character began to stretch out the boss's hand, which contained the jars. The guy began to say that his medicine is the best, which is suitable for external injuries and therefore you don't have to worry that they will die. But Xiao began to say that he doesn't just cure. Law began to look with interest at the jars in the guy's hands. The main character began to tell the boss that in exchange for this medicine they should bring them all to Fortress 109 and provide them with a legal place of residence. Law smiled and laughed, saying that it was a very familiar feeling. Lo began to open his mouth and eyes wide, telling Xiao that he was a miracle healer. The main character imagined in his head how he would hit Law on the head for saying such words. The boss began to smile sweetly and, looking at Xiao, said that given their relationship, if the main character saves their lives, he will be able to drag as many people as he wants into the barrier. Xiao did not understand what kind of relationship the boss was talking about. Law laughed and scratched his head from discomfort, saying that they had a relationship between a doctor and a patient. The guy looked at the boss with a smile. Xiao began to close his eyes and throw jars into the boss's hands, saying that he would remain calm and would not ask what diseases he was treating for and that this medicine should be applied to the wounds. Lo began to smile and say that he understood everything. Xiao began to look askance at Luo and holding him by the shoulders, asking if he was thinking of capturing him when he healed his soldiers. The boss held jars and said that in fact his main goal was to catch Zhu Xianchu, and the main character just his accomplice. Xiao smiled, looking at the boss and told him that this was good. Law began to approach the soldier, telling him to hold on. The boss's fingers began to apply medicine to the wounds. The guy immediately began screaming in pain, which was created by the medicine. The main character began to wave his hand at the soldier's wound, telling the boss to hurry up, finish and hit the road. A loud cry of pain from wounds began to be heard from the mountains. Yuan began to look at Xiao with a smile. The main character began to tell all the guys that everything was fine with him and they should move on. The soldiers began to head out with Xiao and Luo's group. The boss began pointing his finger at Yudi, saying that he remembered him and this crazy man who was in the 3rd psychiatric hospital. The guy began to clasp his hands with a smile on his face, telling Lo that he also remembered him and his name was Benbo-er. The boss began to tell Yudi not to talk nonsense and not to call him Benbo-er. The guy began to clench his hands on his chest in anger and tell the boss to call him a great sage, not a madman. Law began to get angry and angrily tell Yudi that all crazy people say that they are not crazy. The boss began to tell the guy that he says the great sage who protects his master. In order to receive the scriptures in the West, Law began to ask Yudi where his master was. Xiao began to point his finger at himself with a calm face and tell the boss that he was his master. 2 people also began to say their names. Luo could not believe that they were telling the truth. 3 cars stood in one of the places. The boss began to be surprised and say that it was strange, because they looked like the cars from Fortress 109. Law began to point his finger up, smiling and saying that most likely they were saved. Law began to sit on the edge of the car seat and hold the walkie-talkie. Questions began to be heard from the walkie-talkie about who he was. Lo began to smile and shout, saying that he was Lolan and he needed to be connected to his brother. The guy at the end of the walkie-talkie began to ask Lo where he was and whose walkie-talkie it was. The guy asked the boss if Lu Yun's people had taken him. The soldier began to talk on the walkie-talkie that on the way he met the vehicles of the 109th fortress and they were probably Lu Yun's men who were attacked along the way. The man began to look ahead confidently, holding the walkie-talkie and telling Luo to take a break when she reached Fortress 109 and not to return to the King Consortium for a while, as the people were going to put him under house arrest for a while and the boss would probably have to suffer a harsher punishment when he returns. The guy began to sigh and tell Luo that when he gets to the 109th fortress, tell Lu Yuan that Ren Xiaosu, Zhu Xianchu, Yang Xiaojin and Luo Zhenyu are wanted, and especially Zhu Xianchu. The boss began to sit in the car, telling the guy that he had one thing, but that Ren Xiaosu was next to him. The guy asked Luo, he caught him too. The boss began to smile and tell the guy that he may not believe him when he says this, but given that this is happening now, we can say that he caught him and Ren rather saved him. The guy began to look ahead, telling the boss to tell the guy that the matter between the King Consortium and him was closed and the guy also owed him for saving his life. Law began to look at the people, telling the guy that they just wanted to go to the 109th fortress and become legal residents there. Zio sighed with relief and said that this day had come and from now on they would be the legal residents of the 109th fortress. Zio stood next to Luo, who was holding a walkie-talkie. The main character began to look thoughtfully to the side, thinking about where the body would go if they were attacked halfway. Zio began to look at the ground, realizing that the blood had already dried and judging by the color, it could suggest that half a day had passed since the battle. There was something lying near the guy's feet. Zio began to look at the fur in his hands, realizing that it was wolf. The guy began to stand near the rock. Zio looked down carefully, noticing something. A wolf began to emerge from the cave. The main character decided that it was the Wolf King. The animal began to look at the guy carefully. Zio looked confidently at the wolf, deciding that they had been chasing him all this time. The guy looked at the wolf, who was slowly walking away from Zio, doing nothing. The main character did not understand why he did this. The boss began to raise his hand high, telling everyone to climb in, since now they have a car and everything will be faster. All the people began to look at Zio with a smile, and Yuan began to shout to his brother to sit down and they would leave. The main character began to look at his brother, smiling sweetly. The car began to drive away. Yuan began to ask Zio if they could overcome the barrier. The main character began to say that if they arrived, they would not have to be careful while resting. Zio patted his brother on the head and with a smile on his face told him not to worry and from now on their life would only get better. Van lowered his eyes and sadly began to say that some things were too difficult for him to achieve, but for people on the other hand, they were absolutely familiar. The boss began to pull a cigarette to his mouth, telling everyone not to take it so seriously about what they promise. Luo began to add and say that the kin people can still fulfill their promises and their association will not lie, since this is not it will make sense. Van's eyes began to look surprised. The man began to smile and tell Luo that Zaiasu saved his life. The boss began to ask Wang if this was true. Wang began to smile and talk about how it was not enough to simply overcome the barrier, and if anyone heard about this, they would think that the kin association was stingy. The gentleman began to look thoughtfully to the side, realizing that when he left the city with Zaiasu, he had already told him what it was worth, so the time had come to prove it. Wang began to look askance at Luo, telling him that he had never shone, so it was difficult for him to participate in negotiations with Luolan, and the guy might even laugh in his face because Van had no pride. The gentleman began to look into the distance, filled with determination and telling himself that there was nothing terrible in this and that he was a grateful person and that his life had been saved. He would do everything in his power to help him. The boss began to look at the man with confusion, holding a cigarette and telling him not to be greedy. Wang began to come too close to Luo that he was very scared. Wang put his finger in the boss's face, telling him that the kin association has a lot of property in the 109th barrier and it would not be a problem for Luo to give them a store. The boss became scared to say that his life is not worth the store. The man began to look at the boss with surprise and incomprehension, not knowing what to tell him. Wang began to pat Luo's shoulders, asking him about what his brother said that he owed Zaiasu a favor. The boss did not understand what the guy was trying to say. The guy began to smile and looking at Law, asking him if this service was worth the store. Law smoked a cigarette and, looking at the guy, said that it was all worth it. Wang thought about something and realized that it was rumored that Luolan treated his brother better than himself. The boss's hand began to put away the cigarette, telling Wang that he would prepare a good store for him, but from that moment on, all debts between the kin alliance and you were closed. The guy began to smile slyly, looking at the boss and asking him how much the lives of his people were worth. Zio began to watch as Luo touched Wang's head and told him that he couldn't ask for everything at once and that first he would prepare the best store for him in the most suitable place. Wang smiled sweetly, telling the man that he knew when to stop. The main character began to look in surprise at Yudi, who had a golden headband on his head. The guy began to ask him where he got it. Zio had not seen this headband before and it could be that he again imagined it as a golden cane, because all the powers of Yudi up close are formed thanks to the imagination. The guy started shaking his hands and smilingly saying that Buddha gave it to him. Woody began to come close to Zio, asking him if he remembered the strengthening spell. The guy began to look frightened, saying that he remembered, although in fact he did not. The main character began to sit in special clothes, repeating the same phrases many times. Woody began to squeeze his ears and shout at Zio to stop it. The main character frightenedly asked the guy what was wrong. Van, with incomprehension, began to tell the main character that this headband was a gift from the Buddha and nothing could be done about it and he could not take it back. Zio began to fearfully ask Wang what it meant. What he had just done was also a gift from the Buddha. Wang began to tell the guy with a calm face that no one knew about it. Yuan smiled, looking at his brother, telling everyone that there was a city ahead. The car began to drive up to a high tower on which the 109th city was written. The car began to approach the tower, on which 109 was written. The girl began to point her finger at Zio, telling all the children to thank him, since it was thanks to the guy that they survived to this day. People from the group began to smile sweetly, thanking the main character. Zio began to laugh, indicating with his hand that this should not be done. The guy started pointing his finger at the three. Zio understood with his hands and said with a sweet smile that the three of them had not yet thanked him, so they could take their time. People looked at Zio silently, without saying anything to him. Cars began to drive up to different tents. Yuen began to smile and point to different tents, saying that they have something like this right in the city. The car began to stop at one of the tents. The girl began to ask in surprise whether they lived in a similar place. A friend of the main character began to say that she lived in one, but it was better there and Zio was a substitute teacher in their city. The girl began to say that if the barrier still worked, he would become their new teacher. Alone the girls couldn't believe that Zio could become a teacher. The car's wheels began to turn off. Law jumped off the car and started shouting that they were there. The boss began to angrily ask everyone about where Liu Yuan was, since he urgently needed him. People began to ask each other who Liu Yuan was, while Lo watched this angrily. The boss began to shout and point his finger at the man, telling the administrator of this city to quickly come to him. All the people began to look at the angry Law in fear. Zio stood behind the boss, telling him that they had arrived from Barrier 113 and this was Liulan from the film consortium, and all this should be reported to their administrator. The people began to look at the main character in fear and tell him to wait a minute. The girl began to look into the distance, thinking that Lulan must have promised that Liang, Wang Fugui, Wang Dalon and Wen Wudi would fall into the barrier, but he began to mention Jiang Wu and the disciples. Everyone understood that if things remained like this, they will become refugees, but now Lulan can support them, so if everyone from the car falls into the 109 barrier, no one will say a word. The girl decided that they can only hope that Liu Yuan will not check Luolan. Zio looked at Law, who was smoking a cigarette angrily. The tower doors began to open. The man began to meet Law halfway, smiling sweetly and saying that he had heard a lot about him. The boss began to tuck his hands in his chest with contempt, asking the guy if this was true. The man began to head towards the boss, telling him that as soon as he received news from King's boss, he immediately came out to say hello, and if they had not lost contact with him, the man would not have met them. Law angrily walked around the man and, without even approaching him, began telling his group to follow him. The man began to call everyone away and shout to wait. Frightened, he began to ask Law who these people were in the car and whether they needed to be checked. The boss began to slap the man in the face with hostility, asking how he could check his people. Dan began to look at Law in surprise, saying that this man was the administrator of Barrier 109 and how dare the boss just pick him up and hit him. Zio and Yuan did not understand what was happening. The boss began to look at the man with anger, asking him that he had forgotten who he was. The guy looked to the side. There was a red imprint from Law's hand on his cheek. The man began to stutter and tell the boss that he had not forgotten and then began to show the way. Law began to tell King not to forget who he was. People got out of the car, looking at the territory. Yuan began to tell Zio that the roads in this barrier were very clean. Tall houses, plants that Yuan praised. The brother began to point his finger at the clearing to the main character. One of the girls began to look at the garden with admiration, saying that people usually come here after eating and in the evening you can see dancing aunties here, and if one of them has a radio, she will definitely attract all the attention. Two people fed each other cutely. Yuan began to talk about how dad and daughter feed each other cutely. Zio began to notice in surprise that they were kissing. People began to kiss sweetly without seeing anyone. The girl made a sly look, saying that this was not a father and daughter. The boss began to look askance at people, telling them that he would take them to the grocery store as promised. The whole group of people began to look at the boss in surprise and incomprehension. Then waved his hand at everyone, shouting to hurry after Law. People began to approach some place. Yuan held Zio's hand in fear and began to ask him why people were looking so angry and maybe they should return to the city. The main character began to look at his brother, telling him to stop, and if his brother didn't like it, he could take him away from here. The boss's feet began to step on the tiles. Law, with a smile on his face and a cigarette in his mouth, began asking everyone how they liked it, saying that there was no such place anywhere else and that there was a real gold mine here. Ban began to bow to the boss, thanking him from the bottom of his heart. Lo began to tell people that they now have a yard and houses in the back, so this is enough for everyone, and then the boss began to say that now they are even. The gentleman began to thank Zio for helping them get into the barrier. The main character began to tell Wang that there was no need for thanks since they needed to equip this store. Van began to tell the guy with a smile on his face that this was his store since he risked his life for it. The man began to touch the guy's hands, telling him that he could work there as a cashier without asking for a lot of money. The man told Zio that he would have a slightly higher salary. The main character smiled sweetly, saying that he agreed. Van was surprised to not believe that the guy agreed so quickly. Zio began to come closer to Wang's ear, telling him that 30% of the profit from the store was his, so the money from his antibiotics also belonged to him. Dan didn't know what to answer the guy out of surprise. The gentleman began to smile at the main character, saying that he would try his best. Someone began to watch them. Zio began to understand this out of the corner of his eye. The guy quickly began to look to the side, spreading the tent, but did not see anyone and decided that he had imagined it. Zio stands in front of the woman, asking her what she plans to do. The girl looked at one point with fear, continuing to remain silent. One man addresses the main character, telling him not to worry, and as soon as he receives his residence ID, they will immediately prepare his enrollment, adding that teacher Jan Wu can continue teaching, and the students can continue studying under her guidance, and the school will take care of the place of work and salary. Holding his hands on his chest and covering one eye, the man notices that this is not kindness at all, but they have all gone through fire, water, and copper pipes, so the King Consortium can cope with such a small task, to which Zio asks what he is. So kind old man Wang turns to the guys, asking if the Lai Consortium is not responsible for this barrier, and whether he will keep his promise, to which the man replies that the Lai Consortium will not bother with them over such a trifle. Friendly patting the old man's shoulder, he tells him that matters between the consortiums can be both complex and simple, and if there is no money involved, then everything is fine, to which the man Wang says that he understands him. The main character begins to think that it costs the consortium nothing to enroll a couple of students. Moving quickly and holding his hand on his chin, Zio with a gentle smile asks the uncomprehending guy how much pocket money the school gives to its students, to which the man replies that about 900 per month, and it all depends on the barrier, because the student receives as much as needed to survive for a month. Suddenly, someone grabs Yuan by the shoulders. Zio, towering over his blushing brother, says with a smile that he and Yuan also want to go to school, and money is not a problem, because they just want to study. Holding the other characters, hugging them on his shoulders in front of the shocked man, Zio reveals that not only he, but also Wang Fugui, Wang Dalong, little sister Zioyu, and Chen Wudi, all six want to visit the school, to which the man asks him that Wang Fugui is already over 40 years old, and he will also go to school. Tired, touching his head with his hand, the man says that they will forget everything, and the main character, Yang Li Yuan and Wang Dalong, are age appropriate, so they will come up with something. The little boys start crying and opening their mouths wide, saying that they don't want to. The guy, menacingly folding his hands on his chest, scares them away, asking in response that they think that they have the right to vote in this situation. The man quickly places his hand on top of the guy. He, standing friendly with Zio, pointing to his heart with his other hand, turns to him, telling him not to rejoice too early, and he doesn't owe anything to the King Consortium yet, but if he wants to get into school, then he needs something due for them. The main character passes the bottle to the man, noting that he knows that Luo needs it. With incomprehension and contempt, the man looks towards the main character leaving with his younger brother, asking himself in his head that he also calls him a fat Luo man. The hero's boots walk briskly across the square among the city houses. Their whole group ends up in a beautiful room with a Chinese concept. The brothers look around. Yuan with interested eyes says that this store turned out to be much better than his expectations, to which the elder tells him that now their lives will be much better. Old man Wang, peeking around the doorway with his son, tells Zio to go and look at something. He points his finger at a building with rooms and a corridor to his team, informing them that there are 3 rooms there and they distribute them in the same way as Sister Zio. There will be a separate room. Uncle Wang will be in one room with Dalon, and he, Lai Yang, and Woody will be in the third. A girl with a pretty look, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, replies that she understands. The old man pats Dalon on the head, answering the hero with a smile that they all obey him. The girl's hand washes the glass with a rag, as does Dalon on the other side of the same window. Zioyu takes the laundry to other rooms while old man Wang and Yuan clean the house. The character Paley presses the flush button, when suddenly the water in the toilet on the floor begins to flush down. All the characters stand around the toilet, looking at its work with interest. The main character, in front of the inspired team, says that all the toilets here are dry and they can flush them because there is a sewer system, to which Yuan notes that this is so cool. The water in the bathroom starts to rain out of the shower. Splashing together in the water, the hero notices that it is not surprising why the people in the barrier are so clean, because there is unlimited water here. A beautiful flower illuminates the dawn sun, creating a dark shadow against its background. The whole company sits together on a mattress in the living room of the building. The sunset casts its last rays of sun on the city houses. Sister Zioyu says that it is so good, adding that so much time has passed since they could sit like this, which old man Wang confirms. Turning to the brothers, Van informs them that while they were cleaning up, several people came to talk to the director, suggesting that apparently the place was originally a clinic and a very famous one, asking why don't they do it. Zio remembers the image of a kindly gangster with a cigar in his mouth, making a face and responding with silence. With a sigh, hands folded, and standing next to a hand holding his chin in thought, he asks which of them is a medic, explaining that all he knows is how to make black medicine, and he thinks they need to sell at first shoes, and these toys will expire if they leave them idle. To which the elder replies that he thinks the guy is right, and they will be allowed to live for some more time, adding that it is too late, and tomorrow he will go to exchange the book for currency Lee, but they only have enough money for a while. Pointing his finger to the side, the old man turns to the guy with a smile when Zio says that if they really don't succeed, then they can always promote his store. To which Wang replies that then they will need what they can sell in long term, and there are quite a lot of useful herbs there, asking her herself that he thinks he can use them in his black medicine. Bringing his hand to his mouth, Zio, after remaining silent at first, said, "Maybe this will work, but the black medicine cannot be sold in bulk, and they can only sell it in small portions weekly." The guy looks at old man Wang, holding his chin in his hand, listening to him say that this is more than enough, and something so exclusive in their store, and with these things, they won't have to worry about not having visitors. The brothers, along with old man Wang, look at the night sky, thinking that the dark medicinal heart he received with the gratitude token can be divided into 3 alarms, and the bottle can be divided into 5 or 6 for sale, so it should not be so difficult. There are bars of gold and coins on the table, to which the guy plans that tomorrow he will take a walk around the barter and see that he can live for a while longer. Against the background of city houses and the dark sky, Zio notices that it is already evening, and after so many days of running around, they deserve a good rest. The brothers stand in front of the door. Yuan suddenly shows the guy a piece of paper with a note. Holding it in his hands, he reads that there is a dangerous place, and it is better for them not to stop too far, to which Yuan asks Zio what this note means and who wrote it. Holding the handwriting in one hand and scratching his head with the other, Zio says that the handwriting is familiar to him. Standing up to his full height, the guy holds a note in one hand, thinking about what is probably also in the 109 barrier, asking each other why she left them then, and whether it could be that she too thinks that something serious will happen if she is here, to which the guy tells himself that this is some kind of nonsense, and if she wanted to kill him, she would not have tried to get into the barrier. Sitting with his brother, Zio begins to cry about it, asking why he didn't tell him earlier, and he just got caught in the barrier and now he literally can't get out. The bright sun illuminates an ancient Chinese building. Almost the entire team heads outside after a great morning, stretching and yawning. Old man Van, holding his hands on his sides, turns to the main character, saying that this is simply wonderful and he has not slept so well for a long time. The man holds his head with his hand and cautiously asks everyone where brother Chen Wudi is. The blonde, covering his face from the sun with his hand, walks barefoot through the city, attracting attention to himself, and says that he was locked in a shelter since childhood and could not even imagine that the outside world was so beautiful, and he begins to remember something. Lowering his eyes, passing by a married couple with a child, he thinks that he, too, once lived in a similar place, but these memories are already deep in the past. Suddenly, Woody heard the melody of music, opening his eyes in shock. Dozens of dancing women with fans open in front of him. Looking at the women with the couple, the guy says that he feels so nostalgic. Chen enters the field and begins to dance, attracting attention to himself and humming the beat of the song. He gets up in the dance room, pose, telling everyone to get moving, which makes people feel awkward. All the women begin to aggressively attack him, showing their fists and creating an appropriate atmosphere around themselves. They all start beating Chen together. At the moment, they kick the guy to the side so that he doesn't interfere. The trees against the background of the city sway in the wind. Chen walks down the street, crossing paths with his team. The main character takes the guy by the shoulder, asking if he is okay. Woody, all beaten up and with a blue face, looks at the hero, to which the guy asks who did it to him like that. Walking further past the characters, the guy says that the outside world can be both intriguing and boring. The main character looks at him out of the corner of his eye in confusion, thinking that maybe this barrier is too dangerous and even the elite are hiding here somewhere, remembering that note that told them that this is a dangerous place and it's better to stay too long here. The sun illuminates a huge palace. The story goes that this is Lai's bank. Old man Wang sits down at the employee's table, greeting her and telling her that he would like to transfer money into Lai currency, to which the girl respectfully replies that to transfer foreign currency, the bank takes 23% of the amount, to which the man asks why that is. Zio abruptly takes Chan's hand with the money, telling him not to transfer everything, and suddenly they will have to go to another barrier, in which case the commission amount will be paid in vain. But the man asks again about going to another barrier. Holding and counting the money, the man hesitantly says it's good that he understood him. The whole squad is walking down the street. Wang begins to tell Zio that he mentioned that he wants to go to another barrier, asking where he still wants to go. The hero kindly answers the old man that he is not saying that they will definitely move, and they still have enough money and they need some currency and they can save the rest for now. Zio looks forward seriously, thinking that even if they have no idea where they will be heading next in the near future, he has a feeling that they will have to leave this place and enter a barrier unknown to them again. The heroes look at the view of the city buildings. A bus passes by Zio and he says it's Route 666, asking if it's public transport. Zio points his hand to the team at the bus, asking what this means, that they can also ride on it, to which Old Man Wang says that this is absolutely true, and he has heard a lot about it, because when the people of the barrier told him about it, he told them about it first. I didn't believe it. Yuan hands the old man small bags of coins, to which he says that they will ride him. Zio pays the fare inside the bus, and the boys happily run along the bus. While riding a bus in the middle of the city, Yuan tells Yao that life in this barrier is so safe and comfortable, and they only need to complete the simplest tasks, and they live better than refugees. Yuan looks out the window while Zio sits with his hands folded, to which the younger brother says that they probably live well. Zio adds that it cannot be that they do not have problems, even Luolan can have them, and such things do not disappear even if the conditions in which they live improve. Yuan asks his brother if there are people who have no difficulties at all, to which the guy replies that yes, and only the dead do. Junior tells the guy that it was such a great day, and he started saying such things, to which he replies that he is just telling the truth, and even such a fool as Chen Wudi can have difficulties. The blonde sits buried in a pillow and crying, saying that the world can be intriguing and boring, and when you are burdened with thoughts that the world is boring, having forgotten the continuation, he asks what happened next. Suddenly, the main character notices a jeweler's sign from the window. In a moment, the guy is behind the glass, waving at Van and telling him to take everyone back home, and he needs to get off here for a while. Sitting with his son, and addressing the boy in the back rows, Uncle Wang asks when his brother managed to leave, to which he replies that he has no idea about it, and he did not follow him. Walking in the other direction from the bus and straightening his raincoat with his hand, he thinks that it will be better if they don't find out that he wants to sell gold, because he's too lazy to explain it to them. Holding his cloak at his neck, he enters some room with a photograph of the lieutenant, thinking that he went unnoticed. The guy looks at the photograph of the junior lieutenant, where it is written that he is wanted. Opening his arms to the sides from the photograph of what he saw, he asks, exclaiming that this is not Ziyu Xiangchu. Standing against the wall with his mouth open, he thinks that this is very bad news, and although he left the jacket with gold, but if someone from the King Consortium checks the gold, they will immediately understand that it is clearly missing. As he walks away from the wall, hand on his chin, he thinks that if the King Consortium posted a notice right in front of the jeweler's workshop, they must have found something, and it's as if they set a bait to find me. Realizing something, imagining a photograph of the lieutenant in the background, he thinks that they are looking for Ziyu Xiangchu. Xiangchu, in the city outside Barrier 111, walks through the area. He looks forward with open eyes, holding his stomach with his hand, saying that he has finally reached the 111th barrier. Remembering how he ate mushrooms by the fire and walked hungry through the forest, he closes his eyes, thinking about how good it is that he is a Superman and his constitution is different, so a small amount of poison and wild vegetables is not able to kill him. The lieutenant, pointing his finger at the eggs on the plate, asks the guy, greeting him, asking if there is anything to eat and he can pay. Late in the evening, Xiangchu summons a shadow with his magic and sits on it. He, sitting on the back of a shadow, runs from side to side with great speed. A whirlwind of dust flies forward among the trees. King, sitting in the car, looks angrily to the side, thinking that it is good that outside Mount Jing he met people from the consortium, otherwise it is unknown how long the road to the 111th fortress would have been. The man notices how the shadow of the main character runs in front of his car behind the one driving in front. Gritting her teeth, King looks ahead warily, asking about the black shadow, and assuming that it is Zhu Xiangchu. The lieutenant's shadow on the back of his double runs further into the forest. The man hits the body of the car from the inside with his hand with all his might. Getting even more irritated, he thinks that because of this Zhu Xiangchu, he is forced to flee, while he himself is galloping through the wasteland, and he is heading towards the 109th fortress, and no matter how he hides, he cannot escape from him. Evil King addresses the bald guard, ordering him to contact Luolan, and if Zhu Xiangchu appears near the 109th fortress, then he must be caught, to which the man responds positively. As the cars approach the old castle, King orders everyone that they need to enter the fortress first. With his hands folded on his chest, he seriously looks out the car window, continuing to think that no matter how Zhu Xiangchu jumps, he is just an insignificant Superman, and the old people from the consortium are a real problem. Imagining the images of the consortium members against the background of his serious expression, he thinks that the shadows inside him are changing one after another, and only those faces are really the core of the King family, which the old people care so much about. making his gaze even more hostile. He tells himself in his head that, as they say in the King Consortium, violence is only a means of maintaining order, and it cannot be order itself, adding that in a word, a shadow remains a shadow and cannot be on the surface. As he drives through the square among the houses, he thinks that he is now the center of attention for confronting the source of the flames, and it is normal that the old people want to suppress his resolve, since it looks like he will be under house arrest for a while. The car slows down, slowly kicking up dust under the wheels. The bald guard speaks to the man, informing him that they are going to go to the operations department tomorrow, and they will probably all be separated and assigned to other military units, to which their boss calmly responds positively, but the guard asks him again what he wants to tell them something else. Holding onto the chair in front, the guard with a grimace asks King why he doesn't get out of the car and say a few words to the soldiers, explaining that they could go with him into the wasteland, because there are many of them. They have weapons and they can do whatever he wants, to which he replies that so many people were waiting to go home to their wives and children that he ended up telling them to go back to the wasteland and try to survive there. The man with confidence in his eyes tells him that everyone would agree. Opening the door, a man with a serious look orders them to stop talking and they need to go out. The man gets out of the car when dozens of soldiers appear in front of him. Looking straight at them, he makes an appeal to them so that they show their best side in the new units and so that they do not disgrace him. Standing in front of the soldiers with machine guns and their commander, they all unanimously say the word yes. Getting back into the car, he orders everyone to jump in their cars and go home. The fortress building stands against the background of the night starry sky. The car flies quickly along the city avenue. King approaches the door of one house, finding himself already on the threshold. The man gradually takes off his shirt. Water begins to flow from the shower and gives off steam. Standing under the hot shower, King thinks that he can finally take a shower and relax a little. Wetting his long hair and raising his head up with his eyes closed, he continues to think that some were burning with impatience, and as soon as he entered the fortress, the soldiers under his command immediately began to distribute. As he puts a towel on his lower body and steps out of the hot shower, he says that all his men are brave and battle-hardened, and now that there is a chance to divide these troops, it is clear that no one will want to miss this opportunity. He calmly puts his shirt back on. King exits the building with security in his white suit. A security guard in uniform blocks the gentleman's passage with his hand, telling him that he cannot leave the house and he better not make their job difficult. The guy looks at the guard with arrogance, saying that the old people said that it was forbidden to leave the fortress, asking that when they said that it was forbidden to even leave the house, and did someone really give the wrong decree. He passes by the men, telling them not to worry, and he is just about to go listen to the singing, asking who in this fortress does not know that he, King Zhen, likes to listen to others sing. A man in armor runs in front of King, blocking his path, explaining that they are simply following orders. The man's eyes clenched with anger. Suddenly, a bullet flies into the ground in front of the entrance, causing the guards to go into shock. A man passing by explains that everything is fine and no one will cause them problems. The guard bows to King as he leaves the house, thanking him for his mercy. Looking after the departing King, the men whisper that there used to be rumors that King Zhen had trump cards with him, and he could not think that this would turn out to be true. To which the other asks his comrade that yes, but didn't the Consortius remove him, and someone else follows the person who lost power. King brings a small glass to his mouth, listening to someone read the words that Sancha Station, the intersection of roads to the north leave and come from the south. He sits on a chair, pouring more alcohol into his glass, continuing to listen to the story that in the morning important carriages crowded here, and at dusk, lo and behold, sadly drove back. Looking at the dressed up people with makeup and ancient Chinese robes, King thinks that the actors on this stage have changed again. Captivated by his gaze, he continues to listen to the poem, thinking that he is the only one who has not changed. While viewing the poem from afar, a servant approaches the man, informing him that the consortium has business with him and they invite him to discuss it at a meeting. Turning with a menacing face to the servant, he replies that he should say that he will not come. The bright sun illuminates the houses of the city. Zio walks down the street among other people, thinking that he won't be able to sell the gold, and he will probably be watched. Raising his hand to his face, closing his eyes, he begins to think that it looks like they'll have to take over the store after all, and they won't be able to live on the subsidy provided by the school, and commendation coins are harder to come by in their day than money, and they can't always sell black medicine. Old Man Wang and the guy opposite are smiling at each other, which Zio noticed standing behind them. He looks ahead gloomily, wondering what this Wang Fugui is doing again. The guy sees how the old man in his hand with a smile hands the guy a black jar, to which the main character immediately realizes that this is black medicine. Depressedly entering the gate, he thinks that he is such a promising young man, and does he really need to sell drugs? The main character lies with his cheek on the table, while a man runs into him, addressing him as a doctor, and asking him to tell him what's wrong with him, and he constantly has discomfort in his stomach, to which the guy tells him that he is pregnant. The man's face turned into the most shocked and surprised, which made him even turn blue. He begins to shout at him, opening his mouth, asking again about the pregnancy, swearing, asking the hero that he doesn't hear that he is a man. And he also has a doctor's sign hanging. Since he may not care about the condition of the Lula, what does the guy says that it turns out that he is not pregnant? The enraged man points his finger at the tired hero with anger, asking him if he even knows who he is, and how he dares to talk to him like that. To which the guy asks without interest who he is, and the man introduces himself as Yanlin Feng is from the western region, and let him come and ask around. Suddenly the protagonist's face lights up with joy, and he receives a notification that he has received a new task to cure a patient. Zio happily shakes hands with the disgruntled man, telling him to tell him what's bothering him, to which Yan says he has an upset stomach and pain. The guy throws antibiotics into the man's hand, adding that it's gastritis, and he just needs to take the medicine and everything will be fine, to which the man asks if this is true, and the guy answers positively, thinking about it. That it's as if he cares whether it's true or not, because he just wants to complete the task. The hero turns away from the man with a villainous smile, to which he responds positively, adding that he will return home and try. The notification states that the task has been completed and a basic skill copy scroll has been received. Yan turns to the main character, asking him if he needs to exclude something from his diet, to which Zio emotionlessly replies that he should exclude bitter melon. The man looks at the guy with confusion, asking why not. Zio responds with irritation because it doesn't taste good, causing the man maximum misunderstanding. The man leaves the building when suddenly Old Man Wang flies towards Zio, carrying a scroll in his hands in front of him. The old man shows a piece of paper with a seal, asking the hero to look at it. The guy examines the document in front of him, wondering if this is a leaflet for the source of the flame. A piece of paper was lying right on the table, and Wang said that in 2 days, superhumans could contact their company and receive money for donating blood, which would later be used in research, and thereby they would also contribute to the development of humanity. Wang, pointing his finger at a piece of paper standing next to the protagonist, said that the most important thing is next, and after donating only 200 milliliters of blood, they will immediately receive a payment of 1 million, which greatly surprised Zio. Wang asked with a puzzled look if he wanted to try, and said that it also said that it would not ensure the confidentiality of personal information, while the protagonist, with a thoughtful look, reasoned that earlier on Jing Mountain he heard Yang Xiaojin talking about this company, then it seemed doubtful to him, and now he came across her in the 109th fortress. Zio looked down and continued to reason that now all the fortresses are hostile to superhumans to one degree or another, but the flame source not only began to buy blood from superhumans, but also openly offered them protection, and what was the goal? Wang and the protagonist stood in front of the table, discussing the information they had received, while Yuan sat nearby, holding a wooden basin in his hands. Yuan turned sharply towards Wang, addressing him, and said that there was definitely something wrong with this company and his brother could not go there. Wang was greatly puzzled by what he heard and said that it was true that both Zhang Beijing and Chen Wudi were arrested for revealing their superpowers, and God knows what this flame source is up to. Wang turned towards the protagonist and continued to say that no one will go anywhere, and money is not worth putting Xiaosu's life in danger. And by the way, Chen Wudi must be told to under no circumstances use his superpowers whenever he pleases. The protagonist crosses his arms over his chest and turns towards Wang, addressing him, and says that he shouldn't worry about it, and Chen Wudi will keep his mouth shut, and he threatens him with a hoop compression spell, otherwise he asks what it is the spell may be useful. Yuan, with a malicious grin on his face, turned to his brother, saying that it turns out that this source of flame has a lot of money, and if so, then they don't have to donate blood, but they can just rob the company. The protagonist at the same moment kicked his brother and said that he should disappear and go get ready and prepare to go to school with him tomorrow, while he fell forward, dropping his pelvis. Yuan said with tears in his eyes that it was good, and Zio, looking at him, reasoned that this child had grown up in the harsh conditions of a trading town since childhood, and now that they had moved to the fortress, someone should teach him from time to time correct behavior. The protagonist pointed his finger at a piece of paper lying on the table and turned towards Van, asking what, by the way, what kind of set of numbers and some kind of code is this? Zio continued to point his finger at the piece of paper while Wang told him that this must be a telephone number, and heard that since ancient times, every fortress had a telephone network and people could communicate with each other while being tens of kilometers away from each other. Friend, and their shop also has a telephone, but they have not yet figured out how to use it. Yuan turned back sharply with a smile on his face and said that then he should try to use it right now. Immediately after the formation of the story, they are transported to a small green telephone. The protagonist and his friend sat on the floor around a small green phone, and he asked what and how this thing works. Beauty, looking down, said that he seemed to know. Suddenly he picked up the phone and began pressing buttons on its body while the protagonist watched him. Zio was greatly surprised as he watched everything happen as the phone beeped throughout the room. Suddenly someone picked up the phone, and Yudi shouted loudly into the phone that he was a great sage, equal to the sky. Woody was holding the phone receiver in his hand, from which came a voice that he was crazy, and Zio, watching him, reasoned that this phone was an amazing thing and so accurately determined the essence of Chen Woody. Zio looked at his brother and said that Liaoyuan should now try, and he said with a smile on his face that it was good. At the same moment, the boy's finger pressed a button with a number on the phone's body. A voice came straight from the phone receiver, asking who it was and what was the matter, and Yuan said that they were greeting uncle and nothing like that, he was just trying to call. And he had just learned how to use the phone, and they asked for forgiveness for disturbing him, and he said that he is with that psycho and should not call here anymore, hanging up. Yuan, holding the phone receiver in his hand, turned towards his brother, saying that this phone is an amazing thing, and it feels as if the person on the other side is right in front of you. And Zhao, crossing his arms over his chest, said that he would not you need to call, and it's not good to bother other people. Suddenly, a small green phone lying on the floor rang sharply. Yuan, like everyone else, looked down with great surprise and, turning to his brother, said that he should answer the call. The protagonist picked up the phone and greeted the interlocutor, and on the other side they told him that they just found out that he has a store, and how things are going lately. Would he like to take out a loan? They can give him 10,000 coins, and the interest will be only 10 coins per day. Then Zhao would say that he doesn't understand what he's talking about, fix that at what interest rate, and on the phone they told him that they could lend him money at 3%. The protagonist, speaking sharply on the phone, looked to the side and asked if this was not usury. The man on the other side of the phone would turn around and turn to the boss and say that this man was saying that they were loan sharks. A man in a white jacket picked up the phone and said, turning to the young man, that he should not say stupid things, and they were not moneylenders, and the protagonist said he is the most unscrupulous businessman. The question came sharply from the phone receiver that he knew who he was, and Zhao, with a puzzled look, wondered why his voice seemed so familiar. Then Zhao said on the phone that he knew who he was, and on the other side of the phone he asked with a dissatisfied look who he was. Then the protagonist said on the phone that he was Yanlin Feng of the Western region, and in response the man on the other side of the phone simply remained silent. The man on the other side of the phone cursed with great dissatisfaction and said that he was also Yanlin Feng of the Western region. Zhao then slammed the phone directly onto the floor, bringing his hand to his face. The protagonist, with great misunderstanding, holding his hand to his face, reasoned that it is not surprising that the voice sounded familiar, and not everyone is ready to call themselves, and if there are those who want to, then, damn it, everyone turns out to be Yanlin Feng. Suddenly, Wang put his hand on Zhao's shoulder and said that one should actually maintain a relationship with a local authority like him, and it seems that this Yanlin Feng is doing some kind of shady business. He has subordinates, and wherever there were, it wouldn't hurt to know such people, but he said that yes, and if he comes for treatment again, you need to talk to him more. Van leaned straight to the protagonist and said that about the black medicine, and during the day he distributed it to passers-by and believes that after tonight many will know about its properties, but he simply listened to him in silence. Zhao held out a small piece of paper towards Wang, saying that by the way, he should go and buy a few things tomorrow, and here is the list, and just have to remember that under no circumstances should he take them from one place. Wang said okay and took the list from Zhao's hand, who reasoned that once everything was bought, they would be able to make a bomb. And fortunately, he copied young Zhaojin's bomb-making skill, and it would come in handy at the crucial moment to leave path to escape. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to a large brick house on the morning of the next day, as the plot tells us. The protagonist and his brother stood in their places, enjoying the new clothes and themselves. Zhao then bowed to Zhaoyu along with the two children and said that they should rather thank her for preparing clothes for them, and they thanked their sister. Zhaoyu, Wang and Woody waved their hands, seeing off the protagonist, who left and also waved his hand in response. Then the narrative of the story is transferred to the tram, into which children in blue uniforms entered one by one. A green-white tram rode straight on the rails in the middle of a big city. Suddenly, the alert for school number 13 sounded, and the children in blue uniforms immediately began to walk straight out of the tram, with Zhao following suit. The protagonist got off the tram and simply remained silent, looking at the huge crowd of schoolchildren and a girl standing to the side who looked like Yang. Yang stood against the wall, blowing a bubblegum bubble and crossing her arms over her chest. Zhao saw a girl he knew, approached her and said that he didn't think he could meet her here. Then the protagonist, smiling, asked that maybe she could return the dagger to him. Yang stood near the wall and simply remained silent in response, and several schoolchildren looking in her direction asked if this was not the new kid from their class. Yang looked sharply to the side with her menacing and dissatisfied gaze. Several schoolchildren approached Yang, and one of them asked why she was standing there. Yang sharply pointed her finger at the protagonist, who was very surprised and said that he wanted to rob her. At this moment, Zio shuddered sharply in surprise and fear, standing still. Zio raised his hands up and said that they knew each other, while two boys stood next to him, and schoolchildren came up to him and asked that if so, what was her name. Then the protagonist, without hesitation, said that her name was Yang Ziogen. Hearing this, one of the schoolchildren with an arrogant look says that he is also pretending to know, and she is actually Ren Ziosu. Zio, greatly surprised by what he heard, opened his mouth wide and asked what Ren Ziosu was, and then who was he. Then one of the students asked by the way, what was his name anyway, and he replied that if he now said that his name was Ren Ziosu, they wouldn't believe it. One of the schoolchildren, waving his hand, said that he had the courage to lie to their faces, and it was better to go to the student affairs department. And Zio, spreading his arms to the sides, standing in front of the two boys, said that he would explain everything. Then the schoolchildren in blue uniforms took the protagonist by the arms and took him aside, and he asked what they couldn't even listen to, and one of them said that it was better to save his explanation for the teacher. Young stood with a smug look next to everything that was happening, and Yun said that, apparently, her brother worked well with her on Mount Jing, and this girl was really not so simple, since she made him get into trouble. Then Yun approached Yan, raising his head up and looking at her, saying that he greeted his sister, and his name was Yan Liayuan, and he was Ren Ziosu's younger brother. Yang, holding her hands in her pockets, said that she greeted him, and she was a good friend of his brother, while Yuan, standing in front of her, reasoned that he was more problematic than his brother, and that's what good friends do. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transferred to the department to the teacher's office, where the protagonist stood right in front of a woman who was sorting through papers while sitting at the table, asking that Ren Ziosu had been enrolled just a few days ago and where another one had come from. Zio, very angry in his heart, reasoned that young Ziogen did not have a drop of conscience, and she took and called herself by his name when entering school and said that this is not the end, and he will show it. The teacher, sitting at the table, smiled broadly and said that they needed to go and meet new classmates, and Zio replied that it was good while Yang was watching them through the window. At the same moment, the narration of the story is transferred to the 12th grade, Group 3. Then the teacher entered the class with students sitting at their desks and said that the third row in the back is free and to begin with. You can sit there, and they distribute seats in accordance with academic performance. If she writes the upcoming exam well, she will be able to choose the place herself, and Zio, who came with her, said that it was good and thanked her. The protagonist walked through the classroom between the desks of students and reasoned that, fortunately, he did not end up in Yang Ziogen's first grade, otherwise there would have been two people named Ren Ziosu, and it would have been awkward. Zio sat at the desk next to a girl with pink hair who asked if he had just transferred, and he said that it was so. A girl with pink hair asked where she was from the eastern city, and Zio, turning her side, said that she was from the 5th high school. Then the girl with red hair, suddenly frightened, jumped aside, saying that there was no 5th school in their fortress, and it had merged with the 6th a long time ago, and Zio, looking at her, tried to justify himself. The protagonist reasoned about what and how he should know this, and there are 13 schools here, so why isn't there a 5th one? And the girl with pink hair asked that he didn't come from behind the fortress, and he's not contagious, and he only responded was silent. Suddenly, the teacher came into the class and said that the final exam is just around the corner, so today they will review trigonometric functions, and Zio talked about trigonometric functions. Then the teacher began to write something with chalk on the blackboard and tell it. The protagonist sat at his desk and tried to understand all the information he heard, thinking that before he listened to Mr. Zhang's lectures and easily understood everything he said. But with the trigonometric function it's different, it just doesn't fit in his head. The teacher, standing at his desk, holding a magazine in his hands, said that it was good and the lesson was over. The students abruptly stood up at their desks and rejoiced, and Zio hit his head on the table and talked about what changes and does not change. Zio walked straight down the school corridor, holding his hands in his pockets, and reasoned that he didn't think that studying in the fortress was so tiring. The protagonist's legs in black sneakers and blue pants were reflected right in the eye. Zio stopped right in front of Yuan, who stood in front of him and addressed his brother. Yuan asked his brother that all his classmates said that they were contagious and some people died after contact with them, and whether this was true. And the protagonist answered that, of course not, while seagulls flew across the bright sky, and he asked what then why do they say that, and this is slander. Then Zio, standing with his brother on the roof, asked if it is considered slander if 10 people say that they are bad, and Yuan asked why not, while he asks what then does it count if 100 people say so. Yuan, lowering his head down, said that it was so, and the protagonist, looking at him, asked what, and if 10,000. Zio approached his brother and said that it turns out that this is not slander, but the truth, and Yuan turned to his brother with a dissatisfied look. Then he, lowering his head down, said that, unlike him, he did not understand a lot, but even the words of millions of people cannot be called truth while he thinks otherwise. Xiao stroked his brother's head and said that he was right. Yang suddenly came to their rooftop, holding her hands in her pockets, and stopped in the middle. Xiao, looking in her direction, standing next to his brother, asked why she had come. At the same moment, Yun pulled the protagonist's hand, and he looked back in his direction while Yang stood right in front of them. Yun abruptly walked away and said that they should chat and he would go to the toilet, while Xiao, standing in front of Yang, turned to the little one and said that this was some kind of betrayal. Suddenly, the door to the roof slammed shut, leaving Xiao and Yang alone. Yang sharply waved her hand and threw something unknown straight towards the protagonist. Xiao looked at his hands with great surprise and caught the dagger with them, while Yang said that it was his dagger and now they were even. Yang abruptly took out her pistol and pointed it at the protagonist, who was raising his hands up, and asked how he managed to escape from the blockade of the King Consortium. Xiao kept raising his hands up, saying that he ran non-stop until he finally ran out of the King Consortium blockade, didn't ask if anything was wrong while Yang aimed her gun straight at his head. She kept holding the gun right next to Xiao's face and asked what happened on Mount Jin after they left, and he said that countless monsters rushed out, including the monster from the volcano, and she couldn't even imagine how terrible he is. Yang, continuing to extend her hand with the pistol forward, said that she could, and Xiao reasoned that she said this with such confidence and had she really met such creatures before. Then Yang suddenly lowered her hand with the gun down and hid it behind her back, saying that before she was worried that he would tell the King Consortium. But now she is not afraid, because he also has something to hide from them, and Xiao asked what and what same. Yang said that when she and Luo Xinyu returned the same way they came, they discovered that all this time the wolf pack was at the end of the gorge, and imagined how the two of them stood right in front of several wolves between two mountains. Yang continued to say that if it weren't for Luo Xinyu's abilities, she was afraid that they would have had to take a detour, and recalled how she activated a portal of purple energy. They rushed towards him. Yang, looking ahead, said that she had counted the time it took him to return, and he definitely returned before the 113th fortress was destroyed, and it was simply impossible for a strong person to escape at such speed, let alone slip through a pack of wolves. She then said that, therefore, he was also a man, while the protagonist, standing in his place, simply remained silent from fear. Xiao sharply raised his finger up and said that he did not see the wolf pack on the way back, he just ran in a straight line through the gorge, and besides, those flying creatures moved slowly. Yang covered her ears with her hands, saying that she couldn't hear anything, while the protagonist was very surprised by this, standing in front of her. Yang threatened him with her finger and said that she did not threaten him, she only said this so that he would understand that everyone has their own secrets, and therefore there is no need to do something that will hurt both of them, and Xiao reasoned that she means that as long as he doesn't report to the King clan, no one will bother him. Then the protagonist abruptly walked next to her and said that they had agreed. Xiao suddenly stopped in place, clenched his hand into a fist, and, turning back, said that he heard her mention the flame source on Mount Jin, and asked if she knew why they were buying the blood of people with superpowers, and Yang, standing still, she said that the 109 fortress was in greater danger than he could imagine, and there was no need to mindlessly contact the source of flame and donate your blood to them, and that's all she could tell him. The protagonist went through what dangers, and besides the source of flame, there are other secret organizations here, and Yang left him, saying that he does not have much time to be interested in this, and he underestimates the degree to which the people of the fortress reject refugees, and he simply silently followed her with his gaze. Suddenly, Xiao raised his head and looked higher at the nearby rooftop where Xinyu was standing. The protagonist reasoned that Luo Xinyu was also here, and she raised her hand up, making a gesture. Xiao turns towards Yang, who is standing next to him, and asks that this is how they know why supernatural beings appear. Yang, adjusting her cap, said that in the process of evolution, humanity has weakened its physical capabilities, and, as he said on Mount Jing, that Mr. Zhang Jinglin from the 178th fortress said that this is the price of the wisdom of researchers, but if you pay the price, then, of course, there will be a great result, and Xiao listened to her carefully. The protagonist, looking to the side, asked what she even meant. Yang, turning her back to him, adjusting her cap, said that when disasters happen, it is the strength of spirit that becomes humanity's first weapon in the face of danger. Xiao then looked straight at Yang standing in front of him with great surprise. Immediately after this, the basis of the story is transferred to the night of the same day, when Xiao, along with two children, walked along a city street at night towards a crowd of people. Wang stood against the wall and wrote something on paper, and Yuan asked his brother why things in the store suddenly went uphill. Wang abruptly turned around with the other people and called Xiao boss, saying that he had returned. Then they found themselves inside the store, and the protagonist, turning back, asked why there were so many people here, and Van, leaning towards him, said that the men tried and immediately advertised the black medicine, and the rumors worked. All these people came on purpose behind him, and he reasoned that how could this be? Wang, holding a pen and a piece of paper with a confused look, said that they, young and strong guys, do not know the pain of middle-aged and elderly men, and they are all fellow sufferers, while Zio and 2 children stood next to him. Zio suddenly stretched out his hand and said that it was still not possible to sell too much, and he had to tell them that they would only sell 1 dose per week, and they couldn't do any more. Van said with a smug face that besides, their medicine had no side effects, and what he was afraid of was that if they could sell more, they would become the largest health product store in the fortress. Yuan, pointing his finger forward, turned to Uncle Fugui and said that they could win without volume, and Van, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, asked what he meant. Yuan, imagining a gift box in his head, pointed his finger up and said that they can no longer use simple porcelain bottles, and they need to pack the medicine in the best box, and, in addition, they need to advertise it, and let it be even more mysterious. Wang took the little boy by the shoulder and said that Liaoyuan is so smart, and perhaps with 1 dose a week, they will become rich in the future, and they should leave the rest to him. Zio, turning to Uncle Wang, asked what and where Chen Wudi was, and he said that he had gone somewhere as soon as they left for school, and he didn't know where. He couldn't find him, or he needed to worry. In the end, after all, he will definitely be back for dinner because he is extremely punctual. The protagonist, with a dissatisfied look, asked that he only comes back when he needs to eat, and Ban answered that not really, while he asked what and how then, and said that he would return for dinner, and if not to eat, then for what.